Here a second. Don't let Jimmy do anything stupid. I need to help, Jimmy buzzed from behind the refrigerator. I'm a doctor. I took an oath. Lucia groaned. We know. Brett moved quietly over to the short hallway that led back to the employees-only part of the store. The security door that sealed it off from the main space was still intact, as was its rectangular wire mesh security window. He slipped up to the door and peered through the window, standing there for several long moments and taking in what there was to see. Lucia and Jimmy shifted impatiently, ready to jump out of their skin. After what felt like ages, Brett reemerged from the hallway, and the three gathered in the darkness beneath the collection of storm doors. Well, guys, Brett said, scratching his head, things just got weird. Lucia snorted. Sorry, things just got weird? Oh, yeah, Brett nodded. Real fucking weird. Go see for yourself. Lucia glanced at Jimmy, who only shrugged. The two of them left Brett and padded down the hall. Lucia peeked up through the window. What the actual fuck? Told you, Brett hissed from the storm doors. There were lanterns burning in the employee area, the gas-powered Coleman kind. They were spaced around the perimeter in a circle, and there were enough of them to bathe the whole room in light. There were people in there, 8 or 9 of them at least, though it was hard to tell the exact number. They all kept climbing up and down a set of 3 different extension ladders that descended into a massive pit in the center of the floor. It looked like the photo of a sinkhole Lucia had once seen on the news, a big crater that had opened up beneath the highway in Peru or Argentina a year or 2 before M-Day. Except this sinkhole wasn't in a South American suburb. It was in a Home Depot break room. The people going up and down the ladders were bringing tools down into the pit. One man disappeared down the ladder carrying a sawzall. A woman with bright red hair wound 3 extension cords around her neck before she climbed down the ladder. An older man with short-cropped silver hair and big puffy white eyebrows eased his way down another ladder while shouldering a pair of gallon jugs filled with something Lucia couldn't quite make out. Down they went with their loads, and back up they popped, empty-handed. Everyone was busy. Everyone had a job. One man's job was to act as a coat rack. Both of his arms were laden with bright orange vests with the Home Depot logo stamped on the back. As Lucia and the men watched, the others began to form a line in front of the human coat hanger. One by one they stepped up and slid an orange vest off one of his arms and pulled it on over their shirts. Every time someone put on the vest, they stood face to face with the man holding the vests and made a secret salute with their arms. First, they held the left arm out in front of them, parallel to the ground. Then they placed their right elbow on top of their left hand, arm raised straight into the air, as if they were signaling 9 o'clock. Then the arms switched. The right arm went parallel to the ground, and the left arm raised up above it, 3 o'clock. Then they placed both arms parallel to the floor, one hovering over top of the other. Finally, they smashed both arms together so that they ended the salute standing like Indian caricatures in old racist Disney movies from the 1960s. What in the absolute hell are they doing? Lucia mumbled. Jimmy shook his head. I think they're making a box. You know, like the Home Depot logo. Lucia's eyes grew wide. She turned back to the window and watched the last few people go through the arm motions. It really did look like they were making a box. Brett joined them at the door. Fucking weird, right? What did we walk into? Lucia demanded. I don't know, Brett admitted, but that sign is giving me the heebie-fucking-jeebies. He nodded at the wall over Lucia's shoulder. She turned and saw the white sign with block lettering. The Home Depot logo was situated at the top of the sign, and beneath it their slogan, "You can do it, we can help." Except the word "we" was crossed out in black Sharpie, and someone had written "he" instead. The sign now read, "You can do it. He can help." Lucia turned to the others. "We're leaving. Now." "Right behind you," Brett said. They heard the voice again, closer this time and clearer. "Help! Please! Somebody help us!" It was a woman's voice full of pain and fear and desperation. It was coming from inside the pit. "You guys," Jimmy said, shaking his head. "Come on. We can't just turn our backs. Who knows what the hell is going on down there? They might hurt her. They might kill her. You saw the Sawzall." Brett stiffened. He turned back to Jimmy. "They have a Sawzall?" Jimmy nodded. "One of them brought it into the hole." "Damn," Brett said. He rubbed his jaw. "That's not good." "What's a Sawzall?" Lucia asked. "Like an electric knife, but for bigger, harder things. Tree roots, PVC." "Human bones," Jimmy added. "They're going to chop up her human bones with a Sawzall." They all peered back in through the window, doing their best to stay out of sight. The men and women in the orange vests were now descending the ladders, every one disappearing into the hole. As they filed down, the woman's cries for help intensified, becoming terrified screams until her voice gave out. When the last ounce of hope left her and her loud crying softened into a gentle whimper, that was somehow much, much worse. A door opened at the far end of the room, throwing a brilliant rectangle of light into the room. Lucia shielded her eyes. Through the glare, she could make out the silhouette of another person walking into the storeroom from the alley back behind the building. The door slammed shut. Once their eyes adjusted again, they watched in horrified fascination as a woman stepped slowly to the edge of the pit, her arms outstretched over the people below. She, too, was wearing a branded orange vest, as well as a ridiculous hat made of duct tape. It stood more than 2 feet tall and was secured by a short bungee strap under her chin. Blue mosaic backsplash tiles were stuck into the duct tape hat like jewels. The overall effect was that of a 99-cent Queen's Guard bearskin hat and crown jewel cosplay mashup. "Okay, well, I suddenly feel less threatened," Lucia decided. "Someone took the time to make that," Brett said, disgusted. "It's as if Pee Wee Herman kept prisoners in the basement of the playhouse," muttered Jimmy. "Pee Wee Herman did keep prisoners in the basement of the playhouse," Brett said. "Oh, shut up." The woman lifted her hands higher as the people in the hole began clapping in slow rhythm. The beat moved faster and faster as she raised her hands higher and higher until the claps reached a frenzied applause. Then the woman made a motion for silence, and the clapping abruptly stopped. From the hole, a chorus of voices shouted, "The power of the Home Depot!" And then there was silence. "What is happening?" Lucia whispered. The woman with the duct tape hat placed her hands on her hips, slipping her thumbs through the belt loops in her jeans. She did it slowly and with great ceremony. "In the Builder's name we gather," she said. "Long live his holy depot," came the response from those assembled in the hole. "My friends, my colleagues, my fellow handy hobbyists." At that, an excited tittering rose from the pit. The people down there were very excited to be counted among her fellow handy hobbyists. "Today we meet to honor the Builder and his mercy, as we have done every new moon's eve since the fall of civilization, in accordance with the great blueprint which we believe the Builder himself has inspired." "I wrote part of it," one chipper voice rose up proudly from the pit. The priestess rolled her eyes. "Yes, Larry, we all know you wrote part of it. I was inspired by the Builder to detail his holy schematic for the new society to be built upon the quickcrete of the soul." "We were all there," she replied testily. "The Builder flowed through me like runoff through a storm drain." "We get it, Larry," she snapped. Some of the others in the hole shushed Larry. Larry stopped talking. Tonight is the eve of the blood moon cycle. We honor, therefore, both the blood that was spilled that day and the blood that was not." "We were spared!" cried a voice from the pit. "Jesus Christ, shut the hell up, Larry!" said a different voice in the hole. "Can we muzzle him?" asked another. "Did you say Jesus Christ?" said someone else. No. I said, Great Builder, shut the hell up, Larry." "Oh, I thought you said Jesus Christ," the other someone said. "No, I said Great Builder." "Oh, well, taking the builder's name in vain is punishable by death." "What? No, wait!" But then there was the gushing sound of metal on meat, and that particular voice fell silent. Forever. Up on the lip of the hole, the priestess was growing impatient. "Can we just get on with it?" she demanded. "Sorry, just punishing a blasphemer in accordance with the blueprint," said the someone else from the hole, sounding very pleased with herself. "Anyway, as I was saying, we honor the blood that was spilled and the blood that was not. Remember, O my handy brethren, that on the day of the great collapse the bombs did fall. Oh, how the bombs fell! They fell so hard. They fell so many. That doesn't make sense, Bob. Shut up, Mary. Many bombs fell hard, the priestess agreed, getting things back on track. But the showroom floor of Home Depot store number 730 was unharmed. Our goods untouched. Our doors unbreached. Our people unharmed. Most of them. The priestess closed her eyes and took a centering breath. "I'm getting to that, Bob. Thank you." She cleared her throat and tried to regain the energy she'd been building, but it was a struggle. Lo, it was nigh the end of the onslaught when a monkey bomb fell through the roof here in the back room. And did it destroy a single item? No, the chorus shouted happily. And did it injure a single handy brother? No, no. We were spared in that moment, and we suffered only a hole above and a crater below. A hole above, a crater below, the chorus murmured reverently. Then a second bomb fell through the roof. Here, she said, pointing to the center of the pit, directly next to the first. And was a single item destroyed or a single life lost? No, no. Just a larger hole above and a bigger crater below. The second hole, the second crater, the people whispered. And then the third and final bomb fell through the roof, and it landed here. She thrust a powerful finger toward the far end of the pit. She was really working the room now. And my handy brethren, did that bomb cause loss of property or life? No, no, because we, the people of Home Depot store number 730, have been spared. We, among most, have been allowed not only to live, but to flourish. We were chosen by the all-seeing, all-knowing Builder. We are his project. He is our master craftsman. By his mercy we are milled, planed, fastened, and stained. By his love we are insulated. "Blow insulation on me, Lord!" cried Mary in a fit of pique. By his will we are the new church, upon which the new society to be built upon the quickcrete of the soul will be placed. I never understood that syntax, Larry admitted. We, the priestess screamed, ignoring him, we are the mortar that will hold together the bricks of this new world. We are the 2 3/4-inch nails upon which the world will hang its dreams. We are the Scott brand fertilizer that will coax the downtrodden back to life. We are the traffic master carpet squares that will cover the bare floors of before where no feet shall tread again. We are the builder's apprentices. We can do it. He can help. We can do it. He can help, they all cheered. The priestess let them roar for a few minutes, then she held up her hands for silence. And yet, my handy brethren, and yet, in his infinite wisdom, the great builder saw fit to trade the gift of our future with the sacrifice of 3 beautiful souls, 3 of his own who died on that day, not from the bombs themselves, but in reckless and careless accidents in accordance with the builder's wishes. There was Terry, the floor manager. Terry, the chorus whispered sadly. Terry was not looking where she was going, and she fell into the hole and died. Rest in accomplishment, Terry, they chanted. There was Linus, the intern, who rode his skateboard to work that day and was excited to do a sick jump over the pit. But no one warned him about Terry's dead and broken body still in the hole, and when he saw it, he was startled, and he did not make his jump. Rest in unpaid accomplishment, Linus, they intoned. And there was Gerald, the snack counter vendor who tragically and ironically slipped on a hot dog bun. He, too, perished in the hole. Rest in fullness, Gerald, they said. It is these 3 souls we honor tonight on the eve of the blood moon cycle. We remember the 3 lives taken by taking 3 new lives. We offer to you, wise builder, a sacrifice of 3 heathens, that you may know our gratitude. We're not heathens, came the frantic woman's voice. No? Then why did we find this in your bag? The priestess triumphantly thrust a Lowe's credit card in the air. That's not even mine! Quiet the heathen! The priestess shrieked. There was a round of shushes from below. There were many, many shushes. Good. Now, fire up the generator. A battery-powered generator roared to life inside the pit, and the sound broke the trance of the 3 visitors watching through the door. They pulled away from the glass and pressed their backs to the wall. Holy shit, breathed Lucia. What do we do? We have to stop them, Jimmy replied. We don't know how many of them there are. But we know we have the high ground, Brett said. But what do we do? Lucia asked again. Easy, Brett snorted. You don't fight the whole snake. You just cut off the head. Okay, so we grab the head lunatic and hold her until they let the others go. Huh? No, that's not what I'm saying. What are you saying? Brett looked at her like she was an idiot. I'm saying we grab the head lunatic and we bash in her head. He pulled open the door and charged the pit. Lucia and Jimmy stared after him in shock. Is he always like this? Lucia asked. Only sometimes, Jimmy frowned. He does a whole weird righteous violence thing. Oh, Lucia cleared her throat. Righteous sounds good? No, Jimmy said flatly. It is always very, very bad. 39. Patrick had his doubts about the plan. To be honest, he almost always had some doubts about all of his plans. But they very rarely nagged at him. This one, though, he wasn't quite sure about it. There was something off that he couldn't quite shake. A kind of dread or hopelessness that he couldn't put his finger on. Something that tugged at his sleeve and whispered, maybe try something else? But there was nothing else. They were a short-handed group of bumbling survivors who barely knew each other, and they were going head-to-head against at least 3 separate blockades of well-trained, blood-hungry pirates. There were no real options. Sailing in on their sweet, old-fashioned Mark Twain paddle wheel would be like bringing a Nerf shooter to a gunfight. So Patrick had a pretty bad plan, but it was the only plan he could see having any chance of success. And when a bad plan is the only plan, he reasoned, then it's also the best plan. He satisfied himself with that knowledge as he crouched in the dark, sweltering boiler room, punching holes in the metal pipes with a sharp rock and a hammer while trying not to think about their chances of success. Actually, he reasoned, the idea wasn't so much bad as it was silly. It was a very silly idea, in fact, a Monty Python sketch of a plan. It was also exactly the kind of plan he would have thrown himself into entirely just a year and a half earlier. But he felt older now, slower, stiffer, sadder. If he took time to shed any light at all on the dread knotting his stomach, he was pretty sure he'd see that the cold, black tendrils of it hadn't started with the pirates. But they certainly ended there. The beginnings of the dread creature those tendrils belonged to lived way back beyond the river, beyond the walls of Fort Doom. Patrick knew Ben had gone back there, and he knew the Doomers wouldn't leave Mobile. So he tried to imagine that when he eventually made it back there, if he made it back there, he'd find them all there, working in the garden, laughing by the fire. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that the dread creature knew something he didn't. The gloom of it covered his heart like a shadow. He tried to ignore the feeling, to wall it off in his chest instead of giving it oxygen. He just kept beating a hammer against a rock to make holes in an old, tired boiler. Ben would hate this idea, he said aloud. "Oh, I especially hate this idea," Ben said miserably. "That's how you know it's good," Patrick cried happily. They were standing on the roof of Patrick's old apartment building. They'd smashed through the bookshelf barrier that Patrick had set up against the rooftop stairwell door before clambering over fallen HVAC ducts to get out through a monkey bomb hole and onto the soft, gravelly roof. Patrick bounced on his toes a few times. "You know, I'm starting to think this whole thing might cave in and kill me in my sleep." "Wow, you're really selling it." Ben rolled his eyes. "No, Benny boy, come on. 24C is perfect for you. The woman who owned it was a fussy old widow. She would have wanted it to go to another fussy celibate." "First, I'm not fussy," Ben insisted. Interesting point to refute. "And second, I'm not celibate. If you were getting laid, you wouldn't be so fussy. Now listen," he said quickly before Ben could respond. "Living on your own isn't good for you. Look at you. You're all skin and bones." "I have 3 times your body mass," Ben said smugly, crossing his arms. "Yeah, but I was born this way. But you were born to beef." "I never know what you think you're trying to say." Ben frowned. "I'm saying move in here and let's live like kings. There's no reason for you to stay in Ukrainian Village. That's a terrible neighborhood." "I like Ukrainian Village." "No, you liked Ukrainian Village until 2 weeks ago. Then your entire apartment building fell down and basically buried you in your garden unit." "Now I have the penthouse," Ben said smugly. "You can have the penthouse here," Patrick cried. He gestured wildly to the ruined Chicago landscape. "Look at this place. Look! You can see the lake." "Not from 24C, Ben reminded him. "Oh, who cares about the lake? You can see the Sears Tower." "It's called the Willis Tower now." "Oh, no, it's not, and it never will be." "You'll have a great view, and if that building across the street ever falls over, you'll be able to see the river." "Oh, wow," he said dryly. "Look," Patrick said, sitting on an old heat exchanger. "You shouldn't be on your own. Your place is all exposed. You stay there and one day you'll wake up with your throat kicked in. Here you'll be safe. No one will bother you 24 stories up. We'll set cool booby traps in all the stairwells. It'll be like Home Alone, but vertical. And we'll be neighbors," he added. He looked down at his hands and picked at the flakes of dry skin in the center of his palm. "I think I'm the only person still alive in the whole building. Did you know that?" His sincerity was a surprise even to him. It'd be nice to have a friend here, you know? Hey, look, Ben said, shifting uncomfortably. If you start crying, it's going to be so awkward that I'll throw myself off the building, because death is preferable to me seeing your feelings. So I'll just save you the waterworks and tell you I'm sold. I want the apartment. Are you kidding me? It's a fucking fortress. That old nut job built a panic room that's bigger than my whole apartment. I'm in. Oh, Patrick brightened. Well, great. Then why do you say you hate the idea? I don't hate the idea of taking over the apartment, Ben clarified. I very much hate the idea of how you think we're going to get in there. Ah, Patrick said. He nodded sagely. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. I am not, and I cannot repeat this vociferously enough, am not going to tie a rope around my waist and try to kick through the window by swinging down from the roof. Vociferously is a very good word, Patrick said admiringly. Ben leveled a finger at Patrick's face. Don't you dare try to compliment me into jumping off a building. Don't you dare. Patrick said, rubbing his chin. I guess I could go back to crying. Ben narrowed his eyes. You do that and I'll jump, without the rope. Patrick waved his hands through the air, clearing the negativity and trying for a reset. Just listen. It's the only way. It can't possibly be the only way. There's a door, which she reinforced with 3-inch thick steel. Trust me, there's no getting through that thing. The only way into that apartment is through the window. Then why don't you go? Ben glowered. I already have an apartment, 24E. You've been there. This is your apartment. It's for you. And it'd be an excellent housewarming gift for me if you were the one to crash through the window to get it, Ben told him. It's scientifically improbable, Patrick said sadly. I wish I could, Benny boy, I do. For you, I'd do it. But it's scientifically improbable that I could break through that window. Because you're built like a water balloon animal? Patrick nodded. Sadly, yes. And you, Ben, you are beef. He hopped up from the heat exchanger and pulled open the door to the stairwell. There was an old cinder block on the landing that had been used as a doorstop over the years. Patrick hefted the block with both hands and struggled it over to the edge of the roof. You are beef, he said again, panting. And when beef rides rock, nothing can stop it. Ben stared blankly at the cinder block. He looked up at Patrick. He blinked. What? You'd probably break through the window just fine on your own, as long as you concentrated your force with your feet and kicked through. But just in case you get a bad jump and wind up slamming in butt first, we're just going to send a cinder block down with you. Ben couldn't believe his ears. He gripped the top of his skull with both hands and took a deep breath. And how exactly do you plan on sending a cinder block down with me? He tried to keep his voice even. I'm so glad you asked, Patrick said seriously. Remember the Slim Pickens scene in Dr. Strangelove? Oh, fuck this, Ben snapped. No, don't fuck this. Ben, it's going to be fine, Patrick insisted. People do this sort of thing all the time. Who does this sort of thing all the time? People. When? At times. Listen, I'm an engineer. This is what I do. I've worked out the math, and look. He reached into his backpack and produced a black nylon rope. You know where I had to go to get this rope? REI. Ben, I went to REI. Ben raised an eyebrow. You hate REI. I hate REI, but I went. And it's not like it was just hanging on the shelf. It's not like I could just walk in and buy a rope. I had to make friends with 5 different granola bros. They never even worked there. They've just made it their fortress. I had to make small talk for an hour with 5 granola bros just to get access to the building. You hate small talk even more than you hate REI. I know. And one of them had made these god-awful hemp and raisin banana chips, and they kept making me eat them. Ben, it was horrible. Truly. I would rather go through that window 10 times than go back to REI. Ben rubbed his chin. I do know that to be true, he said slowly. Look at this thing. Patrick unraveled the rope and held it up for inspection. This is a blue water assault line non-dry static climbing rope. This is a rope they used for forest rescues. This is a rope they tie people to helicopters with before they dangle them 1,000 feet in the air. This is a very good rope, and it will not break. I actually wasn't thinking about the rope breaking until you said it wouldn't. Ben frowned. And it won't, Patrick said happily. Ben exhaled deeply. This plan was so stupid and way more dangerous than just living out the rest of his miserable days in the exposed garden apartment on Hoyne. But as insane as the plan was, he was loath to admit that he did trust Patrick. He just had never had to think about if he trusted him at jump-off-a-roof levels before. "Let's pretend I'm dumb enough to do this," he said carefully. The look of pure ecstasy on Patrick's face was instantaneous and distracting. Ben had to look away. "I'm not saying I'm doing it. But if I did, how would it even work? If I jump off the roof, I go down vertically. To crash through the window, I need to go horizontal." "Ben," Patrick said, trying desperately to temper his excitement that the conversation had gotten this far. He gestured to the surfboard that was propped up against the stairwell. "Why do you think I brought the surfboard?" "I have no idea why you brought a surfboard. When I asked you earlier why you were bringing a surfboard, you told me not to ask stupid questions." "Oh yeah, I did say that, didn't I?" Patrick remembered with a smile. "Huh. Boy, I do hate you." Patrick shook his head and waved his hands. "Listen. The surfboard is a fulcrum. Here." He ran over, grabbed the surfboard, and lifted it over his head, nearly taking out a dead power line. Then he trotted it back over to the edge of the roof and shoved one end beneath the heat exchanger, leaving the other end to stick out over the edge of the roof by about 4 feet. "We tie one end of the rope around the heat exchanger. The other goes around you and the cinder block. All measured out, okay? You walk out on the surfboard like this." Patrick pantomimed walking, because there was no way in hell he was going to walk out over 24 stories of open air without a harness. "See?" Ben screwed up his mouth. "What is that walking? Are you pretending to walk?" "Yeah, this is supposed to be walking. Do you get it?" "Yes, Patrick, I fucking know how to fucking walk," Ben exploded. "Okay, well, then you should have no problem walking off the edge of the surfboard. We'll wrap the rope around the fin there, again, painstakingly measured to precision, and that's it. You really don't have to do any work. You just sort of fall off the edge of the board, the rope will catch you, it'll swing you back, and the cinder block will do the rest. Bingo, bango, smash, crash, you've got a new penthouse apartment." "Where did you even find a surfboard in Chicago?" "Shh, Ben, shh. Too many questions." Ben sighed. He looked at the surfboard. He looked at the rope, then looked over the edge of the building at the sidewalk that was just barely visible through the swirling green mists below. He looked at Patrick. "I'm not doing this. I'm sorry. I am never, ever going to jump off this building." 4 minutes later, the rope was secured, and Ben was standing on top of the cinder block on the far end of the surfboard, 400 feet over the city street. "I hate you," he told Patrick. "But you're going to love your new apartment," Patrick beamed. "I can't wait to come over for brunch. Ready?" "No!" "Great. Deep breath, close your eyes. Ben squeezed his eyes shut. The rope was cinched so tightly around his chest, waist, and hips that he thought he might actually be sliced into pieces when it pulled taut. Despite this, the magnitude of tightness actually gave him some comfort. The end of the rope terminated at the cinder block in a knot that Patrick promised was the best knot, don't worry. "If I die, I want you to know that I'm going to haunt you so fucking bad," he said. "I expect nothing less. Not in a normal way, either. In a murder way. No chains rattling and lights flickering bullshit. I'm going to reach my ghost hands into your chest and tie your arteries in a knot." "Seems cruel, but fair," Patrick agreed. Ben sighed. "All right. Let's do this, I guess." "All right!" Patrick clapped his hands excitedly. "You are an unstoppable force, Ben plus Cinderblock. Ready?" "No." "Good. Oh, one last thing." "What?" Patrick took a deep breath. "I'm only assuming the old widow reinforced the door with 3-inch thick steel. I didn't actually try to break it down. It's theoretically possible that we might be able to go in through the door, but I'm almost positive she would have reinforced it, so there's no use injuring ourselves trying to break it down, and this is going to be fine. Bye." He gave Ben a shove. The string of curses that Ben screamed as he fell into open air was absolutely historic. And that worked out fine, Patrick remembered, as the bright rooftop dissolved and the sooty boiler room crept back into place around him. Ben loved that apartment. It had become his home, a real home, and he had been fine after crashing through the window. Mostly. A smile crept across Patrick's face. Maybe this riverboat plan wasn't such a bad one after all. He'd had more fun with worse. He put the rock against the boiler wall and hammered away, whistling happily while he worked. 40. Brett was having so much fun. He wasn't really planning on bashing in the priestess's head, not with a 2-pound hammer at least. But he figured he could sure give it a good knock, maybe break 1 bone, 2 at most. He wasn't typically so juiced to put someone in traction, but this monster was about to offer up 3 human sacrifices, and that little detail worked like Windex on his conscience, leaving it squeaky clean. He sprinted into the back room and dove for the priestess. He gave the hammer a good swing, throwing his whole shoulder into it. It felt so good to be whacking homicidal lunatics upside the head that he laughed as he swung. It was a full-chested laugh that shook his body so hard that his aim went wide, and instead of smashing the Home Depot dipshit in the temple, he smashed through her stupid hat instead. He cracked 6 jewel-toned tiles that adorned it and sent the whole crumpled mess of duct tape flying down into the pit. The woman gasped at him. "My hat!" Brett threw up his arms and said, "I know!" Then he pushed her into the pit, too. She landed so hard on her back that they could hear the wind knock out of her lungs like a blacksmith's bellows were working in her throat. Everyone in the hole winced as they looked up at Brett. Then they got agitated. "You killed Dina!" one man shrieked. "She's not dead, Bob," snapped a woman. "Give it a minute," Brett said. He took stock of the situation in the pit. There were 8 lumberyard lunatics in total, counting Dina the priestess. They were all in the back of the pit near the ladders. In the front of the hole, close to Brett's feet, was a crude table made of 8x4s laid across 2 sawhorses and lashed together with towing straps. There were 3 people tied to the table. A woman in her early 30s, her eyes swollen, her cheeks streaked with tears, and 2 children, a boy and a girl, twins by the look of them, and no more than 7 or 8 years old. The children's mouths were stuffed with disposable rags. The looks of terror in their eyes drove nails into Brett's stomach. He clenched his fists so hard his wrists cracked. "Boy, you all fucked up bad." He jumped down into the hole and got to work. Out of concern for the children, who had already been traumatized enough, he didn't kill anybody, but it might have been a kinder mercy if he had. The priestess was on her back, wheezing for breath, probably having cracked a rib or two on impact. Brett figured a single word from her might have the power to inspire the caulk-gun cultists to fight, so he jammed his heel down on her jaw hard. Breaking it had the pleasant double effect of both removing her ability to speak and causing two of the orange vest acolytes to double over and vomit on their own shoes. He leapt at the others before they could process what was happening. The hammer did a lot of the work. He smashed one man's collarbone, felling him like a bag of cement. He hit another woman's shin so hard the bone popped out through the back of her leg. She went down too. The man holding the sawzall had a momentary flush of adrenaline, which caused him to fire the thing up and lunged at Brett with the blade going full speed. But he forgot he was tethered to the generator. When he jumped, he went soaring, but the sawzall stayed put. His face changed from fury to confusion to terror, all within the span of 3 seconds, all while flying through the air at Brett. Brett swung the hammer at the man's gut with all his strength, dealing incredible damage to the poor bastard's organs, and his pants, which he immediately soiled. The two pukers were still gagging on their own bile. Brett calmly walked up between them, grabbed their heads, and smashed them together. They dropped to the floor like popped balloons. The last two handy helpers had seen enough. They ran to the ladders and climbed up as fast as their shaking arms and legs could carry them. Brett flipped the hammer in his hand to feel out the weight, then he threw it at the woman scrambling up one ladder. It caught her in the center of her back, on the ridge of her spine. Something cracked there. She moaned as she crumpled off the ladder, hitting the dirt floor hard with her shoulder. The last man made it to the top of his ladder and laughed with relief as he went over the edge of the pit. But Brett leapt up, planted his foot on the third rung, then jumped again and grabbed hold of the man's ankle just as it slipped over the top of the ladder. He yanked the man's foot, dragging him backward. He screamed as his chin hit every rung on the way back down into the hole. Brett rolled him over onto his back. His nose was bloodied and broken, and he was crying. Brett knelt down and stroked the man's hair. "Hey, man," he said, his voice calm and quiet. "Look." He grabbed the man's chin and turned his face toward the sawhorse table. "You see them?" The man whimpered incoherently, which Brett took for a yes. He brought his mouth down close to the man's ear. "Those are fucking kids," he said. Then he picked up the sawzall, switched it on, and brought it to the man's ear. Jimmy and Lucia peeked over the top of the pit. "Stop, Brett! What the hell are you doing?" Jimmy yelled. Brett switched off the sawzall. He looked up at Jimmy. "What?" "They were about to sacrifice children to the fucking god of Home Depot." Jimmy shook his head. "Well, yeah, but—" He looked around helplessly at the 8 broken bodies writhing in pain. "Now I have to help them," he whined. He did some quick mental triage. "And they are... I mean, come on, Brett. I've seen videos of Afghanistan that looked less horrific than this." "Good thing we found a first aid kit," Brett said. He walked around the scattered bodies and made his way to the sawhorse table. He untied the prisoners and gently pulled the rags from the children's mouths. "You guys okay?" he asked, checking them for injuries. The kids trembled so violently it was hard to tell if they were nodding or just shaking with fear. "Thank you," the woman said, her voice cracking with grief and gratitude. She took Brett's bloodied hand in hers and squeezed it. "God sent you here to save us." Brett snorted as he helped her up. "It wasn't God who sent us," he said. The woman gathered her children close and hugged them tight. "Then who?" she whispered. Brett smirked. "If I had to pick one person, I'd say the Apocalypticon." 41. "I can't believe you shot me." Carla rolled her eyes. "Oh, my God, Gary, will you stop saying that? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shoot you." "I thought you were this amazing marksman," Gary said sarcastically as he shifted his grip on his injured arm. The makeshift bandage was already soaked through with blood, and a thin stream of red dribbled from the fabric as they walked. His arm was swollen, his fingers wouldn't move, and the pain was starting to intensify. "Now I'm going to have my arm amputated." "Better than having your head amputated by a zombie pig, isn't it?" Carla snapped. "Humph," Gary glowered. "You told me they couldn't swim." "I was joking," she said for the 100th time. "I know, and it was very fucking funny." "I'm sorry. I thought you were smarter than a third grader. My mistake." "We didn't all grow up with Jed Clampett for a dad," he spat. "Christ, this thing really fucking hurts." "We're almost there. Look, you can see the smokestacks," she said, pointing over the next hill with her crossbow. "Your friend Jimmy's a doctor, right? I'm sure you'll be fine." "EMT," Gary grumbled. He stalked through the field, woozy from the loss of blood and weak from the fear and the running. "I guess I should say thank you." "Some people would, yeah," Carla said, "when another person saves their lives and stops a mutant pig from ripping their throats out and eating them to death." "I guess so," he agreed roughly. He cleared his throat and spat again. It became clear that he wasn't going to make the apology official. All things considered, Carla would have to be fine with him leaving it unspoken. "Hey, where'd you get that stuff anyway? You swipe it from Roman?" "No, and don't you dare start telling people I did," she snapped. She stepped in front of him and blocked his path. "I'm serious, Gary. No one knows I have it. You don't know I have it. Got it?" "Then where'd you get it?" he asked again. "I swiped it from the doctor's lab. I went down while she and Patrick were having some sort of goo-gaw love fest over some boring science shit. It's not part of Roman's stash. It's mine, and it's secret." Gary eyed her suspiciously. "Why?" "My things are my things," she said flatly. "I am my own person, and my things belong to me. Not him, not anyone else. Me." Gary searched her eyes for more, but Carla wasn't offering anything else. "Fine," he finally said, "because you saved my life." Carla nodded. "Goddamn right I did." They pushed on over the hill. Gary nearly fainted on the way down to the boat, so Carla gripped his good arm and helped him hobble to the riverbank. She called out, and Ella popped her head over the railing. "You made it!" "For the most part," Carla agreed. Ella looked at Gary's arm thoughtfully. "What happened?" She climbed down the gangplank and helped support Gary from his other side. "Run-in with a wild hog. It was a duster." Ella raised an eyebrow. "What was a duster?" "I'll fill you in later." Carla shook her head. "Lucia back yet?" "Yeah, just a little bit ago. They're eating." "Go get the doctor, will you?" They stepped onto the boat and eased Gary down onto the floor, leaning him back against the railing. "He's not here," Ella said. "He stayed behind." "Stayed behind where?" "Ask Brett," Lucia said, banging out of the dining hall. Brett followed, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. "This psychopath slaughtered a dozen people at a Home Depot." "Almost none of the words in that sentence are true," Brett insisted, "except that it was at a Home Depot." Ted and Richie came around from the other side of the boat, padding over like dogs. "What's going on?" Ted asked. Lucia was fuming. "Your lunatic friend beat the shit out of a bunch of unarmed weirdos with a hammer." "They had a sawzall," he reminded her. Carla held up her hands. "Wait, what?" "There were all these people in the back of the Home Depot," Lucia explained angrily, "doing some cult thing, and they were going to sacrifice this family. Brett jumped down in the hole like he was Rambo and started wailing on everyone with a hammer." They were going to sacrifice a family? Carla repeated. With children, Brett added. Carla blinked. So what's the problem? Carla? He broke some woman's jaw by stomping on it. And this woman was going to kill children? Lucia was exasperated. Well, yeah. Carla nodded slowly. Okay. So? Lucia sputtered. She made big frantic motions with her arms. I don't know. It was upsetting to watch. She stormed off into the boat, shoving Brett out of the way. She's processing, Brett assured them. Where's Jimmy? He stayed behind to tend the wounded. Brett peered around Carla and saw Gary sitting in a growing puddle of his own blood. What happened to you? She shot me with an arrow, Gary replied, nodding up at Carla. On purpose? Probably. Oh, it was not on purpose, Carla cried. Shit! When's Jimmy back? Brett shrugged. I don't know. There were a lot of them. The wound needs to be disinfected, Roman said, emerging from his cabin overhead with the last bottle of alcohol hanging between two fingers. He dropped it over the railing to Ella. It'll need to be cauterized, too, she said. He's not going to like that, Ted pointed out. He's right fucking here, Gary muttered, hobbling over to the gangplank. And no, he does not like it. Roman rested his elbows on the upper railing, leaning over as if he were taking in the sights on a dinner cruise. Besides hammers and arrows and broken jaws, how was the day? Everyone hit their objectives? All good here, Brett said. It had taken some organizing, but with the help of 2 shopping carts they'd lifted from the parking lot, he and Lucia had managed to haul back everything on Patrick's list. Carla hoisted up the knapsack full of animal carcasses. A wet red stain had started to spread across the bottom. Enough dead animals for a pet cemetery in a bag that we are definitely going to have to burn. Richie frowned. Hey, that's my bag! I love the energy of this new crew, Roman decided. It's like we're optimized for success. Speaking of new people, where's our fearless planner? Carla asked. That's slander, Patrick responded, emerging from the boiler room steps. His shirt was filthy, his skin was streaked with sweat, and his hair was sticking out at all the wrong angles. His hand shielded his eyes from the low light of the sun. I have 3 fears: quicksand, antelopes, and the Bermuda Triangle. Antelopes? Ted asked, confused. Patrick shook his head and held up his hand. I won't discuss it. He noticed the bloody backpack, and his face lit up. Ah, our gore! Killed and delivered, Carla said, tossing the bag at his feet. It smells terrible, he said happily. He turned to Brett. Were you able to find anything on the list? We found everything on the list, Brett grinned. He gestured out to the riverbank at the store of goods piled into the shopping carts. Wow, Patrick said, stunned. I can't believe it. You can do it, Brett assured him. He can help. Stop it, Brett, Lucia called from somewhere inside the boat. Patrick gave him a questioning look. Okay, I'm going to assume that's a whole thing that you can fill me in on some other time. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. This is great. We have a lot of weird jobs to do, and I had a hallucination that makes me think that it all just might work. Carla raised her hand. Patrick pointed at her. Yes, Carla. Are you actually going to share this plan or what? Patrick nodded sagely. Gather round, sweet cherubs, and let the sponges of your minds drink from my waters. They exchanged a round of uneasy glances. Hey, Pat, you okay? Ted asked. It was very hot in the boiler room, and I am very dehydrated, he admitted. I've got about 8 minutes before my kidneys shut down, So listen up. Here's how we're going to survive the death run. 42. You think his plan will work? Carla asked, stabbing a rabbit carcass with her stick. She lifted it up like a banner on a flagpole. Then she slopped the dead rabbit against the side of the boat and smeared its blood around the wood. It's working on me, Lucia said sourly, scrubbing the boat with a bloody fox. Thin ropes of red clotted gore crisscrossed the boat like a bleeding spider web. I wouldn't touch this thing with a 10-foot pole. You're touching it with a 5-foot pole, Carla pointed out. And I'm about to puke my guts out, Lucia complained. Suddenly she stood straight up and dropped her stick. The fox plopped into the river. Lucia covered her mouth with both hands. Then she ran to the shoreline edge and started hurling into the water. Huh, said Carla, watching with interest. I guess maybe it will work. She flung her used-up rabbit carcass into the middle of the river, stuck a fresh one on the end of the stick, and went back to work, whistling while she painted. A few dozen yards away, Ted and Richie were having the same conversation. I don't know, Ted said, looking down at the canvas tarp they were spray-painting black. It just seems like a lot of useless theater to me. Richie looked at him confused. Didn't you do opera? So? So isn't that theater? No, you simpleton. Pagliacci isn't theater. It is opera. It is high art. Theater is just costumes and paint. Richie was confused. Don't you use costumes and paint in opera? Oh, fuck you, Richie, Ted exploded, throwing his can of spray paint on the ground. What? What'd I do? Just finish the skull, Ted screamed. He stormed up the gangplank and pushed his way into the boat, singing Vesti la Juba and fighting back tears, slamming the door behind him. Richie looked on in amazement. Jesus, he muttered, shaking his head. Theater people. Patrick and Brett heard the door slam all the way down in the boiler room. They both looked up. Should we go up there? Patrick asked. Brett craned his neck and listened. Nah, he finally decided. When Ted starts singing, it's best to leave him alone. That's great, because when Ted starts singing, I want to leave him alone. They turned their attention back to the maze of pipes that they'd constructed. They'd connected 6 main lines to the holes Patrick had hammered into the boiler, shooting out to all sides of the riverboat hull, with some branching into forks. The far end of each pipeline pushed an inch or so out of the hull, through holes Brett had carefully cut to size. This'll work, right? Brett shrugged. It's your plan. Yeah, but I mean, this part specifically. You think we can make enough steam? No, you think we can make enough steam. You're the science guy. I just set the pipes. I think we can make enough steam, Patrick assured himself. We just gotta seal the joints and the pipes will be good. Good, Patrick nodded. He fetched the caulk they'd taken from the store and got to work. I apologize in advance if we did all this work and we still die. Apology not accepted. Cool. A few dozen feet over their heads, Roman stood at the windows of his captain's cabin and watched his crew busy themselves below, moving like notes in a symphony. This team is really synergized, he said happily. If they don't work together, we all die, Gary grumbled. That's pretty good motivation. We all might die anyway, Roman pointed out. So you brought me up here to cheer me up. Roman beamed. I thought you could use a breakout to rest your arm. How's it feeling? It hurts like a motherfucker. I bet. Roman watched Carla as she scrubbed the main deck rail with a bisected fox. Sorry I can't offer you anything for the pain. We used the last of the whiskey on the wound. I don't think it helped. Gary frowned, inspecting his arm. The redness had spread well beyond the bandages. Hopefully your doctor will be back soon. Maybe he can save it. Gary flushed white and fought back the urge to vomit. He was struggling with every breath to keep the thought of amputation out of his brain. Everyone's asking everyone if Patrick's plan will work. Roman continued. He turned from the window and gave Gary a curious look. "But you haven't asked." "No point," Gary snorted. "No one knows the answer, so what's the point of asking?" Roman turned back to the window, and he clasped his hands behind his back. "Absolutely." Gary eased himself down onto a chair, holding his swollen arm close to his chest. His eyes filled with tears from the pain of it, but he gritted his teeth and blinked them back, falling into the chair with a grunt. "How come you're so hell-bent on taking the shortcut back?" "'Cause the longer we're out here, the more limbs we'll lose," he said, watching his crew. "Not just arms and legs." Gary frowned. "What do you mean?" Roman peeled himself away from the window and joined Gary in the center of the cabin. He slipped easily into his desk chair, propping his elbows on the desk and tenting his fingers under his chin. "The people we rely on are limbs in a way, right? The people who rely on us? The danger to my crew and to your friends is serious, and it gets more and more dangerous every second we're out here. In the world. Exposed. The pirates on the 10 Tom are no joke, but draw the journey out by an additional 6 weeks, 8 weeks, the easier path becomes just as deadly anyway, if not more so." "You lost men on the way here," Gary said flatly. 8 in all. 4 at a woodcutter's in Ohio, 2 got hacked to pieces by an old witch in Missouri, 1 went out to hunt and never came back. Carla found his body torn open and mostly eaten. Another got caught in a rope trap some sick assholes strung up under a bridge on the Mississippi. A messy, simple thing. They got a loop around his neck and yanked him right off the deck. Pulled him up 50 feet. All we could do was watch him strangle. Gary shook his head. "Jesus. It's bad in every direction," Roman sighed. "And we stand to lose a lot. The campus, that's another limb, you know. It's a major producer. Probably the biggest economic driver in the world at this point. Every day away is another day some would-be kingpin is thinking he might take a run at a hostile takeover." "Have people tried to take your farm before?" Gary asked. Roman gave him a strange look. "Everyone is always trying to take everyone's farms," he said. "Don't you understand that? There's no security against the world other than the security we provide ourselves, and I can't provide shit from 3 states away." "Then why do you even come? Why not just send your people on their own?" Roman snorted. "Can't trust people with your farm, can't trust people with your zombie repellent." He reached into a desk drawer and pulled out the bundle of 10 vials. He slipped one from the package and held it up to the light, inspecting the purple liquid inside. "This wonderful little innovation and my farm are intertwined. Dusters are a problem that's only going to continue to get worse. More despair means more addicts. More addicts mean more dusters. God, and now it's the animals, too? The world really is going to hell." He set the vial down on his desk and rolled it thoughtfully beneath his fingers. "The future of the farm lives in this bottle. Probably the future of the world." "If we die on the 10 Tom, it'll all be for nothing," Gary said. Roman snickered. "If we die on the 10 Tom, I won't give a shit." "Fair enough," Gary grimaced. Ella appeared at the door and knocked on the glass. Roman beckoned her in. "Got some kids to scout around for us," she said. "They just came back. Said they found a body." "Good. Tell Patrick," he said, and Ella disappeared down the stairs. Roman noticed Gary's confusion and simply said, "The pièce de résistance, my friend." "Can't wait," Gary said dryly. Roman slapped his hands on the desktop, stood up, and moved to follow Ella. Gary blurted out as he passed through the door, "All right, well, do you?" Roman looked back over his shoulder. "Do I what?" "Do you think Patrick's plan will work?" "Oh." Roman shrugged. 3 dangerous blockades, 1 crazy plan. I guess time will tell. Then he headed downstairs to see about the body. 43. Over at the first blockade, a man who called himself Sharksbane crossed his arms and flexed them as hard as he could without looking like he was flexing. He looked down at his biceps and admired how big they'd gotten. They were way bigger than they were yesterday. 3 times bigger at least. "Hell yes," he said quietly. The fishtails were working. He heard someone rustling up the rope ladder behind him. He took a deep breath and bore down, flexing even harder. Not just in his arms, but in his neck, too. He wanted to look huge in case it was, "What's happening to you? Are you pooping?" Sharksbane let out his breath and shook out his arms. It wasn't Bridget. It was fucking Steve. "No, I'm not pooping again," he snapped. "I mean now. Shut the fuck up, Steve." Steve eyed him strangely. "Sure. Hey, listen, I just came up to tell you shift change is going to be late." "Oh, come on," Sharksbane cried. "That's the 3rd time in like 2 weeks. Who's on tonight?" Steve frowned. "It's Lucas." 1,000 capillaries in Sharksbane's brain exploded. "Lucas," he hissed through gritted teeth. "Yeah, so, it's just, he's gonna be late, okay?" Steve was about to leave, but he noticed his companion stroking his own bicep lovingly, in extreme contrast to the fury that showed on his face. "God, are you still on the arms thing?" "They look good, don't they?" Sharksbane said admiringly. He held up his arms and showed them to Steve. "They look the same, Brian. They always look the same." "They do not," Sharksbane snapped. "And don't call me Brian. I told you to call me Sharksbane." "But your name is Brian." Sharksbane bit down so hard he cracked a tooth. "Ow!" he whined, rubbing his jaw. "My name is Sharksbane. You don't want a pirate name? That's fine. You can be Steve. But this is a new world. I'm a new person. I'm a 10-tom pirate, and my name is fucking Sharksbane. And Sharksbane is seriously cut," he added to himself. He smiled down at his arms. They were so much bigger today. "Rivers don't even have sharks," Steve pointed out. "Not anymore." Sharksbane winked, then flexed again. "Sharksbane." "Sure, dude. Look, no one else wants to tell you this, but you're going a little hard on this whole—" Steve moved his hand around in a circle, encompassing the entirety of Sharksbane. "Thing." Then he remembered something, and he straightened up. "Hey, listen. You're not still eating the fishtails, are you?" Sharksbane guffawed. "Of course I'm still eating the fishtails. How do you think my arms got so big?" "Dude, you gotta lay off those things. Weren't you at the meeting? They think there's mercury in this water. You might be eating mercury, Brian." "Mercury's a planet, you dipshit." Sharksbane laughed. "Now get the hell out of here. You're distracting me from the watch." Steve rolled his eyes and sighed. He headed back down the ladder. "Stop eating the fish," he said seriously. "It's dissolving your brain." "I'll dissolve your brain with my fucking muscles," Sharksbane muttered quietly. "What?" Steve asked, poking his head back up. "Nothing." Sharksbane picked up his spear and resumed his patrol of the gate. He hated the spear. The stupid thing was so heavy. And he hated patrol. Shore patrol wasn't too bad, but gate patrol sucked. The whole thing was just a bunch of big dead trees lashed together with bungee cords and weighted down with cinder blocks. Gate was such a stupid name for it. It was a dipshit-level beaver dam that opened. Big deal. He could have built a better gate in his sleep. One with sick-ass welded metal and spikes and shit. Or maybe just a huge slab of concrete that opened and closed on hydraulics, like those badasses downriver had at the lock. Sharksbane had seen their gate once from across their lake. It was so cool. It was like Mad Max meets Mad Max 2. Those guys knew what the hell was up. He'd never actually talked to any of that crew, but he just knew they were sick as hell. He'd fit in way better down at the lock. Those guys knew the value of muscles for sure. Of course, if he wanted to join the lock pirates, he'd have to change his diet. If the rumors were true. "I could eat anything," he said out loud. "I'd eat stupid-ass Lucas." He spat into the water below. The spittle dribbled down his chin and made his beard wet. "God damn it," he cursed. "How do guys spit so cool?" A bright light caught his eye. He snapped to attention, nearly blinding himself with the point of the spear. Big Nick was up at the mouth of the river waving his torch in big, wide arcs. A boat was coming. Sharksbane hurried to the front of the gate and planted the butt of his spear on top of the log beneath him. On the other half of the gate, another watchman hurried over and took up his position too. Sharksbane looked over and was relieved to see that it was Tom. Some guys were real dicks on the watch, but Sharksbane respected Tom. He didn't talk much, and he had good muscles. Also, sometimes people called Tom T-Bone, which wasn't necessarily a great pirate name, but it was a step in the right direction. "Toll time!" Sharksbane chirped excitedly. He looked over at Tom. "Toll time!" He loved saying that. "You feeling good, Tom? You feeling ready?" Tom nodded. "Yep." "Excellent, excellent," Sharksbane said, nodding too. He always felt a little jittery on the night watch. The morning was fine, and afternoon was fine. But night felt different. It wasn't that he was scared, it was just different. "Excellent," he said again, whispering it to himself. Then the boat emerged from the darkness. Sharksbane was so surprised he dropped his spear in the river without even noticing. The riverboat was on fire. That was the most surprising thing, at least at first. Sharksbane had seen burning boats before, but he and his crew were usually the ones setting the fires, and when those boats burned, they sank. But this boat was burning and moving. The railings were on fire, there were flames in the cabin windows, and even the hull of the boat was filled with flickering orange firelight that seeped out through cracks in the wood. But the paddle wheel was turning, the smokestacks were belching, and the boat was being driven into the Tentom. Then he noticed the mist. Not the smoke. There was plenty of that, though, rising into the darkening twilight sky. It wasn't monkey fog either. The entire boat was surrounded by a shroud of pale gray mist. The eerie cloud seemed to form just ahead of the prow, materializing out of nothingness. As the boat pushed through it, the mist clung to the sides of the boat. Then it vaporized as the boat moved on. It was ethereal, otherworldly, as if the boat were churning forward on the backs of 1,000 roiling ghosts. "Holy shit," Sharksbane whispered. He inhaled sharply. "Ghost boat." Tom must have been thinking the same thing, even though he didn't say it out loud, because when he held up his spear and shouted, "Stop!" at the boat, both the spear and his voice were shaking so badly that not even Tom's good muscles could save him from coming off as totally ineffectual. "Stop!" Sharksbane echoed more loudly. He was surprised to hear his own voice shaking even more than Tom's. The two guards looked at each other. "What is that thing?" Tom hissed. "I think it's a ghost boat," Sharksbane hissed back. "That's stupid," Tom said. "I know," Sharksbane agreed. The boat drew closer to the gate. It wasn't slowing down. The rest of the gang was watching the ship's approach in similar awe from their small shoreline village. No one said a word, not even Lucas as he stumbled out of Bridget's camper. Lucas always had some smart-ass thing to say, but he didn't say a word. Fucking Lucas, Sharksbane thought. Bridget stepped out of the camper on Lucas's heels. Every other member of the crew's eyes were glazed over and dumbfounded at the sight of the burning ghost ship. But Bridget's eyes were burning with a fire of their own. She began snapping orders, pulling on her boots and stomping toward the water, while everyone else just stood there with their mouths open and gawked. That's why Bridget was their captain. That was what made it worth eating 10 fishtails a day. She was why the muscles would pay off. Sharksbane realized that the orders she was snapping were being snapped at him. He hadn't been paying attention. God damn it, he thought. Stop it! Bridget screamed. Do your job and stop the goddamn thing! Sharksbane wanted to stop the boat desperately. He wanted to do a good job to please Bridget. But he had no fucking clue how to get a flaming ghost boat to stop. Tom sprang into action instead. He planted his feet, raised his spear, and hurled it at the boat. It sailed across the bay. It struck the boat. It bounced off the hull and fell into the water. "Why do we even have spears?" he yelled. "I don't know. The boats usually just stop," Sharksbane replied. "We've never had to stop a ghost ship before." "I told you it was a ghost ship." "I know." The riverboat was close now, close enough to see the decks illuminated by fire. "Tom," Sharksbane said, his voice trembling, "there's no one on board." "Look," Tom gasped, pointing up at the ship. Is that? "Yes," Sharksbane said, swallowing hard. "It's a pirate flag." The huge black banner flapped loudly in the quiet night, the crude white skull and crossbones waving in and out of view like a demon behind a curtain. Its grotesque mouth was stretched and open, filled with jagged teeth. The nose holes were flared angrily. The eye sockets burned like deep black pits of hellfire. But Tom shook his head. "No," he rasped. "Not the flag. That." Sharksbane followed Tom's finger. He was pointing past the flag to the huge twin smokestacks that rose on either side of the main cabin. A small fire on the roof of the cabin illuminated the stacks in a soft orange glow that flickered in and out of the darkness. But Sharksbane could just barely see that, yes, there was something up there in the space between them. Something that he couldn't quite make out. The boat drifted closer, and the roof fire flared, and the thing between the smokestacks flickered into view. Sharksbane's stomach lurched as he recoiled in horror. "No," he whispered. "No, no." It hung between the smokestacks, splayed by taut ropes cinched around the wrists and ankles. It was spread open like a butterfly in a display case, caught in the air like a fly in a web. A rotting human corpse. "There's no one on the ship!" Tom cried. His voice was tight with panic. Sharksbane recognized that pitch, the same as the voice screaming in his brain. It was the sound of abject terror. "There's no one on the ship!" "Demon ship!" Sharksbane gasped, stumbling backward as the boat churned closer. Bridget screamed in the background. Some of the men on the bank were shouting too, but their voices all blended into a cottony murmur. "Ghost ship!" The riverboat was nearly on them now, pushing through on its cloud of brimstone smoke, its thirsty lapping flames burning, but not consuming. It was so close now, Sharksbane could hear the creaking of the ropes that held the body, that perverse figurehead of death and decay. The skull of the pirate flag, huge now, grinning, winking, licking its lips, devouring the night. "Demon ship!" Sharksbane screamed. "Come to swamp us to hell!" He fell back, covering his head as the ship rammed the wooden barrier. He landed against the lever that opened the gate, and under his weight the latch gave. The gate fell open, letting the river rush past the dam. The ghost boat flowed with the river, slipping between the watchmen on their perches and leaving the exasperated pirate crew behind. Sharksbane watched in stunned silence as the ship sailed down the 10 Tom. He gasped in horror when he saw a figure standing at the back of the boat, its head just visible over the spinning red paddle wheel. It was the skeletal figure of the Grim Reaper himself, his eye sockets flashing with fire, his ivory teeth twisted into a leering grin. "Oh my God," Sharksbane breathed. "It's the dread pirate Roberts." Then he passed out cold and fell into the river. 44. The riverboat rounded a bend, and the first pirate checkpoint slid quietly away into the night. "We're clear!" Jimmy cried, throwing off the skeleton costume. A chorus of cheers went up around the boat as the rest of the crew members picked themselves up off the floor, emerged from behind boxes, and came out from under tables. "I cannot believe that worked," Lucia said, laughing with relief as she pushed her way from the dining room out onto the deck. "I mean, I cannot believe it worked." "Amazing!" Roman clapped, flashing a wide, winning grin. "So immersive, so experiential." He threw his arm around Patrick's shoulder and squeezed him close. "Incredible work. Some real outside-the-box thinking. Absolutely incredible." "You guys did all the hard work," Patrick replied, gesturing to the rest of the crew. "I just knocked some holes in a boiler. You really pulled it off." "A hell of a plan, though," Roman said, ignoring Patrick's modesty and smiling at him from ear to ear. "Literally a hell of a plan," Ted added. "We must look terrifying." "I was not expecting that much steam to funnel out through the walls," Patrick admitted. Brett snorted happily. "Told you." "You told me I was the science guy and you were just there for the pipes," Patrick reminded him. "Yeah," Brett nodded, "and the pipes worked awesome." "The whole fire thing actually looked real," Richie said admiringly. "The fire was real, dipshit," Brett said. Richie frowned. "You know what I mean. Setting it in the buckets. I thought it would look stupid. But man, I saw it up from downstairs and it looked like the boat was really on fire." "The Grim Reaper was a nice touch," Patrick told Jimmy. "I can't believe they had like 20 of these things just sitting back there in boxes," Jimmy said, admiring the Grim Reaper mask with the LED eyes. "I didn't even know Home Depot sold Halloween stuff." "Have you never been to a Home Depot?" Patrick asked. "That's like 80% of its business." Roman darted into the boat, ran up the stairs, and reemerged on the upper balcony. "My friends," he shouted into the night, his voice carrying over the churn of the paddle wheel, "I must confess." The others quieted down and looked upward. Something was wrong. Roman's face was somber and sad. "I need to apologize for something." "Well, that's a first," Lucia said under her breath. Carla elbowed her in the ribs. "I lied to you guys," Roman said sadly. "When Gary came back from the hunt with his injury, we used the whiskey as an antiseptic. One that seems to have worked, by the way. My own recipe. You're welcome." "It ain't fallen off yet," Gary glowered. "It still might," Jimmy reminded him, "but so far it's looking pretty promising." "Nice," Roman continued. "But anyway, I'm sorry. When that happened, I told you all that was the last bottle of shine." He lifted his hands, revealing a full bottle in each. The crew cheered as Roman laughed. "I'm sorry," he insisted. "I was saving them in case things went really well or really badly, and by God, this went really well." More cheers erupted from the crew. Roman let them howl for a few moments, then motioned for them to quiet down. "Now, we've put the fear of Satan in those pirates, and that was incredible. But intel suggests the river only gets harder from here. We've got another group of pirates to worry about tomorrow at the lock, and by all accounts, they're the real deal. So I don't want anyone celebrating too hard, okay?" A general moan of disappointment spread through the crew. "But we are going to celebrate, because what just happened was incredible. Lucia, grab some glasses, please. Tonight we drink to the hell ship of the Ten-Tom." Everyone on the boat went wild, and the celebration began. A few drinks in, and the Redcaps had started swapping old stories from the train, exaggerating their heroics and playing up their own charm. Patrick watched with amusement as Ella and Lucia made an absolute art out of the eye roll. But he also thought he noticed a chink in Lucia's armor when Brett stood up and regaled them with a tale about a time in the Sonoran Desert when a mountain lioness had leapt onto the train and Brett and Gary fought her off with pool noodles. At the climax, Brett picked up Richie and started swinging him around like a foam noodle, drawing a definite glimmer in Lucia's eye. Patrick smiled to see it. Humanity may have been down, but it wasn't quite out. The world can break to 1 billion pieces, he thought, and people can still fit themselves back together. Quite a night. Roman had appeared so quietly that Patrick jumped at the sound of his voice. "One of the best wakes I've ever been to," Patrick joked. Roman snickered. "Nervous about tomorrow?" "I feel nervous about all tomorrows, just as a rule. Today's tomorrow has the added benefit of involving bloodthirsty maniacs." "True," Roman said, "though death by pirate is a pretty exciting way to go from a eulogy perspective. I figured you'd like that." "Yar, ye've got me pegged," Patrick said. Roman drifted toward the far end of the boat, and Patrick followed, the two men sipping their whiskey in the warm, calm night. "You know, there's no reason to think we won't fare as well tomorrow night," Roman said as they reached the bow of the ship. "There is a reason to think that, and it's called the hot hand fallacy," Patrick pointed out. Roman sighed. "That's one way to look at it." "Sorry, I don't mean to be a downer." "You do seem to be missing your essential good humor," Roman pointed out. Patrick turned his back to the water and leaned against the railing. It's strange to feel so celebratory and still be so far from the end of the mission. He looked up at the pilot's cabin and saw Carla standing alone, her head poking up over the wheel. He raised his glass and she raised her middle finger. "Did you bring her a glass?" Patrick asked. "I told her to drop anchor and join us. She said she wanted to get us closer, to make sure we hit the lock before nightfall tomorrow. Couldn't argue with that." "She's smart," Patrick said. He turned and rested his wrists on the railing. "You have a good crew." "I have a tenuous crew," Roman corrected him. "Talented and tenuous." "To good leadership, then," Patrick said, raising his glass. "Aye, aye," Roman said, acknowledging the salute. They downed the rest of their drinks in silence, with Patrick's good humor remaining at bay. The sounds coming from the other end of the boat suggested Richie had just caught himself on fire and was flailing around the deck screaming about his contact dermatitis while the others chased him and tried to put out the flames. As they gave chase, the boat eased to a stop 50 feet from the shore. Carla appeared, shaking out her cramped hands after her work at the wheel. "You guys just gonna let Richie burn?" she asked. "It's an interesting thought," Roman said. "I'm just wondering how long it's going to be before he remembers we're surrounded by water," Patrick replied. They heard Richie yell, then they heard a loud splash. Patrick nodded, satisfied. "There we go." Carla nodded at the dwindling reserves in Roman's bottle. "Got any more glasses?" "Have mine," Patrick said. "I'm going to head down for some shut-eye." He handed her his glass. Carla looked at it and frowned. "It's empty." "That's how I know I'm done with it," Patrick said. He gave them both a genial wave, then he headed inside to go make a nest for the night. "He seems off," Carla told Roman as Patrick disappeared. "He's okay," Roman said. "Nothing to worry about." "Oh, I wasn't worried," Carla replied as she shook the last remaining drop from the glass onto her tongue. The last thing Patrick heard as he retired from the party was Richie clambering over the side of the boat and shouting, "My pants are still in the water!" 45. Patrick smushed his head down on a pile of old towels in the musty dining room and drew his tarp up to his chin. "Good night tonight," he said aloud, closing his eyes. "This is all going shockingly well." "It's all going unshockingly terribly," Ben insisted. Patrick opened his eyes. He was standing in the abandoned lot on East Illinois across from the AMC River East 21, where he and Amy had watched the movie Ted a few weeks before M-Day. A pretty disappointing choice for a last movie ever. They'd walked out of the theater and had seen a billboard for a new development coming to the abandoned lot, some 47-story luxury apartment that they could never afford. They'd joked about how they'd move in anyway, live a stone's throw from the horrors of Lower Wacker, and see terrible movies every night for the rest of their natural lives. But now the lot was totally abandoned, overgrown with weeds, choked with trash and dusty rubble from the building that had toppled on M-Day. It also contained one especially angry Ben Fogelvey, who was on his hands and knees with his face 3 inches from the ground, his nose brushing a bean sprout. "One bean!" he yelled. "One fucking bean! Unbelievable!" He jumped up to his feet and stormed around the lot, throwing his hands up and grumbling under his breath. "Hey, it's not one bean. It's one bean plant," Patrick corrected him happily. "We'll get at least 5 beans from that thing." 5 beans! Awesome! Ben rolled his eyes. "We can beat each other to death with sticks to see who gets to starve to death very slightly slower." 5 beans is almost a soup," Patrick cried. Ben frowned and kicked the ground. "I'm sick of soup." "Ah, Benny boy, don't be like that." Patrick threw his arm around Ben's shoulders. "Sure, it's just one bean plant now, but someday it'll be thousands of bean plants." "It won't be." "Yes, thousands of bean plants, millions even, from here to Fullerton, as far as the eye can see. Beans, beans for days, beans for weeks, beans for miles, and it all starts with our little bean here, whose name, I think, should be Bean." Ben blinked. "You want to name a bean Bean?" "You know, from Ender's Game." "Ender's Game?" "Yeah, you love Ender's Game." "Doesn't Bean die in Ender's Game?" "Who can remember?" Patrick shrugged. "Have I even read Ender's Game?" Ben wondered. Patrick frowned. "I thought you loved it." "I'm not sure I even know anything about it," Ben realized. He thought for a second, then added, "Oh my God, what books have I read?" "Look, before you start spiraling about that, can you finish spiraling about this?" Patrick asked, pointing at the bean. "Bean needs his father." "Why am I Bean's father?" "Because you're the most disappointed that he's not living up to expectations," Patrick said. "You know, like dads do." "When we have conversations like this, it makes me think the Jamaicans were on to something." Ben sighed. Patrick crouched down and admired the little bean sprout. It was a thin, curly thing, pale green with 2 delicate leaves. It looked like a sneeze might obliterate it. "I think Bean's a warrior," Patrick decided. "Look at those gams. He's got great gams." "Plants don't have gams," Ben said irritably. "Don't use that word. It's weird." "You don't like gams?" "I don't like the sound of the word gams coming out of your weird mouth." Patrick frowned. "I know you're upset about killing Bean's family, but you don't have to take it out on me." "I did not kill Bean's family," Ben exploded. "Bean's family chose death." "And little Bean chose life," Patrick breathed, wiping away a tear of joy. "You're looking at this all wrong, Benny boy. We grew a bean sprout. That's amazing. A couple of weeks ago, this was a seed. Now it's a plant with leaves. We have made life." "That's great, but we planted 50 of those stupid things and only 1 sprouted." "It's not a great hit rate, I'll grant you," Patrick said, tapping his lips. In fact, I'd categorize it as less than ideal. But one is a good start. This one plant can become 20 other plants, and those 20 other plants will become 1,000 other plants. Give it a few cycles and we'll be swimming in beans, Ben. Swimming in beans. I don't even like beans that much, Ben realized. Listen, most people never grow a single thing in their entire lives. You grew bean. You're one up on humanity. Ben gestured hugely at the world. There is no more humanity, he said. True, Patrick agreed. Humanity, much like the beans in this field, is having a bad run. But we're here, and Bean's here, and you and I are the beans of humanity, and Bean is the Patrick and Ben of bean sprouts. Don't you see? He wove his fingers together and held them up for Ben to see. We're all connected. Ben rolled his eyes. That's great, Morpheus, but what are we going to eat? Hell if I know, Patrick shrugged. Let's go raid the billy goat, see if there are any mummified cheeseburgers under the fryers. I've always wanted to smash up the billy goat, Ben admitted. I know you have, Ben, Patrick said, patting his arm. I know you have. Ben turned and walked down Illinois Street, continuing the conversation they'd had that day, talking to a version of Patrick that seemed so alien now, as the Patrick of 3 years later looked on, watching the memory move away without him. The pair of friends disappeared around the corner, and River North disappeared with them. Patrick was sitting in the dining hall alone. Bean never made it to harvest season. He didn't even make it through that week. They returned to their rubble lot 2 days later to find their one fragile bean sprout gone. No sign of it anywhere. Told you, Ben had said sourly. Humanity's great hope is unshockingly terrible. Patrick shuffled back down into his nest and pulled the tarp up over his shoulders. He closed his eyes and tried not to think about Ben, or plans that only went well for a while before falling apart. 46. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, 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 tap. What? Patrick cried, lurching awake. He'd been dreaming about buffalo. Stop tapping me on the head. Oh, hey, it worked, Carla said dryly. I've been trying to wake you up for 5 minutes. I thought you were dead. I'm solidly pre-death, Patrick yawned. He sat up and scrubbed the sleep out of his eyes as he looked around. It was morning, but just barely. Only a few of the redcaps had made it back to the dining hall the night before. Richie was under a table, sleeping on a pile of crumbs while fussing and scratching his arms in his sleep. Brett was snoring away on top of that table, his head and his feet hanging off either end, a thick line of drool spilling from his open mouth and pooling on Richie's chest. Gary was huddled under his blanket in the corner, distancing himself from the pack like a wounded animal. Must have been some party. They had like 3 drinks each, Carla said, rolling her eyes. Come on, get up. Patrick rolled over onto his belly and groaned as he pushed himself up into a kneeling position. Why? He asked, rolling his neck on his shoulders and wincing at the cracks. What's up? Carla gestured toward the ceiling. His Highness would like a word. Patrick struggled up the stairs, tripping 3 separate times, but he persevered through his sleepiness. At long last he reached the summit and fell into Roman's cabin. Morning, Roman beamed. Patrick looked at him with confusion. The riverboat king was once again dressed in a clean button-down shirt, pink gingham this time, which was tucked neatly into a pair of gray chinos. He looked like he'd had a shower, a shave, and a leisurely morning with the local paper. How is it possible you're always so awake? And he waved a hand in the general direction of Roman's shirt. Pressed. Stimulants, Roman replied happily. There's not enough to go around, but if you can keep it quiet, I'm happy to share. Patrick shook his head. Thanks, but Officer Dan told me never to do drugs. Who's Officer Dan? My DARE officer from 6th grade. 6th grade? Patrick nodded. He showed us a very graphic slideshow, not suitable for children or adults. Boy, now that I think about it, I don't know how on earth that presentation got approved, but it sure made an impression. I bet. Roman picked up a battered thermos from his desk, unscrewed the lid, and poured Patrick a glass full of a dark brown liquid. Here, Officer Dan approved. Probably. Patrick wrinkled his nose. He did not reach for the glass. What is it? It's coffee. Patrick snorted. Sure, like moonshine is whiskey, except it tastes like motor oil and might leave you blind. You know, it should be illegal to say the C word in this stupid, awful timeline, and I do not mean cunt. He swiped the cup and examined the contents. Which knockoff is this? Chicory? Dandelion? I swear to God, if it's an old Starbucks Via, I will lead a mutiny on this ship. Roman shook his head. That's for the hired help. But you? You're C-suite now. CSO, Chief Survival Officer. You know, I've been watching all morning. There've been half a dozen board and horde boats going up and down the river. Even without the fireworks, they're steering clear of the Queen. Probably has something to do with the corpse dangling over our heads, Patrick said, shifting uncomfortably. Still not sure I'm feeling great about that part. It's pretty gross, Roman agreed, but highly effective. Also, we didn't kill him. He was already dead. Yeah, and he's helping. He probably would have wanted his corpse to be helpful, Patrick nodded. That's the fiction I tell myself and then don't probe any further in order to keep my sanity about the whole thing. And it's that sort of mental nimbleness that made you part of the executive team. He pointed proudly at the glass in Patrick's hand. And the executive team drinks that. 100% Costa Rican coffee, real beans, real coffee, real caffeinated. Patrick's heart stopped. His hands started to tremble. He had to put the glass down so he wouldn't drop it. He tried to speak, but his voice caught, and all that came out was a squeak. He cleared his throat and tried again. This is actually coffee? I mean, it's cold brew, which kind of sucks. I'd drink it hot in a Mississippi summer. But for the boat, I figured a French press would be a lot easier to manage, and cold water, obviously. There's no stove up here, so... Roman stopped. Patrick, are you crying? The last time I saw coffee grounds, I was snorting them in exchange for passage across a bridge, he sobbed. And they were all white and wet because I'd spent 3 months sucking every last caffeine molecule out of them. Boy, Roman said, that's a pretty weird thing to hear. I never thought I'd see coffee again, he said, wiping his eyes. He reached out gingerly, cradled the glass of coffee in his hands, inhaled the cold, chocolatey, spicy scent of it. Then he closed his eyes and exhaled. I take it back about the mutiny, he decided. He swirled the glass. He took a sip. He sobbed for 5 whole minutes. Well, this has gone weirder than expected, Roman announced, giving Patrick an awkward pat on the shoulder. There. I can't believe I'm drinking coffee. How did you get this? I told you my campus is legit. We have a lot of trading partners. The world may be a disaster, but we still have commerce. And being so close to the Gulf, we have a pretty good import-export business. Patrick nodded slowly. You know, I haven't actually spent much time thinking about the state of other countries, he admitted through sniffles. The world seems so completely and utterly shut off. Or, I guess I should say, we feel so shut off. From everything. Not from everything, Roman said, And not from every one. A few more years and we'll have a global economy again. Some version of one, anyway. Marwood Farms is leading the way, mark my words. I do, I mark them, Patrick assured him. He knocked back the rest of the drink in one gulp. The cold coffee had a honey texture and a sweet finish. It flooded through his digestive tract, sparking at his nerve endings, practically shooting light out of his fingertips. It was real coffee, and it was so good. Thank you for this. No sweat. And when we get to where we're going, I promise you a hot cup of pretty crudely roasted but freshly ground coffee every morning for as long as you're with us. Which, sadly, won't be long, but I'll gladly take it while I can. Plus, you never know. Patrick raised an eyebrow. Never know what? Patrick spun the empty glass in his hands. Your farm. The way you talk about it, it sounds like a real place. It is a real place, Roman assured him. Yeah, but I mean a real place, you know? A place that might actually be permanent, with a future. That's the plan. A permanent place with a future isn't the worst kind of place to end up, Patrick mused. Fort Doom is nice, and who knows what all they've got going on there now. It's been almost a year. But I don't know. Once I'm back, maybe the gang will be ready for a change of scenery. We could all do worse than the leader of the next global economy. Absolutely, Roman grinned. And I could use a good engineer. And whatever your friend Ben is, or does, I'm sure I can use one of those, too. He fusses. Sometimes he writes, but mostly he fusses. I'm sure we can find a use for that. Then it's a definite possibility, Patrick said, assuming we don't get murdered tonight. Which is actually why I asked you up here, Roman remembered. He screwed the cap back onto the thermos. Patrick watched the coffee disappear with a sad ache in his heart. How would you feel about a scouting mission? It's been a few years since my Weeblos days, but I can hold up 3 fingers as well as anyone else, he said, holding up 2 fingers. Need someone to scope out the pirates? It'd be helpful to know the state of things, a little industrial espionage. My guys didn't get a whole lot of specifics on their recon. The more we can know about their setup, the better. I know it's a lock and a dam, but that's not a whole lot to go on. A little more intel might help us figure out if this ghost boat trick will work a second time, or if the boat will even fit through the lock. Patrick nodded. Sure, no problem. I'll take Carla with me. Take Ella, Roman said quickly. She's quiet and good with a knife. He dropped the thermos into his desk drawer and slammed it shut. Oh, Patrick's face fell. Yeah, sure. He nodded once, then pushed his hands into his pockets and slipped out the door. He just managed to keep himself from saying aloud, who better to take on a dangerous mission than someone you've spent no time with at all? 47. He wants you to go? Ella said, her voice quiet and even, but her face giving away her surprise. I don't know anything about you. That's exactly what I said, Patrick cried. Well, it's what I thought. I should have just said it. I should be out here with Carla, they both said in unison. They looked at each other and shrugged. Then they started walking south. Now that it was light outside, the boat had maneuvered a bit further along the lake, pulling into position closer to the lock. Judging by Roman's map, the big muddy Queen was tucked into a cove about 1.5 miles from the Jamie Whitten lock, hidden from the pirates' view by the wooded hills. Patrick and Ella set off into those hills, Patrick using a baseball bat for a walking stick, Ella moving quickly and lightly with a hunting knife on her hip. I didn't mean Carla would be a better person to scout with, Patrick said as they neared the top of the hill, finally breaking the silence. We just went on a mission together already once, and we have kind of a rapport. Plus, she shot Gary through the arm, which is something I'd like to laugh with her about, but in a quiet, respectful way out of Gary's earshot. This seemed like a good opportunity to do that. Okay, Ella replied. She kept moving, working her way through the trees as if she'd lived in the forest her entire life. Patrick struggled to keep up, his breath already coming in hard. Is there any sort of quasi-apology you'd like to say to me about the time when you said you'd rather be out here with Carla? He added, winded. No, she said. Okay then. Good talk. The forest was quiet, unnervingly so. There were no birds chirping, no squirrels rustling, no demon pigs crashing through trees. It was as if the world had pushed a mute button. Not even the sound of Ella's footsteps registered as more than a whisper. There wasn't a noise in the world aside from the bluster crunches of Patrick's clumsy steps. Am I being extra loud? He whispered, suddenly very self-conscious. I'm just walking like normal. Does it sound like I'm walking extra loud? It sounds like you've only seen how people walk in movies, and this is the first time you're trying it yourself, Ella said curtly. Patrick frowned. You're annoyed to be out here with me, I see that. Sorry, I'll try to walk quieter. He took a careful step forward, placing his foot gently on the earth. A branch snapped under his foot. The resulting crack echoed across the lake. I think that could have been way louder, he whispered happily. Ella ignored him, her eyes scanning the canopy. Then she moved silently to the base of a large pine. She disappeared into the needles, and it was a good several beats before Patrick realized she was climbing the tree. Oh, you're going up. Okay. He looked around at the dense woods. The midday sun made the monkey fog glow, the trees casting shadows like gravestones through the air. He lifted the baseball bat and set it on his shoulder, his fingers tightening around the grip. I'll probably just stay down here. I'll just be here while you do that, I guess. Ella dropped onto the ground behind him, and Patrick screamed. This way, she said. Oh my God, you were so fast! I almost hit you with this bat! Patrick gasped, though they both knew that wasn't true. Ella guided them across the landscape, shimmying up a tree or climbing up a cliff every few hundred feet to get their bearings. They skirted around inlets and shot the narrow gap between lakefront cliffs to their left and an exposed clearing with a hiking trail and campgrounds to their right. Patrick followed behind, walking where he was told, trying not to be too much of an inconvenience. Sorry I'm so jittery, he told her at one point. I just had coffee for the first time in like 3 years. It's making me feel weird. Stop, she said. Boy, your lips to God's ears, huh? If I could stop feeling jittery, yes, that would be ideal. But the jitters are also a nice reminder that I had coffee today, and I don't want to deprive myself of that glorious memory. So, in a way, I'm just grateful, you know? Patrick, she hissed, stop! He hadn't noticed, but Ella had stopped in her tracks. She was holding out her hand to physically stop him, but he had missed that, too. Oh, he said as he stopped moving. He cleared his throat. Sorry. Don't be sorry. The deep voice with the southern drawl came from a thick-set man who stepped out from between the pines. He held a machete in one meaty paw. In the other he flicked the blade with a finger the size of a sausage. Ting, ting, ting. He wore a black leather duster with a black cowboy hat pulled low over his eyes. If you hadn't trundled through here like a sow feeling heat, we might not have had the opportunity to introduce ourselves. Ain't that right, Tommy? That's right, Chester, said another man, skinnier and taller, emerging from the fog on Patrick's right. He had stringy orange hair and a scraggly beard that traveled down his neck, and he looked to be missing some teeth. Like Patrick, he was carrying a baseball bat, but his had a dozen or so nails driven through it, which made Patrick's bat just seem silly. But now we have the opportunity. We like meeting new people. Ain't that right, Tommy? Sure do, Chester. The two men closed in on Patrick and Ella. They smelled sour like sweat and rot and dead animals. The stench was so strong Patrick's eyes began to water. When the one called Chester got close enough that Patrick could smell his breath, he thought he might start gagging. Patrick's nostrils filled with the smell of raw liver and onions when he said, "What'd you bring us for a friend-warming gift?" Patrick coughed. "I might have some gum in here somewhere," he sputtered. Chester's face fell. He cracked Patrick's skull with the machete handle, not hard enough to knock him over, not hard enough to draw blood, but hard enough that he'd have a welt for a few days. "Son of a bitch!" Patrick cried, stumbling back and landing in Tommy's arms. Tommy shoved him forward and giggled. "Try again." "How about you?" Chester pointed at Ella with the machete and moved in slowly. He touched the neck of her T-shirt with the point of the blade, then pulled it to the side, revealing her freckled shoulder. "You got a gift for me, pale beauty?" Ella lowered her eyes. "Yeah," she said quietly. Chester moved in closer. He reached for a loose strand of Ella's red hair and tucked it behind her ear. Then he brought his lips close to her cheek and said, "I love to hear that." Tommy's giggles rose to hysterics. He hooted and hollered and jabbed Patrick with the end of the bat. Patrick's shirt snagged on the nails, ripping in two places. "Today's gonna be a good day," Tommy howled. "For one of us," Ella said. She pulled the knife from her belt, and with the speed of a cobra, she made 4 quick slashes in the air. The first sliced through Chester's wrist above his machete grip, opening up a spurting geyser of blood. The second cut through his shirt and left a deep red ribbon from his shoulder to his chest. The third carved a channel in his gut, and the fourth sliced his mouth open from the corner of his mouth to his cheekbone. She was finished before he even knew she had started. Chester gazed down at his blood-soaked body, bleeding from 4 deep, precise wounds. "What the fuck?" he gurgled through the blood filling his mouth. Patrick and Tommy had both watched the quick mutilation in stunned horror. Tommy was first to recover. His face melted from open-mouthed shock to clenched teeth fury. He shoved Patrick aside and ran at Ella, hoisting the bat above his shoulder. "You fucking bitch!" he shrieked as he swung the nail bat at her head. Ella didn't flinch. She simply turned, raised the knife, and plunged it straight down into Tommy's shoulder, leaving the handle sticking up like a second neck. Tommy screamed as he dropped the bat and fell to his knees. He screamed again as he gripped the knife handle and tried to yank it out. And he screamed even more when Ella stepped up, planted her foot on his neck, and wrenched the 4-inch blade from his clavicle. "You okay?" she asked Patrick as she wiped the blade clean on her jeans. Patrick gaped. Me? Yeah, I am. I am comparatively awesome," he stammered. He looked at the legs of her jeans, which were covered in rust-colored stains. "I also understand the unique color pattern of your jeans a lot better now," he added. Ella slipped the knife back into its sheath. Then she headed off into the trees. "Let's go." Patrick hesitated. He frowned down at the two men, writhing in piles of leaves soaked through with their own blood. "What about them?" he asked. "They're dead," she called over her shoulder. "Not dead," Chester rasped, pink foam blood bubbles forming on his lips. "Help me." "Help us," Tommy screeched. They both reached for Patrick's foot. Patrick stepped backward, awkwardly, moving out of their reach. "It's just, you hit me with a machete, and she's kind of my ride. So I'm going to go." He made a pained face as he walked backward. "Yeah, I guess I'm going to just go." "They're dead," Ella reminded him. Her voice was muffled by the trees. "Good luck, I guess." He hemmed and hawed, and then he pushed into the trees, following Ella, leaving them groaning and dying. Okay, bye. Patrick trotted through the woods, and he finally caught up with Ella when she climbed another tree to check their bearings. "So that was something," he said, already out of breath again. "Should we talk about it?" Ella didn't respond. "It's just that they're kind of just bleeding out. Maybe we should help them, or help them. You know what I'm saying?" Ella dropped down from the tree and clapped the sap from her hands. "I know what you're saying," she confirmed, "but it's not in our interest to help them. Either way, they would have killed, robbed, and raped us, maybe even in that order. Who knows how many others they've killed, robbed, and raped? They deserve to die. That way they won't kill, rob, or rape anyone else. Get it?" Patrick nodded. "I do get that. Their screams likely scared off anyone else who might have been clocking us. If they didn't, their bodies will." "Okay," Patrick said slowly, nodding. "That also does make sense. But the whole put them out of their misery thing still seems—" "It seems short-sighted," Ella interrupted. "The longer they bleed, the longer the scent of their fresh blood attracts predators and keeps them off our scent. If what you learned from Dr. Philbin is true, then the duster predators have a supernatural sense of smell. A duster wolf might be able to smell blood for 5 miles, even 10. Leaving them to bleed out clears our path of any potential predators. Okay?" Patrick considered this. "Okay," he finally said, "but only because it's inscrutable logic, and because they were very bad people." "Great. Now focus. We're almost there." They emerged through the trees and stood at the top of a short cliff overlooking the lake. On the far side of the water sat the Jamie Whitten Lock and Dam. "That's it?" Patrick said, surprised. "Guess so," Ella replied. She glanced at Patrick. "Not what you expected?" Patrick shrugged. "It looks like a lock." "It is a lock. I know, but it's an apocalypse lock, run by pirates. I thought there'd be more, I don't know, bones?" "They may not want to scare people away, which means they're likely drawing people in." She opened her bag and pulled out a pair of field binoculars. "True. I mean, to be honest, I'm relieved. I also thought there'd be twisted metal and gasoline torches and blood pools and stuff. But they obviously have some respect for nautical ingenuity, and you know what? I say good for them." "There are bones," Ella said, peering through the binoculars. "Here." She handed them to Patrick. He frowned as he put them up to his eyes and nudged the dial. "Where? I don't see any—" "Oh," he said as the lock came into sharper focus. From water level, everything may have looked on the up and up. The building was clean and drab, made from big slabs of concrete and shaped like an oversized lifeguard tower. It appeared to be a normal, boring building from a normal, boring time. And the lock itself was unremarkable too, as much as extraordinary feats of human inventiveness can be described as unremarkable. Huge metal gates with massive concrete struts powered by a pulley the size of a construction crane. Not a single piece out of place. But from their vantage on the cliff across the lake, the building told a slightly different story. The roof was absolutely chock-a-block with bones. Some were attached to other bones. Some were even parts of partial skeletons. But most had been separated from their origins, from their flesh, though most still had some gristle near the joints. They were scattered without any concern for organization, though there was a fairly impressive pile of spines stacked up neatly on one side. One lone pirate sat in the middle of the roof, his considerable bulk straining the fabric webbing of the old beach chair. He wore a pair of postcard-patterned Jams shorts, a light blue tank top, flip-flops, sunglasses, and a wide-brimmed straw hat, despite the fact that the weather could have been described as partly sunny. He held a large femur in one hand, using it to stoke a fire in a clay brick pit about 2 feet wide and 4 feet long. By the shape of his lips, he appeared to be whistling. "How can you have so many bones and still be so chill?" Patrick asked, his face souring. "If you're going to play with human bones, you should at least be forced to feel some anxiety about the trajectory of your life." "Any idea how many of them are in there?" Ella asked. Patrick searched the building. "No," he decided. "I can see some movement in the windows, but no idea how many." Ella took back the binoculars and examined the building. "Seems like a lot, judging by the bone count." "Compared to the normal number of human bones I think it's normal for other humans to have, I'd say there are infinite people inside." Patrick blenched. "Hold on. We're about to catch a break," Ella said. "Can't imagine where you're going with that, but let's have it," Patrick said miserably. "Look." She pointed down at the lake. There was a rowboat with 4 passengers cutting through the water, heading toward the lock. "Oh." Patrick's face became pale. "Oh, no!" He started waving his arms, though the people in the boat had their backs to them. "Hey! Hey!" They didn't turn around. "Come on, we have to stop them." "They're too far in and too far away." "Throw your knife at them or something," Patrick exclaimed, pacing in tight circles. "You're strong. Hit them with your knife." "Calm down," Ella said. "You calm down," Patrick cried. It was a stupid thing to say, of course, because he'd never met anyone calmer than Ella in his entire life. "We have to do something." "We are doing something," she said. "We're learning, which is what we're here to do." "Oh, be serious," Patrick snapped. "I'm not going to observe a murder I could have prevented." He began scouring the area looking for a good throwing rock. He picked one up and hefted it a couple times. It wasn't heavy enough, and he let it drop. He picked up a second stone, a bigger one about the size of a baseball. It had a good weight to it. He swung it in his arm, trying to work up a good momentum. Then he ran up to the edge of the cliff and hurled the stone with every ounce of force he could muster. The momentum nearly sent him over the edge. Ella quickly grabbed his arm to keep him on the land. The stone flew out over the lake, arcing down toward the boat. Patrick held his breath. The stone actually hit one of the rowers in the shoulder. "Oh, yes!" Patrick exclaimed, pumping his fists in the air. "Oh, my God! Yes! I did it! That thing's like a mile away! I did it! Hey! No! Wait! Hey! Hey!" His excitement turned as he watched the rowers double their efforts, paddling harder toward the lock. "No! Stop! Come back!" he screamed, waving his arms and jumping around on the ledge of the cliff. "What are they doing?" "They're paddling away from the lunatic who's pelting them with rocks," Ella sighed. "Obviously." "What? No! That's not what Hey! Hey! They're going to kill you! Hey!" But it was hopeless. The damage was done, and the rowers were hauling toward what they assumed was the relative safety of the lock. As they neared the dam, the door to the concrete building opened, and 2 women stepped out. "Oh, no," Patrick moaned, his heart sinking. He trained the binoculars on the pirates. Like the bone holder, the women wore jeans, T-shirts, flip-flops, and hair ties. They looked completely normal and not at all threatening. "These pirates look like real people," Patrick gasped. "They are real people," Ella reminded him. "Real people with problematic habits." "No, vegans are real people with problematic habits," Patrick said angrily. "These people are monsters." He moved the binoculars toward the boat. "Don't go in there! They're monsters!" The monsters were all pleasant waves and kind eyes as they welcomed the rowboat to the lock. Patrick could see their lips moving as they made polite small talk with the travelers, who for their part pointed frantically back at the cliffs, working themselves into a lather. The 2 women nodded sympathetically and gestured toward the lock. The lock was an open-air hallway with massive concrete walls and a steel gate at either end. The lakeside gate was open. The far gate was closed. In order to be transported from the lake to the river, The boat would have to enter the channel with the gate closing behind it. The water inside the channel would be released slowly, gradually lowering the boat down to river level. Then the far gate would open, and the rowboat could continue its journey down the 10-tom unharmed. At least, that was how it was supposed to work. "And that's what they're probably telling them right now," Patrick said aloud, not realizing that he'd been thinking about the technical workings of locks silently to himself. Ella looked at him confused, but she didn't ask any questions. They watched helplessly as the rowers paddled into the channel. Patrick moaned again as he watched the two women turn and follow them into the lock, directing them to hug the eastern ledge on which they walked. He could see now that one of the women had a machete tucked into the back of her jeans, a machete she reached for as she followed the boat, as the gate began to draw closed. Before it shut the killers in with their prey, Patrick saw the second woman reach behind the gate post and pull out a cattle prod. She jammed it into the rear rower's shoulder. There was a blue spark as his whole body slumped over in its seat. The first woman lifted the machete above her head and brought it down onto another boater's neck, and the gate closed, blocking Patrick's view. But he could hear their screams. "I think I'm going to be sick," Patrick said, covering his mouth. Ella looked at him, confused. "Why? You can't even see what's happening." He gestured at her, trying to keep his words inside his mouth so they wouldn't let the vomit escape. Ella shrugged and took back the binoculars. The man on the roof had been roused from his repose by all the ruckus. He hauled himself out of his beach chair and waddled over to the edge of the roof. He peered down into the channel and watched the two women work. When he was satisfied with their progress, he reached down and grabbed a hold of a garden hose cart stashed nearby. He grabbed the hose and started lowering it down into the channel. "What's he doing?" Patrick asked Ella, who was watching through the binoculars. "Hosing down the river?" "It's not a hose," Ella said, dialing in the binoculars. "It's a chain." The end of the chain disappeared into the channel, hidden from their view by the gate. But after a minute, the man on the roof started cranking the wheel on the hose cart, reeling the chain back in. He seemed to be struggling with it, and had to stop twice to let his arm rest. But eventually the chain came back over the lip of the roof. It was fastened to the ankles of a lifeless body. "That's one," Ella said coolly. "One? One what?" Patrick demanded. "One body." "What do you mean, one body? One living body?" Ella shook her head. "No." "Oh, I don't like this at all," Patrick decided, feeling the bile rise up into his throat. He pushed his hands into his hair and began to pace. "This is bad. This is so bad, and I should not have had coffee." "Hold on. We're going to get a second." "A second to do what?" Patrick asked. "No, a second body. I wonder if they leave any survivors. Guess we'll know soon enough." She offered Patrick the binoculars, which he adamantly declined. She turned her gaze back to the lock, watching the man on the roof with great interest. "He's so relaxed," she observed. "He's got baby boomer Buffett brain," Patrick cried as he continued his frantic pacing. "That whole generation is broken. They'll skin you for a margarita." Ella didn't reply. She kept watching as the man dragged the two bodies toward the fire pit. As he was positioning the second body, he perked up, as if someone was speaking to him. He ambled back over to the edge of the roof, where he engaged in a conversation for a few more seconds. Then he shrugged and lowered the chain back over the side. He soon found himself dragging a third body over the edge of the roof. "Got 3, Ella said. "So, they're just killing everyone," Patrick fumed, stomping around on the cliff behind Ella. "I don't know if you missed all the bones on the roof, but yeah, they're killing everyone," Ella pointed out. "I'm a glass-half-full person," Patrick cried. He flailed around even more, feeling completely helpless. Eventually, he slowed to a thoughtful pacing, with his hands clasped behind his back. "I'm sorry. I'm not usually this worked up. My attitude toward imminent death has actually been described as too casual. But now, I don't know what's going on with me." "You don't know if your friends in Mobile are alive, and you'll never find out if you die on the 10-tom," Ella responded. She lowered the binoculars and looked at Patrick with her calm blue eyes. "It's stirring up your anxiety." Patrick frowned. The lucid dreaming was getting to him, all the memories of Ben flooding back. No, more than just flooding back, taking over, plunging him into a memory well, every flashback becoming real again, urgent, as if his brain were bear-hugging his whole body and throwing him through a time portal, not firing synapses to relieve those moments, but dragging Patrick himself, his whole human self, into the past to relive them, going through them again, not able to deviate from the script of the past, and not wanting to either, not in the slightest. For all of his spatial intellect and engineering mental precision, he had never trusted the details of his personal memories. He knew that at some point Izzy had started walking, but he didn't remember her very first steps. And of course he knew that she had started talking at one point, but he didn't remember her exact first words. He remembered his wedding day, how Annie had looked when they danced, but he didn't remember the ceremony, or whether or not the doors had opened to reveal her in a flood of sunlight, like they always do in the movies. He remembered the crush of the bones in his hand as Annie pushed against him to deliver their first and only daughter, something he would only realize was true after they both were gone from the world. But he didn't remember Izzy's face when she finally slid into the world, didn't remember if she'd had angry fists or a furious brow, didn't remember which attendant had asked him if he wanted to cut the cord. He barely even remembered cutting the cord himself. What Patrick remembered instead of the details of these fundamentally personal moments were the colors and the feelings they inspired, the irreversible impact they made on his sense of reality, the bursts of Izzy's first steps and words, the swell of his world on the day he married Annie, the unknowing, unknowable flood of watching his wife deliver their baby, the gravity of scissors in his hand while the whirlwind of existence spun around him like a hurricane. Patrick's most crucial memories were post-impressionist. His reflection was color and strokes and ambient light. But these memories of Ben, they were cinematic, with crisp dialogue, with exact choreography, with specificity that was the same every time. He could rewind it and rewind it and rewind it, and it was all so exact, so unwavering and true. "It's not just anxiety," Patrick sighed. "It's something else. I don't know what. It's like, you know how there's a future? I mean, there's always something else for however long, and so you think, well, everything that's happened before, everything that's happening now, it's all part of a timeline. Everything that happens will flow and merge into the present and then trail into the past, and it's all one big line, so your brain doesn't catalog memories like a photo album. But it mixes them into the paint on the palette of everything you remember, and it makes these paintings that are part then and part now. You know?" Ella blinked. "I do not." "Well, it's like that," Patrick continued, rolling over her words. "When there's a future, there's always more paint to add to the palette. You don't have to work with the colors you have when you know there will be new colors to add later. I think that's how my brain makes memories." He stood at the edge of the cliff, his toes off the rock, watching the lake and the loch and the trees and the dust, and not really seeing any of it at all. "I have impressions of things more than memories, but ever since Disney World, I'm seeing these memories that are sharp and clear, and they're not about my daughter or my wife. They're not about the only two humans who ever existed in the history of the planet that I want to be able to hold in my mind. Those two are still fuzzy. They're impressions that don't get any sharper. What I see when I have these spells is memories of my friend Ben. He sat down on the cliff and dangled his legs over the edge, watching the loch glumly as the man on the roof fussed with the bodies. Why can't I remember my wife and my daughter in anything but smudges of light and color? And why can't I remember Ben so sharply? Ella raised the binoculars back to her eyes. She refocused on the man on the roof. "Because your friend is also them," she said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Patrick wiped his nose on his arm. "What?" "Ben was your friend before M-Day, right? And your wife and kid knew him?" "Yeah." "Memories get all mashed together sometimes. The feelings all connect up. Because your friend knew your family, he carries them as part of himself now. You access that through your memories. They merge into one thing. He carries them with him, and you carry him with you. He's like a talisman for everything you feel about them." It made more sense than Patrick would have guessed. "And you know this how?" Ella rolled her eyes. "This is Psych 101. I thought you went to college." "I never took Psych," Patrick sighed. "Lucky me," Ella said. "I think I just have a brain tumor." "What you have is PTSD." "What I have is a brain tumor, and a stomach hole, and lucid dreams from probably sepsis." "It's PTSD," Ella said, sounding annoyed. "My brother served in Afghanistan. He came home with it. Dreams like hallucinations from trauma. Then the world blew up, and now everyone has it, at least a little. You? Your family died, and you and your friend didn't. Your residual pain is manifesting in hallucinations, probably mixing with survivor's guilt that it was them instead of you. You've got the real deal disorder." Patrick raised an eyebrow. "So you're thinking no on the brain tumor?" he asked. "You don't have a brain tumor, just trauma brain. Now, do you want to know what's happening at the loch or not?" "Not," Patrick replied sourly. The thought of trauma and hallucinations and stress and manifestation made his stomach hurt. Adding a thick layer of human dismemberment over the top of that felt like a bit too much to bear. "Too bad," Ella said, pressing the binoculars to her eyes. She saw the top few inches of the far lock gate open up as the ghouls below released one lone survivor out into the horrible, deadly wild. "They're letting the last one go." "I can't believe they just murdered 3 people," Patrick said. He didn't know what to do with his arms. He tried crossing them, but it felt way too aggressive for the despair he was feeling, and he didn't want to give the appearance of adjusting to it. Instead, he hugged himself tightly and prayed for this whole experience to be over soon. "I think they're going to barbecue them," Ella said. Patrick blinked. "I can't tell what's worse, that it's happening or the very casual way you just said that." "Want to see?" she asked. Patrick shook his head. "I do not." He relaxed his arms and shook the blood back into his hands. "So, apparently you're a bladed weapons expert. Do you think we could take them? Crew versus crew?" Ella was quiet as she studied the scene. Patrick's insides roiled to think of what she was seeing through the lenses of those binoculars. He was from St. Louis. It had given him a very specific idea of how barbecuing worked. For instance, he knew that one of the first steps to cooking something on a grill is to butcher that thing into grill-sized pieces. He sat down near the edge of the cliff in case he became sick. "I don't know," Ella finally answered. "If there aren't many more of them, then we may be able to take them. But I'm worried about the lock. I'm not sure our boat will even fit. If it does, it'll be tight, really tight. We'll be boxed in, and that's not great. And if there are a lot more of them, we might have a problem." Ella lowered the binoculars. "We definitely have a problem. Here." She lifted the glasses up to Patrick. You want to see this. I'm sure that's not true. Patrick frowned, but he took the binoculars anyway. He focused in on the roof of the building. This time his stomach turned for a whole different reason. Well, shit! A hatch opened from the roof. People were pouring out of it like ants from an anthill. By the time Patrick got the binoculars focused, there were a dozen of them at least, with more emerging every few seconds, an entire legion of cannibal pirates clad in Hawaiian shirts and Madras shorts and straw hats and flip-flops. That can't be good. It's not survivable either. Good Lord, there must be 30 of them now, Patrick said in horrified awe as the last few stragglers climbed out through the hatch. How are there so many people who have decided it's okay to eat other people? Broken world, Ella said. I don't think the flaming boat with the splayed corpse trick is going to get us past this one. No, the boat can flame all it wants. If we enter that lock, we're done for. So we can fight a horde of cannibals, or we can backtrack across the country, or we can walk for a few hundred miles. Am I missing any of our options? No, but fighting a horde of cannibals is a nice way of saying get eaten by a horde of cannibals. Patrick scratched his itchy palm. The gears in his brain were starting to turn. What do you think we should do? He asked. I think we should walk, Ella confirmed, but it doesn't matter what I think. Because Roman won't want to lose more time. No, he won't. But if we go forward, we'll be killed and or grilled. Seems like it. Okay, Patrick said slowly. The pieces of a new plan were starting to emerge. I'm becoming acutely aware of the fact that people really hate it when I say this, he continued as his brain began sliding the pieces together. But I think I have an idea. 48. Every idea you have is terrible, but this one is truly the dumbest shit I've ever heard, Gary fumed. Well, you haven't really known me that long, Patrick pointed out. This would destroy the boat, Carla pointed out. You want to destroy the boat? Patrick pointed at Roman. He said I could. To be clear, Roman said, stepping forward and waving his hands in the air, I said I wouldn't need it to be seaworthy after we were done with it. He gave Patrick an uneasy glance. We are far from done with it. It would only destroy the boat a little bit, Patrick promised, holding up his hand as if taking a vow. Probably. Maybe. Probably. Ted was having a hard time wrapping his head around the whole thing. So, you want to trap a zombie pig on the boat, with all of us also on the boat. You want us to be trapped inside the boat with a zombie pig. Do I have that right? It doesn't have to be a pig, Patrick clarified. It could be anything. A raccoon or a fox. A pig would be great, but I bet even a handful of squirrels would do the trick. A pig would destroy the boat, Carla repeated. But Patrick disagreed. Not if we set up a perimeter of zombie gone. We lure the duster animal onto the boat and into the main cabin. We're all stationed inside with vials of zombie gone. We sprinkle it around, and we'll have the animal trapped. We've already seen it work over at Dr. Philbin's Muppet Lab. The potion acts like a fence. Run the animal into the room, and by the time it realizes it's trapped, the last person rushes in and closes the door behind them, also holding a vial of duster juice, and boom, it's trapped. And I would imagine, he added, angry as hell. Then we bring the boat into the lock, Roman said, nodding slowly, like a Trojan horse. We sail into the channel and let them close us in. They board the ship, open the door, and all hell breaks loose. Patrick smirked. All we have to do is step aside. The animal smells its way out, and off it goes, angry and hungry, presumably. Ready to tear into anything and everything it sees, Roman said, a grin spreading across his face. It's still risky, obviously, Patrick admitted. Even if all goes to plan, we only saw 2 of them go in after the rowboat. That leaves a lot of cannibals. But if we can corral the animal inside the boat, can't we corral it again outside the boat? Roman said. In theory. Maybe not for long, but probably long enough to do some real damage. Sure, we can take out a few, Gary grumbled, but then the pig swims off. He glared at Carla. Our secret weapon is gone and the rest of them are on us. But we'll have knocked them back on their heels, Roman said. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. We'll take them by surprise. They won't know what to do. And how are we going to open the second gate? Ella asked. Great question, Patrick nodded. One of us will be stationed on the upper deck. I'd suggest Brett. Why don't I get to do the thing with the pig? Brett frowned. Because while we're inside the lock, you're going to jump onto the roof and take care of the grill master. Oh, Brett said, brightening. Hell yeah. Then we just draw them out, Patrick continued. They're either going to have to come through the roof hatch or onto the boat. Either way, they'll be single file and pretty easy to take. What if they don't all come out? Lucia asked. What if they realize what's happening and hunker down inside? We've got enough peat left over for a few Molotovs, Ella realized. Drop them in through the hatch and that problem is solved. Once it's clear, we slip inside, open the gate, and we're on our way. Patrick dusted his hands off. Easy peasy. Roman could hardly contain his excitement. He was practically vibrating. He slapped a hand on Patrick's shoulder and squeezed. I think it'll work. It gives us a fighting chance, at least, Patrick said. It's risky, Jimmy piped up from the back of the room. Carla sighed. She cleared her throat and walked into the center of the group. It is risky, she agreed, giving Jimmy a nod. But our other options are to go back upriver or to go forward on foot. The land journey is a crapshoot. We have no idea what's out there. It might be better, but it also might be a whole hell of a lot worse. Better the devil you know than the devil you don't, Ella said. Yeah, and we do know what sort of devils are upstream. We lost people there already. I don't see this as any worse. It's worse because these lunatics are eating people, Gary snarled. But you'll be dead by the time that happens, so you won't care, Patrick pointed out. Also, these are unsuspecting people without a secret weapon, Roman pointed out, and we will have a very mean, very powerful, very hungry secret weapon. Sorry, can I say something? Richie asked, raising his hand and clearing his throat. Everyone was annoyed to hear from him, but he pushed. How are we going to get this secret weapon? I mean, how do we get a zombie animal onto the boat? We don't get it onto the boat, Patrick said. We lure it onto the boat. Richie frowned. Okay, so how do we lure it onto the boat? We're going to need some blood, Patrick said. He turned and raised an eyebrow at Gary. It's easiest if we can use blood that's already on the outside of a body. 49. This is so fucking stupid, Gary grumbled, holding his injured arm as he trudged up the hill. That's some pre-apocalypse thinking right there, Patrick replied as they pushed through the trees. Would it have been stupid to lure a superpowered wild animal onto a 100-year-old boat in 2008 with a few vials of pine tree essential oil as our only weapon? Yeah, of course. It would have been very stupid. Immensely stupid. The absolute stupidest. But now, in this, the worst of all possible timelines, it's not stupid, it's inspired. We're all going to get killed, Gary grumbled. Okay, but you're a pessimist, Patrick pointed out. You only think that because you're wired to. How do you do it? Gary asked, grunting with frustration, exertion, and pain. How do you come up with all these dumb ideas? And how do you convince yourself to follow through? Patrick snorted. The urge to solve. You don't become an engineer if you're not cursed at birth with an incessant and terrible and wonderful urge to solve. Ever consider the idea that there's some things you can't solve? Patrick thought for a few seconds. Not really, he admitted. I mean, I don't think I can solve every problem, but I think every problem can be solved. The fun is in figuring out if you can be the one to unlock that door. Gary cleared his throat and spat into the leaves. So you think this is fun? Patrick sighed. He stopped walking, and Gary took his cue, slumping back against the trunk of a tall old pine. Patrick crossed his arms and propped himself up on a mossy boulder. I don't think this is fun. I don't think any of this is fun, he sighed. Just like everyone else, I've lost everything. We've all lost everything. Before M-Day, we all had specific ideas of what it would mean to lose everything, losing jobs, loved ones, our houses, our time. But now we've really lost everything. We've lost every single thing we could possibly have considered losing, and that was just for starters. We had no idea back then what we had that we could lose. But now, everything is gone, even the world. He knocked his fist against the stone. It's here, but it's gone, you know? Gary cradled his injured arm closer to his chest and lowered his eyes. The fire in his gut seemed to settle a bit. Yeah, I know. Nothing then has the same definition that it has now. But stupid ideas then aren't stupid ideas now. Happiness now doesn't come close to happiness then. Patrick gestured out at the world. Do I think this is fun? No, I do not think that this is fun. Do I find some personal pleasure in finding creative ways to try to solve problems that are literally life and death? I honestly don't know, Gary, but I'm interested in solutions. They make my brain crank in ways that nothing else in this busted-up, broken world does. I don't think that's happiness, and I don't think it's fun. I think it's a stretch of a muscle that spends most of its time going to atrophy because almost every decision is fight or flight, not think or sink. When I get a chance to think, I know it's almost always going to result in something new and weird. But every new thing has to be new and weird. This is not the world we think we remember. Someone picked up the planet and shook it up and slammed it back down 8 feet to the left, and none of the old rules apply anymore. So please, please, stop telling me that every idea is bad. Maybe they are bad, and maybe they'll prove to be bad, but they're the only ideas anyone is offering. Meanwhile, they're keeping us all alive in the face of insanely fucked up circumstances that we've never seen before. So please stop telling me my plans are bad and start working with me on making them better. Patrick punched downward on the rock beneath him for emphasis. Ow! He jumped off the stone and stomped around the forest, shaking out his hand and muttering curses to himself. Gary shook his head and spat into the trees. Maybe when your ideas stop putting us in added danger, we'll stop complaining. Patrick took a deep breath. He felt so tired these days. He felt so old. Sure, he said. Fine. He continued into the forest, pushing over the hill and down into the clearing below. There's nothing down there, Ben said. Patrick turned to his friend and frowned. What are you talking about? There are like a dozen mattresses down there. The low-country mountain fizzled away, replaced by the roof of the mattress firm at Milwaukee and Wabanesia in Wicker Park. The trees dissolved into brownstone houses, new brick strip malls, and the proud, tall spire of the Northwest Tower a few blocks to the south. The monkey dust was thinner, and the hot sun glared down, making them squint. I don't care if there are 1,000,000 mattresses down there. What are we doing here? Ben cried. There's no way this building could hold 1,000,000 mattresses, Patrick pointed out. You'd need a warehouse the size of Rhode Island for that. Who cares about mattresses? Ben exploded. I think a lot of people care about mattresses, Patrick replied. Definitely most people. Quite possibly all people. Not this people. Yeah, but are you really people? Patrick asked, sizing Ben up with a squint. He lifted his palm and twisted it in the air. Eh? I thought we were coming for food, or water, or some badass weapons, Ben grumbled, crossing his arms. For fuck's sake, Pat, the U-Spy store is like half a mile that way. Patrick was stricken. Ben, he said seriously, holding a hand to his chest. Benjamin, Benjamina. I love the U-Spy store, you know I do. To even suggest that I might come all this way and not ransack the U-Spy store for something less than? You wound me. I know you love the dumb U-Spy store. That's why I'm saying it, to knock some goddamn sense into your head. Let's go smash in the door and get some cameras we can't plug into walls anymore, because that'd be more useful than dropping into a stupid mattress firm. From the roof. This is the apocalypse, Pat. People are out here killing each other for shoes. I saw a woman last week who brained some poor guy to death with a trash can lid because she wanted his flip-flops, and they were 6 sizes too big. Ben shoved his fingers into his hair and pulled in frustration. Sometimes he thought about shaving every bit of it off just so he wouldn't have to give Patrick the satisfaction of knowing he was driving Ben to stress-induced baldness. There are so many things we should be scavenging for right now. Why in the hell are we going mattress shopping? Patrick had pried open a skylight with the claw of a hammer. Now he sat down on the roof, swinging his legs down into the rectangular hole and scooting himself closer to the edge. You're cranky. I see that. You know what I think? A good night's sleep will go a long way. I'm going to push you off this roof, Ben realized. Oh, stop it. Annie and I bought a mattress from here maybe a year ago, not long before the bombs. Ben's body stiffened, and he took a step backward. And you need a new one already? What have you been doing in there alone? He asked, horrified. Nothing, you clod, Patrick said, rolling his eyes. The mattress is fine. Not as good as Seeley would want you to think, but fine. Ben frowned. Then again, why are we here? Because when we came here to look at mattresses, I made the very astute observation that there was a row of vending machines in the corner. One for snacks, one for drinks, and for reasons I'll never quite come to grips with, one for pillowcases. So while we certainly could be out there slap-fighting all the other pairs of panicked know-nothings over the last 6 kernels of mummified popcorn at the closest garrets, I thought we might slip in undetected to mine the sweet corn-syrupy goodness of America's packaged noms in the quiet, peaceful bliss of a place where no one has ever thought to go looking for Pop-Tarts. Oh, Ben said. He thought about this for a moment. Why do they have Pop-Tarts at a mattress firm? It feels unholy. And God, why do you think a year after the last refill is the right time for us to eat them? Actually, I'd assume it's been more like 6 or 7 years. I cannot imagine they went through inventory at any sort of worthwhile rate. Ben soured. What's the shelf life of a Pop-Tart? He wondered. Benny boy, the earth will be swallowed by the sun before Pop-Tarts hit their expiration date, Patrick assured him. Food science is a wonder, a delicious, carcinogenic wonder. Or it was, anyway. With that, he shuffled over the edge of the skylight and dropped down into the store below. Ben watched him go, then heard a series of unfortunate sounds that he was pretty sure meant Patrick had misjudged his trajectory, grazed the edge of a mattress, and slammed into the floor. He peered over the lip of the opening and saw Patrick splayed out on the floor. "You dead?" he asked. "In one sense, yes," Patrick groaned, scraping himself up from the concrete floor. "But in another, more nuanced sense, I've never been more alive." Ben blinked. "There is a mattress literally directly beneath this opening. How in God's name did you miss it?" He tightened the straps of his backpack, Then he hopped through the skylight and dropped into the mattress firm. He landed with a gentle bounce on a Beauty Rest Harmony Luxe. "You are the worst at the apocalypse," he decided out loud. "I wasn't so great at the world before either," Patrick mumbled, working the ache out of his shoulder. "At least I'm consistent." He twisted his bones back into place, then set off for the corner of the store, where 3 dark, dusty vending machines stood like huge ancient tablets, just waiting to have their spiderwebs brushed off by Indiana Jones. Ben hopped off the Beauty Rest and trotted after him. "Jesus," he whispered, his eyes widening, his pulse quickening. "That's more food in one place than I've seen since M-Day." "I told you." Patrick smiled, grinning at the glass and metal boxes that were filled with packaged candy bars, breakfast pastries, popcorn, trail snacks, and, indeed, in the case of the machine on the far right, pillowcases. "You can apologize any time you want." "I won't," Ben assured him. "That's my boy." Patrick twirled his hammer in the air, caught it, heaved it back, and smashed it through the glass front of the pillowcase machine. "This is the most vandalism I've ever done," he said, thrilled. "You broke into the wrong one," Ben pointed out. He tapped the candy bar machine. "Food's over here." "Haven't you ever trick-or-treated?" Patrick asked. He reached into the vending machine and pulled out a 2-pack of pillowcases. He tore it open with his teeth and tossed one of the cases to Ben. "Load her up." Ben nodded grudgingly. "All right. This one time you did something right." Thank you," Patrick replied, bowing with a flourish. He moved to the machine in the middle and smashed it open. They stuffed Snickers, Milky Ways, M&Ms, and Kit Kats into their pillowcases until the only thing left in the metal spiral arms was a row of mounds, because some things were worse than starvation. "This is a solid haul," Ben decided, hefting his bag. "Way better than Halloween." "That's because you grew up in Eureka, and in Eureka, Halloween, much like everything else, has always sucked." "At least it wasn't Jeff County," Ben grumbled. "I love that all these years and one apocalypse later we can still make fun of where each other grew up." Patrick beamed. "We are so St. Louis." Patrick had saved the Pop-Tart vending machine for last. Not only did it hold a treasure trove of death-proof pastries, not only did it have the more savory necessities like trail mix and the popcorn mixed in, but it also held the single most life-sustaining snack on the planet, as far as he was concerned. He hadn't dared let himself hope that he might see the familiar purple and yellow bag at a mattress firm, but now here he was, his face pressed against the glass, and there wasn't just one telltale purple bag. There were 2 completely full rows of pristine jewel-tone delicacies behind the very frail and smashable glass. 14 bags in all. And for the first time in days, Patrick wept. Ben sidled up beside Patrick and glanced into the vending machine. "Whoa!" he said. "They've got Takis!" Patrick nodded, tears of joy streaming down his face. "Yes, Ben," he whispered, his voice thick with gratitude. "They've got Takis." He lifted up the hammer. He was about to bring it down on the glass when a raccoon popped up inside the vending machine, its angry little paws on the glass, baring its teeth and hissing and foaming from its small but horrifying mouth. Patrick screamed. Ben screamed. Patrick screamed again. "What the fuck, raccoon?" "Kill it!" "Get away from the Takis!" "Kill it!" The raccoon swiped at them, its dirty claws streaking the glass with alley mud and dumpster juice. It hissed again, and the hair on the back of Patrick's neck prickled to attention. "Patrick, kill it!" Ben shrieked again. "I can't! It's alive! Change that! I'm not going to kill a thing! It's trying to eat us! It's trapped in the machine! That only makes it angrier! I'm not going to kill a thing! It's not a thing, it's a monster! Patrick cried. Monsters are things, Patrick shrieked. Only technically, Ben shrieked back. They both stumbled away from the machine. The raccoon lowered itself off its hind legs, watching them with furious black eyes. Though it had stopped hissing, a deep, horrible growl rumbled out of its throat. Its teeth were still bared and dripping with foam. I think it's rabid, Patrick whispered. Why are you whispering? Ben asked. I don't know, Patrick whispered. It doesn't speak English. Shut up. Let's go. Ben blinked. What? Really? You're going to leave the Takis behind because you don't want to hit a rodent with a hammer? I don't think they're rodents, Patrick pointed out. You have a hammer, Ben shouted. Absolutely not. Patrick shook his head. I'm not killing a living thing. I don't need that kind of karma on my soul. You don't believe in karma, Ben reminded him. That's true, Patrick agreed. But just in case I'm wrong. He tossed his hammer into the pillowcase full of candy and slung the whole pack over his shoulder. I want Takis more than anybody. More than anybody, you know this. I do know this, Ben nodded. And even as that person for whom that is true, I'm saying, let's sew up our riches and cut our losses and call it a day, huh? He headed for the door. Ben watched him, confused. Hey, he said as Patrick neared the glass door. Why the hell did we climb up onto the roof instead of just smashing in the door? Patrick shrugged. Because you always wanted to be Batman, and this seemed like a very Batmanable opportunity. Ben gasped. Batman would have gone in through the skylight. But I don't think he would have killed a raccoon, Patrick said, unlocking the door and pushing it open. And even if he would have, I'm not about to start making nature mad. Aren't we specifically out here to make nature fucking mad? Gary sneered, spitting into the leaves. Patrick blinked a few times hard. Wicker Park evaporated, and the river woods snapped back into view. Gary was ambling down the hill, skidding in the loose underbrush. Wasn't it your specific idea to come out here and make some abominations of nature very fucking angry? Patrick closed his eyes. He squeezed the bridge of his nose. His head ached. His body was tired. When Izzy was small, she used to talk about her body like it was an iPhone. My battery is green, she would say when she was full of energy and ready to cause chaos. But when her battery was yellow, it was time for a snack. Or maybe, in very rare cases, even a nap, suggested by Izzy herself. No matter how tired she was, though, her battery never got red. My battery is red, Patrick said, pulling himself away from the mattress-firm memory and settling uncomfortably into the now. We can do this, or we can go back. Back to the boat, back up the river, back to the road, back to being separate and wandering, back to anything. I don't care, Gary. This is all a means to an end. I don't know the best way to do things. I'm thinking 3 steps behind the world. We don't have to be out here. I just want to go back to Fort Doom. I just need to get back to Fort Doom. I don't know if anything I'm doing is getting us closer or not. If it's not, it's all been for nothing. This is just, he said, dismissing the woods around them. This is nothing. It's all a snowball rolling downhill. I'm trying to keep us all inside until we smash onto the valley floor and wonder how we lived. But that living, that's the important part. I have to get back to Fort Doom. I have to get back to Ben. Gary shuffled into the clearing, favoring his arm, a scowl twitching across his mouth. Well, he said grumpily, run me through the plan again. 50. Gary closed his eyes. He tried to take a breath. Don't know why I asked, he said. Want to call it off? Patrick asked. Gary glowered as he considered his options. In the end, all he could do was shake his head. No, it's a stupid plan and we're all going to die, But if we don't, then it'll probably work okay. And if we do die, it was bound to happen soon anyway. That's the apocalyptic spirit, Patrick sighed. You've got the go-away juice? It's called Zombie Gone, but yes, Patrick said, pulling the vial from his pocket. Duster tested, Roman approved. Anything goes wrong, we pull the cork and spill this stuff like gossip at a gossip party. Huh? Patrick shook his head. I don't know. I'm very tired. I see that. Gary frowned and turned to survey the forest. So how do we attract this pig, or whatever dusted-up wild animal is supposed to come devour me alive? Ella thinks the senses of the dusted animals are heightened enough that we shouldn't have to do much. Just stand upwind for a while and wait. If that's true, why aren't we getting constantly ripped apart by duster animals? Gary asked. I was wondering that myself, Patrick admitted. I think we're living in the heyday of the apocalypse. The number of animals that have ingested enough monkey dust to go super scion is still extremely limited. But give it a few years. He trailed off. And then watch your fucking back, Gary finished. In the near future, it's going to be better to not bleed, Patrick agreed. Feels pretty bad to bleed right now. About that, we're going to want to take off the bandage. Gary's face darkened. God damn it, he mumbled, but he set to work unraveling the dirty, bloody cloth from his arm. He peeled it away, grunting from the pain of the semi-formed scab tearing away from his skin. Patrick looked at the wound, his face drained to an Elmer's glue white. Gary, he said quietly, that does not look good. A full third of his arm was purplish black from a few inches above his elbow all the way down to his forearm. The wound itself still bled a little, but it also oozed an off-white pus that dripped down his elbow, leaving milky streaks across his skin. The wound was outlined with a fiery red ring, and the overwhelming stench was like rotten mushrooms. Patrick took a few steps back and covered his nose. I think it'll get an animal's attention, he said, trying to stay positive. Gary frowned. Jimmy said it would be touch and go. Did he say that today? Yesterday. Did it look like this yesterday? Gary frowned. No, not quite as bad. Patrick's eyes watered. The smell of Gary's necrotic flesh was overpowering, even in a forest thick with the musty rot of autumn. It's probably fine, he lied, and it's good that it's so actionable, you know, for what we're doing. I mean, the sooner we can get past this cannibal dam, the sooner we can get back to Roman's place. It sounds like he's got a good thing there. He might have penicillin. So let's hope for an animal and, you know, he nodded at Gary's arm. Let's also hope for the best. They stood in a clearing in the low valley, a sloping uphill forest separating them from the boat. When an animal showed up, if an animal showed up, they'd have to be ready to haul ass back up the hill, which wasn't exactly an ideal situation, what with Gary's injury and Patrick's general fitness. But the trees were thinner in the valley, and considering the way the wind was blowing, they'd have a better view of an animal charging on the scent. It would hopefully buy them the precious extra seconds they needed to drag themselves over the hill and tumble back down to the lakeside. Gary seemed to be reading Patrick's mind. Why do you come out here with me? Why didn't you send Ella or Carla, someone who's... He trailed off as he gave Patrick's wiry, angular body a once-over. Fit. Because if I'm sending anyone on a suicide mission, I'm sending me. And me, Gary added. Well, yes, I've come to find you expendable. Clearly. Movement in his peripheral caught Patrick's attention. Hold on, he said, holding up a hand. He turned toward the trees up the valley to the north, the breeze whipping up the tail of his shirt from behind. Am I crazy, or are those trees shaking? Gary frowned at the trembling copse. It's not you. Okay. Patrick tightened his grip on the zombie gone. Get ready. But Gary shook his head. "No, something's wrong," he said. "What do you mean?" "I mean, something's different. The trees shook when the pig attacked, but—" Patrick tensed. "But what?" he urged. Gary swallowed the tremor in his throat. "But not like that," he said. The huge pines thrashed like stalks of wheat in a thunderstorm. Birds shot out from the forest in such multitudes that they turned the sky black. The ground beneath Patrick's feet began to vibrate with the quick drumbeat of something hitting the ground hard, harder and harder as the creature came nearer. The earth rattled so violently Patrick had to fight to keep his footing. "I guess we caught something," Patrick said over the rumble, the color draining from his face. "I don't think it's a pig," Gary yelled. The forest broke apart as a massive black bear exploded through the tree line, with its paws beating down the valley, its eyes bloodshot and red with fury. Yellow-green froth flew from its lips. The bear's legs moved like brick pillars, solid and straight and reluctant to bend, but it didn't slow the dust-fueled predator as it threw itself into the hunt. It streaked down the hill, its thundering roar reverberating like an avalanche. "Oh, shit," Patrick whispered. Gary couldn't make words. The abject terror that coursed through his body left him unable to do more than shudder a string of fractured syllables. He pulled his arm in to protect it. A warm, dark stain spread across his crotch. Patrick held out the vial of zombie gone. "Gary, take this." Gary looked at him, confused. "Take it!" He shoved the vial into Gary's numb fingers. "And now run, as far as you can, that way," he said, pointing west, "away from the boat and away from the dam. It'll follow your scent. Go as far as you can for as long as you can. When the bear gets close enough, pull the cork and dump the liquid. Got it?" Gary stared at him with dumbfounded eyes. "Close enough?" he asked. The bear was close now. Very close. "God damn it, Gary, just do it!" Patrick cried. He shoved Gary in the right direction, then he turned and headed south. Everyone was right, he thought as he sprinted down the valley. This was not a good plan. He glanced back over his shoulder, glad to see that Gary had managed to actually move at least. He disappeared into the trees, and Patrick wished him all the luck in the world. He was going to need it, because the bear that pummeled the earth beneath its stone-solid paws didn't waste a beat changing trajectory to follow the smell of Gary's blood into the forest. The bear was only 20 seconds behind and closing the gap fast. He'd be on Gary any moment. "Move," Patrick urged himself, "or you're going to die." He pushed himself down the trail, his lungs burning, lactic acid setting fire to his muscles. It occurred to him to wonder how someone so out of shape had fared so reasonably well in post-apocalyptic times. But this wasn't the best time to dwell on such questions, so he pushed the thought deep down into his brain and ran for his life instead. Suddenly, the entire forest shook with the angry roar of the duster bear. It was an earth-trembling growl of frustration, and Patrick felt just a bit lighter knowing Gary had done his job, distracting the bear for a handful of precious seconds. "Attaboy, Gary," Patrick thought. He forced a sense of relief into his legs, and it gave him a burst of speed that almost sent him tumbling head over heels down the trail. The extra push was good. If Patrick was right, the bear's next move would be to chase down its consolation snack. He didn't have to turn to look behind him to see if he was right. He heard the bear explode from the forest and thunder down the path behind him. Keep not looking, he urged himself. "God damn it, this is the dumbest thing I've ever done. Please, please keep not looking." But he couldn't handle the terror of the uncertainty, so he did the new dumbest thing he'd ever done, which was to look back over his shoulder. The bear was coming after him. It was farther away than it sounded, which was good, but it was running like it had a V8 engine, and it was gaining ground fast. The animal's black fur was matted with dirt and blood. A chunk of flesh on its tan nose had been torn off at some point, giving its snout a blood-chilling skeletal look. One of its ears had been bitten off. A bone stuck out through its fur near the back hip, but it didn't seem to register. Thick drool spilled from its mouth, and when it roared, pints of the stuff poured out and spilled onto its powerful chest. The creature was twice as large as any bear Patrick had seen at the zoo, as if the monkey dust were an ooze from Dimension X that had mutated him into a hellish Razar bear hybrid from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles' Curse of the Jamaican Apocalypse. Even at this distance, Patrick could see the hunger in the bear's eyes. "Shouldn't have done that," he sighed to himself as he refocused on the ground ahead. His worn-out sneakers, the same shoes he wore when he left Chicago 2 years ago, flapped dejectedly against the soles of his feet. He felt every stick, every rock, every crack and crevice as he sprinted down the hill. The adrenaline forced his nerves to bury their pain to keep him running on. Otherwise he'd have stopped, and if he stopped, he would be ripped apart by the dagger claws of a chemically modified super bear. His heart pounded. It skipped every other beat. It wasn't used to this. It was going to burst. Any second now, Patrick's heart was going to literally explode. "Too many cans of beans," he wheezed as he turned to follow the curve of the lake. And then, breaking through a narrow line of trees, he saw it. The Jamie Whitten Lock and Dam. "Shit," he thought. "I'm not going to make it." The bear was hot on his tail. Patrick threw himself forward, ignoring the fire, the magma that had spread through his body and had turned it into a disjointed pile of animated noodles. The bear crashed into the trees behind him, smashing them clear off their roots, sending them flying. 300-year-old sour gums were hurled into the river, skidding like stones and half sinking in the upended waves. More trees slammed to the earth, one of them hitting hard just a few feet to Patrick's right. The best thing to do, he realized, was to stop running, stop hurdling trees, stop shaking himself into unstable atoms with fear. Just stop, he thought. It'll be over fast. Patrick gave in to his exhaustion. His legs slowed. He closed his eyes. "Oh, be serious," Ben groaned. "You're going to stop now? Really? Then what was any of this for?" Patrick opened his eyes. He was standing at the southern edge of Lincoln Park, staring down the empty, cold corridor of skeletal trees, their bare branches stretching out into the yellow-green mist, bare even though it was spring. Late spring, if Patrick's notebook could be trusted. There should have been way more leaves on every branch, but the monkey dust had blotted out the sky like an Old Testament plague, and where there were leaves, they were small, delicate, and uncertain about whether or not to try life in this awful new world. "This was for me to realize how stupid this is," Patrick frowned, apparently. But Ben shook his head. "Absolutely not. Nuh-uh." He trudged into the park, and Patrick reluctantly followed. "You brought me all the way to Lincoln Park. Lincoln Park, which is a place I didn't like to go when the world was normal because it had way too many rich idiots, and it's somehow even more depressing than that now, since everyone on the planet is dead, and we risked our literal lives to get here because the only reason we made it past Clark and Division is because you hiccuped, and the fucking Warriors cosplay nerds got scared of a sound and ran away. You brought us up here. You can't possibly want to call it off." "It's just, look at this place," Patrick said, gesturing out at the park. "It's like someone pulled the skin off of all the trees and left their skeletons behind." "Oh my God, are you scared of trees?" "No, Ben, I'm not scared of trees. Guy survives the apocalypse but can't bear the sight of trees." "I'm not scared of trees," Patrick insisted, stomping off toward the lake. Ben hurried after him. "Well, you've got something going on that makes you hate jokes," he said, "and something that makes you want to give up as soon as we get to where we're going." He caught up with Patrick and buried his hands in his pockets. They trundled through the brown grass as Ben asked, "What's going on with you?" Patrick raised his head to the dismal sky, breathing in deeply through his nostrils. His eyes were creek beds, trembling before the break of a dam. "Tomorrow is Izzy's birthday." Ben raised an eyebrow. Already? Patrick shrugged. I think I'm counting the days right. If I am, it's tomorrow. He stopped walking. He knitted his fingers together behind his neck. The first few trickles of water filled his eyes. Memories of mylar balloons and princess cakes and bouncy houses and bubble machines spun through his mind like a storm. She'll be 7. He stopped. He lowered his head. He pressed the heels of his palms into his eyes. He corrected himself. She would have been. Ben frowned and patted Patrick on the back, gripping his shoulder and patting his back again, confused about how best to comfort his friend. I don't know what to do here, he confessed miserably. Jesus Christ, this is sad. Patrick sniffled and raised his head. His cheeks were marked by slick channels where tears had dampened into his dry skin. He didn't see the sense in words, so he just nodded. Pat, what are we doing out here? We should be home, doing something to celebrate, putting up weird crayon signs or making a gross cake out of beans and old T-shirts or something. Why are we here? Patrick closed his eyes. I thought we'd find some... His voice cracked. He cleared his throat and started again. I thought we'd find some heart-shaped leaves, he said. Yeah, I know, Ben said. You said, let's go to the park and find some heart-shaped leaves. And I said, what, are you serious? And you said, yeah, it'll be fine. And I said, why in God's name would I risk my life for leaves? And you said, it's important. And I thought you meant, like, we could use them to make medicine or some shit. But I'm starting to think that's not true, he added, crossing his arms. What about my background would make you think I know how to make medicine out of leaves? Patrick asked with a sigh. I don't know, Ben shrugged. You used to use the internet. Patrick slipped his hands back into his pockets and resumed his slow ambling across the park, just to feel the movement. When she turned 3, we went to a park for her birthday. She got a ton of presents and she played with them all. But after a while, she toddled off away from the pavilion, away from everybody, away from the party. She walked over to this tree and reached down and picked up a leaf it had dropped. This heart-shaped leaf. She sat down right in the wet grass and she just stared at this leaf with the sweetest smile on her face. It must have been 10 minutes she sat there, just smiling at this leaf, waving it around, talking to it. All these other kids are playing with her toys and throwing themselves around the playground, and she's sitting quietly alone with her leaf. I eventually went over and she looked up at me and smiled and said, "It's a love leaf." She thought the tree had given it to her for her birthday. She loved that leaf more than any of the toys she'd gotten. And there were some very expensive toys, he added. Every year after that, she wanted love leaves for her birthday. She wanted other things, too, Paw Patrol and Princess and Spider-Man stuff. But she also wanted love leaves, 12 love leaves specifically. Why 12? Ben asked, padding quietly alongside. 12 was her favorite number. 12 isn't anyone's favorite number. Patrick smiled. It was Izzy's. Why? It's how many eggs come in a carton. Ben laughed. Sorry, what? I have no idea, Patrick shrugged. She didn't even like eggs. But man, she loved those cartons. She was so weird, Ben said. Patrick nodded. The weirdest. He sniffled and gave his head a shake. I thought maybe we'd find 12 love leaves today. I didn't figure it'd be like... He gestured at the scraggly branches around them. Like this, with the trees all dead. I haven't been paying attention. He slapped Ben's arm with the back of his hand. Come on, let's go home. But Ben shook his head. Fuck that, he glowered. We came out here for love leaves, and goddamn it, we're not going home without love leaves. So you want to never go home? Ben scoffed. After the work I've put into that old lady's apartment, after I swung from the roof and crashed through a window to get it? Oh no, we're going back. We're going back hard. I'm going to die in that apartment. But we're not going home yet. We're not going to find the leaves, Patrick insisted. We can do anything we put our stupid minds to, Ben countered. Listen to me. The worst and hardest thing that you could ever experience, you've already experienced. Life doesn't get darker or more fucked up than it got on M-Day, especially for you. What you lost, that's the worst thing that could possibly happen. Do you understand that? There is nothing worse than that. And you made it through. So now every other hard thing is only annoying. Patrick shrugged. I wouldn't say I've made it through. Well, you're making it through at least. If you can do that, you can do anything. I can't make leaves grow. Ben agreed. Probably not. Your track record with nature is well documented. He gripped Patrick by the shoulders and turned him until they were face to face. But you have accidentally led us to the only living tree in the entire city of Chicago. Patrick gasped. Standing there across the park on the other side of the lagoon was a tall eastern redbud, its branches ruffled with small purple buds and limbs fringed with huge, green, healthy, heart-shaped leaves. "Oh, my God," Patrick choked. His legs began to wobble, and he sank down to his knees. Then he lowered his face to the dry grass, and he cried. Ben knelt down beside him. "Giving up is bullshit," he said, squeezing Patrick's shoulder. "We go forward, and we make motherfucking magic." Patrick lifted his head from the grass. Ben faded away, and Lincoln Park faded with him, replaced by the forest. He was exhausted. His legs felt like twigs, brittle and ready to snap. His chest was on fire, and it felt like someone was digging into his ribs with a bowie knife. Going further was impossible. But it still wasn't as hard as losing Annie and Izzy. "We go forward," Patrick snarled. He pushed the last bits of his energy into his feet, willing them to take him forward. The bear swiped down at him from behind, and the tips of its claws just barely clipped Patrick's left shoulder blade. Patrick heard his shirt rip and felt trickles of blood pour down his back, but he didn't feel the pain, couldn't feel the pain. Not yet. That'll come soon enough, he knew. For now, adrenaline was on his side, and he let it surge through him. The dam was in sight. He leapt over a narrow ravine, a split in the bluff that was an easy jump. But the bear was blinded by its anger and plunged its great paws straight into the crack in the earth. The animal lost balance and gave a screaming roar as it twisted and crashed into the ground. Patrick didn't look back. By the time the bear had picked itself up, he was rounding the curve of the lake, and suddenly his sneakers were beating against the concrete walkway in front of the dam. The building was on the far end of the walkway, past the lock. There were still a few 100 feet to go, and the bear was back on its feet, moving faster than ever. Even so, a smile crept across Patrick's lips. He was going to make it. He threw himself into the last sprint, flying on a current of exhaustion and exhilaration. The bear hit the concrete, its claws scraping against the hard surface just as Patrick sprinted past the lock. He could feel the hot breath of the bear on the open wound on his back. But he was going to make it. Just one last push. There was a stack of crates piled up next to the building. With the last ounce of energy he could summon, Patrick leapt up onto the boxes, then lurched himself up toward the roof. He gripped the edge and hauled himself over the top of the building as the bear smashed full speed into the wall below. It broke open, and the bear crashed through it into the pirate lair. The air was suddenly full of screams as the angry bear dove into the building and tore through the people inside. The wall buckled. The ceiling began to fall away. Patrick rolled toward the center as the whole roof shifted and broke apart. He pushed himself to his knees and scrabbled to the far side, catching quick glances at the bloody confusion below. Streaks of brown fur and bright red blood flashed through the widening gaps in the buckling structure. The bear hurled itself around the bunker, slamming into the walls, cracking the struts, smashing the concrete to pieces, bringing the whole building down on the people inside. Patrick scrambled to the far side of the roof and threw himself over the edge, down into the water on the other side of the dam. He plunged into the shock of the cold river. Water filled his lungs. Darkness seeped into him. And everything went quiet. 51. Something coarse ground against Patrick's face. It pulled him from the black well of his unconsciousness like a fishing line yanked to the shore. He lurched upward, shocked, confused, and cold. His mouth was full of pebbles and sand. He pushed them out with his tongue. They dribbled out through his lips and onto the sandbar. The water came next. His lungs were full of fluid, and he fell into a vomiting fit, spitting up brown lake sludge and retching his own bile with it. He collapsed again, heaving onto the ground, the freezing cold water of the 10 Tom biting at his ankles and sending spider legs of numbness up his limbs. How long had he been unconscious? Hours? Days? There was nothing in his memory but what felt like years and years of cold, quiet darkness. He pushed himself over onto his back, desperate to relieve the pressure on his lungs. He let his head fall to the side. He squinted into the gray light. Based on what he saw, he'd only been out for a few seconds. The concrete cabin that sat atop the dam was still upright, but just barely. The walls looked like they'd been hit by mortar shells. People inside were still screaming. The roar of the bear made what was left of the roof shake, and then the supports gave up the ghost, and the rest of the ceiling caved in, crushing the life out of whichever cannibals hadn't already been ripped to shreds by the angry animal. The roof's collapse put too great a pressure on the foundation of the dam itself, which had already been rocked by the fury of the bear. As the entire cabin crumbled, the dam beneath it cracked. Water sprayed through the fissures, just a little at first, in thin streams, then more and more as the cracks split wider. Soon the entire dam was spouting mist and white foam like an overfilled teapot at full boil. The bear thrust up from the concrete wreckage, its fur matted with gore and dust. Its snout was smeared with blood. It bellowed into the air, a deep, primal roar of triumph. Then it pulled itself out of the rubble with its powerful paws and bounded off into the forest, leaving a trail of thunder and carnage in its wake. Jesus, Patrick thought, turning his head so he could heave up another flood of water and bile. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. What did I do? The cracks in the dam split out to the edges, and the whole wall shattered into 1,000 pieces of concrete and rebar as the entire force of Bay Springs Lake exploded into the lock. The surge of water flooded the valley, swamping the banks 10 feet high, crashing over Patrick and pulling him down into the water again. He groaned as the water crushed his chest, threw him down into the depths of the mad tidal wave, and scraped him against the bottom of the river. Then it pulled him up again and spun him into a whirling current of white-capped lake and yellow-dusted air. His head surfaced as he gulped down air before he was pulled back down and swept away by the roar of the water. The flood wave was so powerful it smashed the Highway 4 bridge to pieces and kept on rolling. The cement and steel might have been made of spun sugar, the way they dissolved into nothingness from the force of the water. It was another 300 yards at least before the overrun slid Patrick to the shore and let him be, with his body wrecked, his lungs soaked, his muscles unwound, and his skull shaking. His chest still held water. He could feel it gurgle every time he took a breath. He was deep in pulmonary aspiration. His blood wasn't getting enough oxygen. His brain was fighting for consciousness and fading fast. He didn't have the energy to pull himself further up the bank. He didn't have the energy to cough. He was the closest to death he'd ever been. He was too overcome to have any feelings about it. His brain was struggling simply to make connections. His eyes felt heavy. He was so tired. He turned his head to see a slice of water rushing behind him. The water was tinged red with blood, and the corpses of so many pirates bobbed by, some of them intact, but most of them in snarled, stringy pieces. He wasn't sure how he felt about any of that either. The lake was a frothing, churning chaos. Water was flooding through the newly opened gap, and the lake was emptying into the basin, pulling all the boats downstream along with it, like bathtub toys in a tub with the water circling the drain. Gary had hobbled back to the Big Muddy Queen and had told the crew what had happened. They had stoked the fires, pulled the anchor, and steamed toward the dam. But they'd only just made it out of their cove when the dam broke. The water surged past them, slamming against the boat. The passengers cried out as the ship was spun around, dragged forward by the suction of the water. "Roman!" Carla screamed, gripping onto the second deck's railing. "Hold on!" Roman yelled back. His body was lodged against the starboard corner of the stern, the veins in his arms straining with his iron-tight hold on the railings as the steamboat twisted and bucked atop the violent tow. The Big Muddy Queen was dragged down the lake, its bow tipping dangerously. If the front railing hit water, or if the Queen spun to its broadside, the whole boat would tip, and every human on board would be sucked into the lake. The only thing keeping the boat from being ripped apart was the paddle wheel, which provided a stable drag that eased the pressure on the rest of the boat. Just enough. But they were still heading toward the broken dam, with chunks of concrete and rebar jutting up through the water like crude and monstrous spike strips, ready to tear the hull to pieces. "Get ready!" Roman shouted against the roar of the water. The redcaps huddled together near the stern, locking their arms and clinging to the railing. Carla lost her footing and hit the floor of the upper deck, smashing her chin on the wood. She groped blindly for something to hold on to. A hand seized her wrist, and she looked up to see Ella holding on to her with one hand and holding tightly to the anchor chain with the other. Carla barked out a cry of relief. Ella looked at her solemnly and shook her head. "Not salvation," Ella said. Carla's face sank, and so did her heart. And then the boat hit the dam. The whole structure crunched and rocked. Ella lost her grip, and Carla went sliding away down the tilting deck, slamming into the railing and bruising her ribs. She gasped for air, and the boat buckled. Ella went sliding off in the other direction, out of sight behind the cargo boxes. The Queen was hit from behind by a surge of water that ramped up over the concrete fingers. The craft scraped over the barrier, then tilted down and dropped 10 feet, crashing clumsily into the water below. The bow hit first, threatening to tip the boat, but the weight of whatever was left of the paddle wheel set the stern falling back to the water. The ship landed with a bone-shaking crash, wobbled a bit, then settled into survival, though it seemed to sag from exhaustion as it steadied on the water before following along in the wake of the downstream pull. "Clear!" Roman's voice rang from the lower deck. "Roll call!" Carla stumbled clumsily to her feet, every bit of her body trembling, her hands slipping their grip on the railing, her feet trembling on the water-soaked deck. "Carla!" she shouted. One by one the calls went up from around the boat. Ella, Lucia, Richie, Jimmy, Ted, Brett, Gary. All were accounted for. All but one. "Someone get upstairs and steer this thing!" Roman shouted as he scanned the waters. Lucia scrambled up from the floor of the deck where she'd been taking cover and headed up toward the cabin. Finally, Roman spotted what he was looking for. "There, starboard!" he yelled, leaning over the railing and pointing at a body floating in the drift. "Someone grab Patrick and see if he's still alive." 52. Brett hauled Patrick's body over the railing and threw it down onto the deck. It landed with a heavy, wet whoomp. "He's dead," Brett announced. Richie gasped. Carla dug her nails into Ella's arm. The whole group formed a ring around Patrick's lifeless body. "Fuck me," Gary grunted. "I'm not dead," Patrick wheezed. He rolled over onto his side and coughed up a few liters of river water. "And someone tell Gary I'm saving myself for marriage." The whole boat exhaled. Jimmy slapped Brett's shoulder with the back of his hand. "What?" Brett shrugged. "He looked dead." "Well, hot damn," Roman said, beaming proudly. He strode up to the wet Patrick lump and dropped to one knee. He put his hands on Patrick's shoulders and squeezed them gently, his eyes going misty. What in the ever-loving hell was that? "Drug bear," Patrick said, his eyes closed tightly. Every bone in his body felt like a piece of elastic, overstretched and loose. He tasted fish, and his shoulder blade was on fire with a river of lava. "I need a doctor." Jimmy was already laying out some sort of clean bandages next to Patrick's prostrate body. "You need a psychologist. What were you thinking?" he tutted. He shooed the others away. They reluctantly withdrew, giving the EMT space to work. "Had to draw it away from the boat," Patrick groaned. "You could have thrown a fish into the woods instead." "Sure," Patrick said. "Where was that idea an hour ago?" "The boat's in pretty bad shape," Jimmy updated him. "We got dragged over the concrete wreckage of whatever you did up there. Cracked the hull in a few places, they said. Lucia's down there right now trying to patch it up, at least enough to carry us for another day or two." Jimmy eased Patrick up onto his side and inspected the claw marks. They were deep. Too deep. "Looks like we'll need to stitch you up again." "Don't use shoelaces," Patrick grumbled. "I think Roman has some fishing line." "Thank God." Jimmy set to work cleaning Patrick's wounds and checking him for internal damage. He had Richie go and fetch the fishing line and a hook. Jimmy tied the line to the hook and slid a branch between Patrick's teeth. "Sorry about this," he sighed. Then he sewed up the claw marks while Patrick screamed into the wood. Darkness pulled him under long before the job was finished. When the stitches were set, Jimmy and Brett carried a softly snoring Patrick into the cabin and laid him across his nest. Patrick didn't stir. He didn't shift. He didn't dream. He sank into a black space as thick as cold tar, not concerned in the least if he'd ever resurface. 53. A stiff hand plunged into the heavy oil of slumber and grabbed Patrick by the arm, yanking him back to the surface. "What?" Patrick screamed, bolting upright. Roman raised his hands and backed away, alarmed by the speed and intensity of Patrick's waking. Patrick was confused. He was on the boat. It was bright outside. How much time had passed? Hours? Days? Minutes? "How long?" he asked through a dry, cottony mouth. "Hard to say. 18 hours, Roman guessed. "Seems like you needed it. And sorry to wake you, but we have a situation." He offered his hand. Patrick blinked the sleep out of his eyes, and he fought to push the exhaustion in his joints deep down into his bones so he could spread the burden across his whole body. He'd somehow slept for an entire day, had missed the nighttime completely, and was back up with the sun bright, but not as high as it had been when he'd laid down. And he felt as tired as ever. He took Roman's hand and let himself be pulled up to his feet. His head spun, his shoulder blade ached, and his left arm felt half dead. "We've been making good time," Roman reported. "We made it through the 10 Tom and hit the Tombigbee River sometime last night, and now we're almost at the next checkpoint." "The one we don't know anything about," Patrick remembered groggily. "We know it's a few hundred yards away." Roman frowned. "And there's something else." Patrick raised an eyebrow. He trudged out of the cabin, clumsy with sleep. He pushed through the door and stepped out onto the deck, shuffling toward the front of the boat, scratching the sleep from his eyes. Then he looked up and saw the bridge down on the horizon. "Oh." "Yeah," Roman agreed. "Oh." The highway overpass was built up on a small embankment, but lower than it should have been. With the river newly flooded, the space between the surface of the water and the underbelly of the bridge was 15 feet at the absolute maximum. There wasn't nearly enough clearance for the big muddy queen to pass beneath. Honestly, the fact that we've made it this far without hitting a bridge is pretty incredible, Patrick decided. People love to blow shit up, Roman said. Didn't blow this one up, though. So, what do you think? Well, I'm not sure I can take it down. I'm fresh out of bears. Too bad. Patrick sighed. I think we have two options. Option 1, stop the boat and abandon ship. Leave it behind, slip off into the wild, and head to the farm on foot. Sure, Roman agreed. Option 2, abandon ship, send it full steam ahead, and see if it hits hard enough to take down the bridge. Roman raised an eyebrow. You think it can? Not particularly, no. It's not really even an idea. It's just a variation on option 1, because unless you've got a secret stash of explosives you haven't told me about, either way, this boat isn't making it past that bridge. Roman nodded. A smile spread slowly across his face. You know what? I don't hate it, he decided. Which one? The one where we ram it all to hell. Patrick blinked toward the bridge. He rubbed more sleep away from his bleary eyes until he was pretty sure he could make out the shapes of actual human people standing on top of the bridge. The boat might take some of them with it, he said. Roman snorted. So? They'd do it to us. Look, they've got the waterway roped off. He pointed out the webbing that stretched from shore to shore beneath the bridge. It appeared to be a line of tennis nets tied together. They're blocking the waterway to do what? Loot the boat? Take the women and chop off our heads? He shook his head. No. I'm okay with taking them out. Patrick folded his arms. The bone weariness was heavy in his body. We don't know they're planning anything like that. You think they're stopping traffic to laud us all with kisses and encouragement? I'm just saying we don't know what they're doing. We don't know who they are, and we don't know what they're doing, says the man who just let a zombie bear into a cabin full of strangers. Patrick frowned. We knew what they were doing. We saw it. And the bear sort of forced my hand. Listen, Roman said. You've lived through this apocalypse the same as all of us. It shouldn't have to be a shoot first, ask questions later world, but it is. That's how we survive. That's how we have survived. True, Patrick conceded, but I think you gave me another idea. How do you feel about a third plan? I get the sense I won't love it quite as much. Let me off the boat here, Carla too. Let us walk down and scope it out. See if we can see what they're about before we try to kill them. Roman deliberated, bobbing his head slowly back and forth. Why put in the time? We might as well just leave the boat, take option 1. Sure, Patrick agreed, but something tells me you're set on mutual destruction. Roman couldn't help but smile. I do love an adventure. So let me at least check it out, Patrick said. You turn on the special effects, get the smoke going, light the fires. Take some of Richie's blood out of his body and smear it on the boat. But let me go in first, yeah? We don't have to be the people good people are afraid of. Roman frowned. Okay, he said. Go tell Carla. We'll get you to shore so you can see what you can see. Patrick extended his hand. Roman gripped it. They shook. Thank you, Patrick said. I should be thanking you, Roman countered. Humanity isn't what it used to be. No, but maybe someday. Roman exhaled. Yeah, sure. 54. Thanks for making me a part of this, Carla said sourly. I hated the warm safety of the boat. That boat's not so safe, Patrick insisted. I went down below decks. It looks like Swiss cheese down there. Thanks for that, by the way. Hey, I didn't tell you to get swept over a bunch of jagged wreckage. No, you just produced the wreckage and caused the current that swept us over it. It's a subtle difference, Patrick acknowledged. Also, the hull doesn't look like Swiss cheese. It looks like Swiss cheese with tape over the holes. I think you'll find that on a surprisingly short timeline, the difference is irrelevant. They trundled along the riverbank, advancing cautiously toward the bridge. They'd left their bags on the boat, opting for lightness over utility in case they had to make a quick retreat. But Patrick held his machete, and Carla had her crossbow slung over her shoulder, with a few extra bolts in one hand. "So we're just going to walk right up to it?" she asked, biting her lip nervously. "We can try to sneak if you want," Patrick replied, "but I'm pretty sure they clocked us before we got off the boat." Carla looked up at the bridge. There were 3 people standing there, all with binoculars held up to their eyes and pointing directly at her and Patrick. "Oh, just be ready to run," Patrick said. Carla nodded. Yep, just another day." They closed in on the bridge, projecting confidence, feeling exhaustion. The 3 figures huddled together and had a quick conversation. They seemed to agree on something, their heads all nodding excitedly. All 3 of them reached back behind their necks in unison and lifted hoods over their heads. "Are they wearing robes?" Carla asked. "There's nothing wrong with robes," Patrick replied. "I'd give anything for a robe right now." They stepped into the shadow of the bridge and stopped, uncertain of the next move. They started discussing their options, but ultimately the 3 figures on the bridge made the decision for them. One of them raised a hand in a sign of welcome, then crossed to the end of the bridge with their arm outstretched and started stumbling down the embankment. Patrick tightened his grip on the machete. Carla dropped the crossbow off her shoulder and into her hand in one smooth motion. The figure drew closer, stumble-sliding down the loose earth, shuffling and working hard to stay upright. They seemed determined to keep the welcome hand in the air, making a generally very awkward show of it all. The hood was much larger than it needed to be, and the man wearing it couldn't see the ground beneath his feet. The stumbling gave way to slipping, and the slipping became a tumbling, and suddenly he was flailing down the embankment, screeching in surprise. His arms pinwheeled as his body dragged a rut in the earth. He came to a skidding stop at Patrick's feet. The 2 other figures on the bridge above began to clap. "Extraordinary grace!" cried one. "Well done, Brother Wildgarden!" Patrick closed his eyes. He put his hand to his head. "Oh, no," he muttered. "What?" Carla asked. Patrick pinched the bridge of his nose. "We should have rammed the bridge." The man on the grass lurched upward, and the hood flopped backward off his head. "Great centralizer around!" he screeched, hopping from one foot to another. "Brother Patrick, is that you?" "No," Patrick said miserably. "It is!" cried one of the other monks from the bridge overhead. "It is! It is! It's Brother Patrick of the Order Patrobenicus!" Patrick was incredibly dismayed to learn that he instantly recognized the voice of Brother Trident. "Gasp!" said Brother Halfstaff, pronouncing the word as he slapped his hands to his cheeks. "Brother Patrick, how full are your bazoombas?" Carla stared at Patrick, bewildered. "Bazoombas?" she asked. "The memories," Brother Wildgarden said helpfully. "You know." He gestured in circles toward his own chest. "The boobulars." Patrick placed his hands on his hips, rolled his head back on his neck, and looked up at the sky, silently begging for a god, any god, to strike him dead on the spot. "I don't have boobulars." "Improbable!" Brother Trident shouted. "The center wine flowed into you and through your mammarian corpuscles. Surely you have felt its effects." "Show us your mams," Brother Halfstaff encouraged. "Shall I investigate your mams?" Brother Wildgarden inquired happily, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Carla raised her hands and took 2 steps backward. "What is happening?" "A reunion," Brother Trident said happily. "Our long-lost brother is returned to us. Brother Halfstaff, this calls for a celebration. Go forth and find ye a frog to milk. Do not find a frog to milk, Patrick yelled. I certainly am going to find a frog, Brother Halfstaff cried gleefully, skipping across the bridge and into the field beyond. Patrick turned to Carla and jabbed his finger into the center of his forehead. I will give you $1,000 if you shoot me with an arrow right here, right now. I'm not kidding. $1,000. Carla shook her head in stunned amazement. Who are these people? That is Brother Wildgarden, Brother Trident shouted down from above. He likes chamomile tea now. And I am Brother Trident. We are both humble servants of the Post-Alignment Brotherhood, and I have the honor of serving as Holy Father. We aim to adulate the great centralizer so that we may be worthy of the transmutation of our current selves into the femalular sex, so that we might procreate and spread the word of the aligned into future generations. I feel the urge to adulate right now, Brother Wildgarden wailed, but I haven't prepared a totem. There, Brother Wildgarden, I shall adulate in your name. Brother Trident reached into his robe pocket and pulled out a hawk feather, holding it up to the sky. I adulate the great centralizer with this fallen remnant of a raptor, which I furtively plucked from a fallen bird's nest on my semi-regular morning trapes. He stuck the tip of the feather between his teeth and ripped off the edge with his incisors. Then he spat the separated fluff into the air and said, Nom, as he bit off a second piece, then a third piece, then a fourth, eventually destroying the entire feather and spitting each bite with a nom, nom, nom. When he was left with just an inch of the feather's stem, he stuck it into one nostril, pinched the bridge of his nose, and exhaled sharply, shooting the little tube out into the river. In its name I adulate. Oh, very well done, Brother Trident, Brother Wildgarden exclaimed, clapping like a maniac. Tears came to his eyes and he wept. It is such an honor to be in the presence of your light. Omi caro name tus, Brother Trident said gratefully with a bow. Marso de lo tamine, Brother Wildgarden replied, drying his eyes on his robe. How in God's name do you know these people? Carla muttered to Patrick, not taking her eyes off of Brother Wildgarden. She tightened her grip on the crossbow. They ate my buffalo, Patrick bristled. Carla blinked. You're what? And you, Brother Trident said, interrupting them. What is your name, femalular consort of Brother Patrick? Are you also with the Order of Patribenicus? Carla lifted the business end of the crossbow. I'm Carla, and if you try to touch me, I'll put a bolt through your dick. Gasp, Brother Wildgarden said again. He approached Carla slowly, holding his hands up to prove he was no threat. His eyes searched her face intensely, and some kind of understanding dawned on him. Is it you, Brother Ben? Brother Ben! Brother Trident screamed. You have been transmuted! Oh, great centralizer around, you have transmuted our dear consort. Its will hath been done. Brother Halfstaff, come back! Come quick! Brother Ben has grown such small but interesting mammulars. Hey! Carla shouted. Brother Halfstaff, come see, come see! Oh, we must prepare a feast. A great feast of celebration with spotted clams and twiggy noodles. And once we have supped, in honor of the great centralizer's grace, we shall all copulate with new Ben. Oh, just you fucking try it, Carla seethed, her eyes flashing dangerously. Patrick had heard enough. He turned back upriver and cupped his hands around his mouth. Roman, he yelled, ram the bridge! You were right! He waved his arms wildly. Ram the bridge! Oh, I do love how your hormones rage, Brother Trident gushed, Please don't despair, Brother Patrick. Our order prohibits the drinking of center wine beyond our friary borders, but even some frog's blood alone, without the boysenberry, and you'll evolve just as Brother Ben has done." Patrick exploded. "Look, she is obviously not Ben, you absolute lunatics. She's like 4 inches taller. She actually has hair, and she's clearly a woman who looks nothing like Ben, and is, obviously, not at all Ben." Brother Wildgarden stepped back. He inspected Carla more fully, analyzing her whole structure. "It's true," he breathed. "This female being is a radically different shape than Brother Ben, if my poor memory doth serve. The bone structure is maybe quite different." Finally he nodded, satisfied. "The great centralizer works in mysterious ways. He has made you wonderful, Brother Ben. Your new form is a wonder." Carla looked at Patrick. "Can I shoot him in the dick?" "Please do." "Wait!" Brother Halfstaff burst back onto the bridge, out of breath. In his hands he held a bored, fat bullfrog, its legs dangling below his fists. "Brother tried it, if I may." "You may, dear brother." "Omle carse domlie, tarco larmo somlie," Brother Halfstaff replied through labored breaths. "This person claims to be Brother Ben. I do not. But might it not be a devilish trick of Tumralan?" "Gasp," said Brother Trident. "Gasp," said Brother Wildgarden, louder. "You would intone the name of the evil mage?" Brother Trident demanded. "I apologize for my abruptness, and I will confine myself in the mobile centrifugation chamber for atonement." He nodded at an old slime-covered porta-potty situated just a few dozen yards east of the bridge. "But if this woman is correct, and she is not Brother Ben, might we incur the wrath of the great centralizer by idolatrizing her?" "Brother Trident," Brother Wildgarden called up from below, "I have such faith, but what Brother Halfstaff speaks, it is the sort of test that the angry spirit of Tumralan would put against us. Oh, for the comfortable protection of our blessed friary," Brother Trident wailed. "Tumralan has no such power within the sacred lands of our order." "We will return home soon, Brother Trident," Brother Halfstaff said encouragingly, "and we are here for very good reason. Your dreams prophesied for us a bridge wherein we would strengthen our numbers, and look!" Brother Halfstaff gestured with the frog toward a pile of sticks in the center of the bridge. 2 pairs of legs stuck out from beneath the woodpile. "We have already convinced 2 lonely males to close themselves in the cocoon of imminent centralization. In just 27 more days, they will increase our numbers by 2. You have made great wonders here." Brother Trident began to cry. "I have," he nodded. "I have, and you all have helped." "I have helped quite insistently," Brother Wildgarden chirped from below. "Yes, brother, you were the most insistent when it came to knocking these 2 men about the head with large sticks to inspire them to consider the way of the order. And I believe they may yet be alive," Brother Wildgarden added. "We must all have faith," Brother Trident agreed. "And that faith tells me that we should have 2 new brothers in but another month," said Brother Halfstaff, despite the bluish hue of their current ankles. "I believe these encouraged believers will re-find their breath," Brother Trident said, wiping tears from his eyes. "Thank you, Brother Halfstaff, for fighting back against the darkness of my doubt. You may now engage in the holy sacrament of re-centralization." "I will need the use of my hands," Brother Halfstaff remembered. He looked down at the bullfrog. The bullfrog looked out at the world. The creature was really quite bored. "You must milk his blood," Brother Wildgarden reminded him from below. "I know the process," Brother Halfstaff retorted. But the ceremonial limestone was trapped somewhere under the cocoon of imminent centralization, and it was blasphemous to open a sacred frog with one's teeth. Only the ceremonial limestone could be used for this purpose, and it was a mortal sin to disturb a cocoon of imminent centralization during its incubation period, a very serious offense that was punishable by sleeping on a mattress covered in honey for 40 nights, which, Brother Halfstaff could attest, having received this punishment once before, was a much more agonizing experience than most people expected. Therefore, he was not about to disturb the cocoon, but nor could he retrieve the bullfrog's blood by any other means. So he did the only rational thing he could do given his situation. He popped the bullfrog into his mouth and, after a few very challenging tries, swallowed it whole. "Now," Brother Halfstaff said, blinking back tears and working very hard to hide the suffering his corporeal body was experiencing as it worked to shuttle a fat American bullfrog through his normal-sized American innards. "I will re-centralize you, Brother Trident." He held his hands over Brother Trident's head. Brother Wildgarden watched with rapturous attention from the riverbank below. Brother Halfstaff whispered the words of the re-centralization ceremony, a complicated passage of Lattish that he stumbled on a few times, but actually felt pretty good about on the whole. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small tool that was given to every member of the Post-Alignment Brotherhood upon acceptance into the order, a colorful plastic food clip. "I do this with a heavy heart and only with the strength of the great centralizer." He lifted Brother Trident's robes, reached deftly underneath, and snapped the clip onto his scrotum. "I weep with you for the discomfort I am causing to your testicular sackagery," he whispered sadly, for he well knew the uncomfortable closure of the realignment clip. "No!" Brother Trident winced, shifting his weight and trying to make the discomfort lighter. "No, Brother Halfstaff, you have done well in the eyes of the great centralizer. I am a fortified man, and I will re-centralize very soon, I think. Very, very soon," he added, biting back the pain. "But what of Sister Carla, Ben?" "Ah, yes," Brother Halfstaff said, relieved to be returning to a different subject than the Holy Father's nards. "I believe that we may truly know of their base nature by engaging in a ceremonial bone steal." "A bone steal!" Brother Wildgarden cried, clapping his hands. "What a marvelous idea!" "We haven't had a bone steal in ages," Brother Trident said. "Not since the early days of the Great Alignment," Brother Wildgarden confirmed. "I believe that if we remove the bones of Ben Carla, we may then engage in a trans-dimensional exploration with the spirit of the cosmic earthworm to determine whether the bone structure is original or if it was manipulated into its current state." "Marvelous!" Brother Trident hollered. He immediately drew in a sharp breath and lowered his arms, patting his nethers gently. "Marvelous!" he said again more quietly. "We shall extract Ben Carla's entire skeletal structure and send it up to the outer spatial regions of the galaxy in a basket powered by balloons and a Honeywell fan with a very long extension cord, as is prescribed by our sacred texts." "We shall," Brother Halfstaff agreed. "We shall," Brother Wildgarden added. "Brother, Sister Ben Carla, please come up to the bridge and lie upon our cocoon of sticks," Brother Trident said, gesturing magnanimously down to the woman on the riverbank. But his gesture landed upon an empty spot in the grass. The brothers all turned, confused, wondering where their brethren had gone. It was Brother Halfstaff who eventually spied them several hundred feet upriver. "There!" he cried, pointing at the two dots that were Carla and Patrick as they boarded their smoking, burning boat. "They have absconded!" Brother Trident shook his head sadly. "This is a sad day for the Order of Patribenicus," he assured the others. "Brother Patrick has been taken in by the wiles of the evil mage, and that cursed cuss's name is Carla." Brother Trident spat. Brother Halfstaff spat. Brother Wildgarden spat. But his mouth was dry, and the spittle dripped off his chin and dropped onto his robe. "Doggone it," he muttered, scrubbing the spot with his sleeve. Brother Tried It and Brother Halfstaff turned their attention to the cocoon. They hoped against hope that the great centralizer wouldn't forget to undead their new recruits. 55. "So, are we going to talk about that?" Roman asked, watching his dearly beloved muddy queen sail down river, consumed in flames, burning in gray-black smoke, heading straight for the low-slung bridge. Patrick glowered. "It's best if we don't." "They ate his buffalo," Carla explained. "I'm going to have questions about that later," Roman decided. The whole crew watched with conflicting emotions as the boat hit the bridge. Lucia had done her best, but the patches in the hull had started to leak. The Queen had taken on quite a bit of water, and it was dragging the bottom of the river, so the impact wasn't quite as spectacular as they'd hoped. The front smokestack knocked a few sizable chunks of concrete out of the overpass, and the whole thing made a terrible groan, but that was basically it. The brothers watched from the other bank and looked dismayed at the mess the whole thing made of their tennis nets. Patrick found a small bit of joy in that. The impact caused the fire buckets on the main deck to knock over, and it wasn't long before the wood caught fire. The flames spread across the railing, and the smoke emanating from the boat turned black. "Hey, what happened to the body?" Patrick asked, nodding at the empty air between the smokestacks. "Oh, I don't know," Roman said. "I guess it must have broken free when we hit the dam." "Huh. Yeah. I hope we're not held cosmically accountable for any of that. The body was dead when we got it, after all, as we've said." They watched as the flames roared, spreading across the ship, consuming the rails, the cabin, the hull. It peeled away the paint and melted off the blood. It twisted the Queen into an unrecognizable shape, with only the steel of the smokestacks left upright and unbothered by the lake of fire below. For almost an hour they watched the boat burn, until the decks collapsed, the vessel caved in, and the smokestacks crashed down into the river, landing sideways like open storm drains lying atop the Tombigbee banks. "How far from here to the farm?" Ted asked, staring out nervously at the field that yawned before them in the darkening twilight. Roman raised a questioning eyebrow at Ella. She glanced up at the setting sun and did some quick mental math. "Less than 100 miles, she decided. Roman smiled. "Pretty close, really." "What kind of land between here and there?" Brett asked. "Pure Mississippi," Roman replied, rubbing his hands together. "Fields and swamps and rivers and roads." Richie gulped. "Dangerous swamps?" he asked. "The gators stay mostly south of here," Roman said. "Mostly?" Richie asked. "They get erratic sometimes," Roman shrugged. "But hey, we can handle a bear, we can handle a gator." "The bear did most of the handling," Patrick pointed out. "Absolutely," Roman nodded. "Anyone who'd rather get back on the boat, please feel free." He gestured toward the big muddy Queen, which was now little more than a smoldering pile of kindling mounded up in the river. "Seems easy enough," Patrick admitted, rubbing his hands together, looking each of the redcaps in the eye in turn. "The farm is the goal, right? He built something good there. He built something safe. A few more days, hell or high water, we get to see if it's real, or if we've all hitched our wagons to a consumptive horse." "A consumptive horse?" Ted asked, confused. "A horse with Never mind." Patrick waved his hands, clearing the air. "The point is, we're close. Compared to where we started, we're so close." "If it's real," Brett reminded him. He glanced at Roman. "No offense," he added, though he didn't sound like he meant it. "If it's real," Patrick agreed. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. If it isn't, we're still better off than we were before on the zombie fish beach. And if it is, well, then we can really make something of this world. And it's not just Roman speaking its praises, it's Carla and Ella and Lucia, too. It exists, Carla assured them. She lowered her eyes and dug at some dirt beneath her fingernail. Safest place I've ever been, pre- or post-apocalypse, really. 100 miles, Jimmy repeated. What's that, a 4-day walk, maybe 5? Roman grinned. Depends on how tired you are, he said. My crew can do it in 3. 2, Ella corrected him, staring through the group with her sharp eyes. Well, what are we waiting for? Patrick asked. The longer we stand here, the greater the chance of the Mammarian monks over there coming back over and trying to touch our nipples. That's very upsetting, Richie said squeamishly, tugging his shirt down to protect his chest. Then here we go. They trudged forward, chasing the sunset, pushing toward the Mississippi border, leaving the brotherhood to the frogs on the river. 56. The crew didn't move as quickly as they'd hoped. Everyone was exhausted, physically and mentally, and Gary's arm had gotten so bad that he couldn't take a step without grunting in pain. Jimmy forced them to set up camp after just a few hours so he could do a proper inspection of Gary's wound. When he peeled off the bandages, the air filled with the stench of rotting meat, and everyone in camp had to turn away because the flesh was so black and putrid. "You'll be all right," Jimmy choked out between gasps for air. He patted Gary's knee, then he scrambled away to find Roman. "Well?" Roman asked. Jimmy shook his head. "It's bad. It's very, very bad. It's septic and necrotic. I have to amputate." "You can't be serious." "If I don't, he'll be dead tomorrow. It's so far gone that, honestly, even if I do remove it, he might still be dead tomorrow. I can't tell how far it's advanced, but this needs to happen now if he wants any shot at surviving." Roman nodded. "Okay, do it." Jimmy cleared his throat uncomfortably. "Well, it'll be up to Gary, obviously. I'm sharing this with you as more of a courtesy, and because HIPAA can't really be enforced anymore." Roman reached up and gripped his fingers around the back of Jimmy's neck, drawing him in close with force. He stared him in the eye and did not blink as he said, "Gary is an asset to this team." He applied more pressure to Jimmy's neck. "Move ahead with the procedure." Jimmy gulped. "Sure, makes sense." He ignored the beads of sweat that were rolling down his spine. Roman released him, and Jimmy skittered back over to where Gary lay coated in sweat and murmuring about sea creatures in the sky. It was almost certainly too late. His forehead was burning hot, and the arm was essentially biologically dead. Even so, Jimmy started a fire and laid the blade of his knife in the flames. He was pretty sure it wasn't sharp enough to see the job through, but it was the only knife he had. Would this work better? Jimmy raised his eyes and saw Patrick standing across the fire, holding out his machete. The entire structure of Jimmy's body collapsed, and he sank, burying his head in his hands, exhausted, helpless, and sad. "You're reading my mind," he said, laughing bitterly, though he didn't know why. He wiped the sweat from his eyes and looked back up at Patrick. "To answer your question, no, actually. Not from a surgical standpoint. Worse, probably. But quicker, and that's going to be the best we can do." Jimmy reached out as Patrick handed him the machete. Jimmy considered the chipped edge of the metal, running his thumb over the rivets. He frowned at the damage. "You've had this for like 2 weeks. Well, I've been busy. It's already kind of dull." Patrick crossed his arms and glowered. "I lost my knife sharpener in the apocalypse. Do you want it or not?" Jimmy nodded. "It'll work." He kicked his hunting knife away from the fire and set the machete down in the flames, with the handle resting near his boot. "Mind if I join you?" Patrick asked. Jimmy motioned for him to sit. Patrick lowered himself onto the night-damp grass and drew his knees up to his chin. "Have you ever done this sort of thing before?" Jimmy's mouth fractured into a sad grin. "I was an EMT. I mostly took vitals and applied tourniquets. I used a defibrillator a few times. I reset a dislocated shoulder once." He stared into the fire, and his eyes were dark with fear. "No, I've never done this sort of thing before." Patrick nodded slowly. "Mm-hmm," he said. He tilted his head to one side. He looked at Jimmy. "Did you ever watch ER?" Jimmy frowned. "Like George Clooney ER?" "Yeah, George Clooney, Noah Wyle, that Sherry someone who I had a massive crush on in middle school." "Sherry Stringfield," Jimmy nodded. "Boy, there was something about her, wasn't there? She could have set my broken bone. You know what I'm saying?" "I hate that I do," Jimmy sighed. "Anyway," Patrick said, waving his hands, "so that's a yes. You watched ER." "Yes, I watched ER. Why?" "Well, there was a later episode where that short, bald, angry doctor got his arm chopped off by a helicopter rotor. Did you see that one?" "It's coming back to me. I don't imagine that's the way the doctor would have preferred his arm to be removed, with a quick chop across the bow." "Chop across the bow?" Jimmy interrupted. "I don't know medical terms," Patrick shrugged, "but that's how it happened, and he ended up fine. They reattached his arm." Patrick's brow furrowed. "They did?" "For a while," Jimmy nodded, "but it didn't really take, so eventually he had it amputated again." "See? It all worked out," Patrick said, getting back on track. "Then he got a new robot arm," Jimmy said sadly. "He used that for a while, then he got killed by a helicopter that fell off a building." "Jesus," Patrick frowned. "ER really jumped the shark." "What was your point again?" "I'm afraid to make it now." Jimmy stared into the fire. The machete blade was starting to glow. "That was TV, fiction. This is real life. And even if it had been real, they were in a hospital full of surgeons. We're in Mississippi, and there's no one left alive." "Not entirely true," Patrick said. He shuffled around the fire and crouched next to Jimmy. "We're alive, and we do what we can. We do what we have to do in the way that we can. Gary doesn't have Eric LaSalle. He has someone better. He has you. Will you be able to give him a robot arm? No, and that will be very disappointing for him. But you care about him, and you're doing your best, and you're absolutely right. Fuck fiction. This is the real world, a fucked up world, and you're going to fuck him up back to life." Jimmy stared at Patrick. "I have no idea why those words are as motivating as they are." "Give in to the process," Patrick said, patting Jimmy's hand. "Now let's go save a man by destroying him substantially." Brett and Ted carefully carried Gary over to the fire. His skin was slick with sweat. The dank smell of rot wafted up from beneath his bandages, and he was whispering a string of words that none of them could understand. "Richie, give me your belt," Jimmy said, holding out his hand. Richie frowned. "But I need my belt." "I need it more." "But my pants will fall off." "So what?" "Give him the belt," Brett said, elbowing Richie. "But my pants will fall off." "Gary's arm is going to fall off. Give him your fucking belt." Okay, Richie said sourly, fumbling with his buckle. He pulled the belt off and tossed it at Jimmy. His pants slipped down over his hips, and he had to bunch them with one hand to keep them up. "I want it back when you're done." "No, you don't." Jimmy took his knife and punched a new hole in the belt. He carefully tightened it around Gary's arm just under the shoulder and cinched it tight. He lifted the arm and rotated it out to the side. "Toss me that can," he said to nobody in particular, nodding at an empty bean can that lay close to the fire. Ted tossed it over, and Jimmy jammed a stick into the can and carefully placed it into the fire. Then he looked at Patrick. "Ready?" Patrick swallowed. The only thing he was ready to do was vomit in the grass, but Jimmy needed him, so he bit back the urge to puke. "So ready." Jimmy pulled the machete out of the flames. The blade glowed yellow for a few seconds, then faded to a dull red as it cooled in the late spring breeze. "Hold him still." Patrick scooted closer to Gary, pressing a knee against each shoulder, locking his head in place. He put pressure down on Gary's right shoulder. Brett stepped up and pinned Gary's left arm to his side, pressing his weight down on Gary's legs. Roman watched from behind them, chewing nervously on his thumbnail. Carla and Lucia turned their backs and wandered a few feet away. Ella stood next to Roman, expressionless. "Okay," Jimmy said. His face was as pale as the moon, and his eyes were filled with fear, but his hand was steady. He knelt next to Gary's arm and tore the sleeve open with his teeth. With the bicep exposed, Jimmy placed the edge of the machete against Gary's skin, lining up his swing. "Okay," he said again. He took a deep breath. "Christ, I'm sorry, Gary." He brought the machete up over his head, then hacked down as hard as he could. Gary's eyes shot open. His scream filled the air like a hydrogen bomb. His limbs jerked with unexpected strength, and Patrick and Brett bore down with all their weight to keep him still. Blood and gore splattered across the grass as he thrashed, the heels of his boots carving deep grooves in the earth with each desperate kick. "Hold him!" Jimmy yelled. "I'm almost through." The dull blade had gotten lodged deep in Gary's arm, and Jimmy had to press down with a sawing motion to finish the cut. Gary turned his head and saw the blade and the blood. Then he became still. His eyes rolled up into his head, and he fell back into the grass. "Still alive," Patrick assured Jimmy, watching Gary's chest rise and fall. "Go on. Finish it." Jimmy yelled as he sawed, working the machete hard. Finally, he broke through and completed the cut. The arms separated. Jimmy tossed it to the side. "The can, right now!" he snapped at Ted. Ted hoisted the stick with the red-hot tin can out of the fire and handed it to Jimmy. The EMT, who was now a makeshift surgeon, looked up at Patrick and Brett. "He might wake up," he warned them. Both men nodded. Then Jimmy pressed the glowing hot metal to the bleeding stump. The heat cauterized the wound with a loud sizzle, the strangely redolent smell of charred meat filling the air. Gary did wake briefly. He shot upward and gave one last scream. Then he passed out again. This time he remained unconscious for the rest of the night. Jimmy fell back into the grass, out of breath and out of strength. Patrick locked eyes with him and nodded in reverence. "Nice work, Jimmy," he said. Jimmy nodded back. He didn't have the energy to speak. What do we do with this?" Richie asked, nudging the severed arm with the toe of his shoe. "Get it out of sight before he wakes up," Patrick said. The Redcaps drew blades of grass to see who would dispose of the arm. The job fell to Brett. He picked up the arm and carried it off into the woods as easily as if it were a piece of firewood. He was even whistling. But when he came back, he wouldn't say what he'd done with it, or how it had all gone. He never spoke about it at all. 57. They waited in place for 2 days to see if Gary would die. He woke screaming early the morning after the amputation and woke everyone else up too. They'd taken turns watching over him through the night, but Richie nodded off during his shift, and Gary had woken up alone, confused and scared. The whole camp descended on him, doing their best to work through their own bleary heads to calm him, comfort him, make him feel at peace with the revelation that he'd lost an arm without having much to say in the matter. That whole day was spent tending to his needs, checking the wound, checking the fever, checking in, checking up, checking to see if he was checking out. He was angry with everyone and furious with Jimmy. He was in excruciating pain, and he was in absolute denial. He wavered in and out of consciousness, cursing every person he saw with terms most of them hadn't heard since their school days, images so visceral and graphic that Richie couldn't stop blushing. The women formed a protective triangle around the camp so the men could deal with Gary's anger. He asked for his arm. He demanded his arm and threatened to cut off all of their arms. He raged. He sobbed. He laid quiet as a stone, staring up at the yellow-green sky with fury and hate. Later that night, his fever broke. On the second morning, he stood up on his own. The others called a quick conference and agreed to pack up and move on, all except for Gary, who said they could all go fuck themselves to hell. In the end, he tramped along behind them because there was really nowhere else to go. The walk to the farm was a weary grind. They were bone-tired, and the thrill of navigating a riverboat down a hellish waterway had evaporated as soon as they'd picked up their gear and stepped off the gangplank. Before, they had been on an adventure. Now their trip was a chore. They moved slowly and quietly, no one much in the mood to speak, with the three women surrounding the redcaps like mother wolves protecting a sick pack. But the way was easy, at least. They were a big enough group that other survivors scattered like cockroaches when they crossed the horizon, and only twice did they come across settlements that might prove a challenge. These they skirted by a margin wide enough to make it appear they weren't worth raiding. Even if they had been raided, the assailants wouldn't have found much of value, except, of course, the 10 vials of zombie gone, if they'd ever been able to figure out what they were. Roman would have smashed them under the heel of his boot before he let anyone else have them either way. It was on the 4th day of the journey that Roman started to return to his normal self. He began slapping the boys on their backs, thanking them for their hard work and assistance on the journey. At one point, even discovering one actual last bottle of moonshine in his bag and demanding that everyone take a mouthful. "That's how you know we're close," Carla explained to Patrick, observing Roman's sudden shift in mood. A few hours later, they crested a high hill, and the ground beneath them opened into a wide, flat valley. A 4-lane highway ran through the basin, a busy road at one time, judging by the number of billboards. Their decaying graphics advertised Ole Miss and Pearl River Resort and Hog Heaven Barbecue and Beaver Creek Distillery and all sorts of things that had once seemed important for reasons none of them cared to think about. But the highway had been cleared of cars from the crest of the valley all the way to the horizon, something Patrick hadn't realized would be surprising until he actually saw it. And then he couldn't stop thinking about how unnerving it was. Abandoned cars were part of the white noise of this post-apocalyptic world. Now that someone had clicked off the sound machine, the world felt eerily silent. There were old farmhouses down in the valley, clapboard buildings that looked like they'd been ruined long before the great ruining of M-Day. They stood next to silos that had fallen over or were about to, and they all had barns, though each was missing many vertical planks from their wooden walls in the peculiar kind of disappearing timber malady that only seems to affect old barns. The fields had been planted with a patchwork of crops. Patrick saw soybeans, corn, cotton, and wheat, and a few other plants he couldn't readily identify. There were people in the fields, inspecting the plants and aerating the earth, maybe 24 of them, looking at this distance like aphids prickling their way across the fields. Most of the activity, though, was buzzing around the largest structure in the valley, a sprawling U-Store-It, with what had to have been more than 100 storage units. The storage sheds had flaking off-white walls and green roll-up doors. The units around the exterior were shaped like a giant U, with 4 more back-to-back rows filling in the interior space. There was an office at one end of the lot, a long, narrow building with sheet metal walls. A 10-foot fence surrounded the entire business. It was topped with barbed wire, probably an original feature, with wire mesh electrified using a few dozen car battery jumpers rigged up to just as many generators. That feature was definitely a post-M-Day improvement. 15 or so people patrolled the outside of the fence, holding crossbows or arrow bows or baseball bats or iron pipes. Another 30 or 40 people milled around inside the fences, wandering from one storage unit to another, chatting, working, being busy, being lazy. Just a few hundred yards beyond the storage unit stood the only house that seemed to have survived the plague of residential neglect. It was an architectural anomaly in this valley spattered with farmhouses. A 2.5-story painted lady Victorian with 4 gables, an embarrassment of windows, and a rooftop widow's walk atop a 4-story tower that stood front and center. Except for the cheery blue and yellow paint, which had been recently refreshed, it looked like Hitchcock's inspiration for the Bates family home in Psycho. "Gentlemen," Roman said, his eyes flashing dangerously as he grinned down at the world below, "welcome to my farm." 58. "It's no 5-star resort," Roman told Patrick, rolling up the door on one of the storage units, "but I think you'll be comfortable here." A light clicked on when the door reached the top, and Patrick gasped. It was another thing he hadn't really realized he didn't really register anymore. Electricity. "Bemmy," he whispered. Roman smiled with obvious pride. "A few solar fields over the next hill. We buried the lines to hide them from would-be anarchists, and so the dusters wouldn't chew them to shit. We're fully powered here at the Marwood campus." "This place really is something," Patrick marveled. "I mean, not just this storage unit specifically, although it's a very wonderful storage unit." The tiny shed contained a desk, a working lamp, a small dresser, a rolling chair, a mini-fridge, and a queen-sized mattress fitted with what appeared to be clean sheets. It was by far the nicest room Patrick had set foot in since M-Day. I mean the whole farm, the storage units, the fields, the house. That's a weird-looking house, though. Is that where you sleep?" Roman flashed a smile. "The house is a decoy," he explained. "We get more than our fair share of bad actors coming through here and trying to take what we've built by force, which means we spend a lot of time protecting what's ours. One of the ways we do that is with that house. Most people see it and naturally assume it's where we sleep, or at the very least where I sleep. The number of times that house has been raided in the middle of the night, I've lost count. It must be in the dozens." "Pretty smart," Patrick nodded admiringly. "Though this is an unexpected place for a haunted mansion. I wanted something jarring, something to make people really notice it. The more out of place it looks, the more people are convinced that it's important." "Interesting. Is that why you chose this spot for the farm?" "Oh no, the farm was here. Or the cornfield was, at least, and this storage business. But the house was a transplant. We brought it in." Patrick raised an eyebrow. "Brought it in?" "Moved it halfway across the state," Roman said proudly. "The transport was masterminded by an old friend." "That'd be an impressive feat for the old world. Seems totally impossible in this one." "He was a very strong asset to the team, a good man to have around, and a good man. An engineer like you." Patrick was flattered. "What happened to him?" Roman hesitated. A sadness washed behind his eyes. "He didn't make it," was all he said. "Right." Patrick cleared his throat and changed the subject back to the house. "So when people go inside the house, what happens next?" "They don't come out." Roman slapped Patrick on the back. "Spread the word to your men, will you? Don't go in that house. We'd like to not lose any of you." He winked, and then he wandered off down the corridor between the storage units. "Get settled in," he called over his shoulder. "I'll be back in a bit to give you a tour." "Sure," Patrick said. He frowned up at the old Victorian mansion, wondering how many ghosts it held. Looking forward to it. 59. Brett crossed his arms. "Well, now I want to go into the house." Boy, do I understand that impulse, Patrick said, nodding sympathetically. But when someone who's paranoid enough to move an entire 3-story mansion across a state to use as a Disney prop tells you to stay out of the house, you should probably stay out. Yeah, Brett grumbled. Thank you, Patrick said, because if anyone's going in, it's Richie. Hey! Look, you're just the most expendable. Patrick shrugged. It's not a problem. Someone has to be. I hate you, Richie decided. You hate that he's right, Brett grinned. I hate to break up this little snuff fest, Ted broke in, but can I ask a question? No, Gary said gruffly from the corner of the storage unit. They had gathered in his room, and he was pretty sour about it. They'd meant it as a courtesy to include him in their impromptu safety meeting without forcing him to travel. But he was still in incredible pain, and he was also still pretty unglued about losing his arm. So when they showed up, he told them all to go eat dicks in hell. They'd eventually persuaded him to act as host, but he refused to let Jimmy in unless he got to rip off one of the EMT's arms to make things even-steven. Jimmy elected to stay outside. Okay, well, I'm going to, Ted said, ignoring Gary. I'm just wondering, what do we do now? The Redcaps turned toward him, blinking. What do you mean? Jimmy asked. I just mean, we're here, right? Ted explained. We held up our end of the bargain with Roman, so I guess the original plan was to escort Patrick back to wherever he's going. That comes next, but... He gestured broadly toward the storage center. This is a good, safe setup. I haven't seen this many people with weapons since Platoon. We have our own rooms. I finally feel safe. So what I'm saying is, are we planning on leaving all this to drop Patrick off with his friends? Or are we maybe in a good place where we should think about staying? No offense, Patrick, he offered quickly. None taken, Patrick assured him. Truly, I never asked for this escort. I've been grateful for it, and I thank you all, but it was never my plan A. If this is the end of your line, I respect that completely. The thought of continuing on without the crew both thrilled him and filled him with dread. It meant he could get to Ben that much quicker, but also that much more alone in a cold, dark world. It's your choice. I'm not feeling too motivated to move on, Gary spat. Jimmy squirmed against the exterior wall of the storage unit. He may not have been invited in, but he was still part of the meeting. We give Patrick our word, he reminded everyone, peeking into the storage box. You're not allowed to speak, Gary shot back. We could escort him to Fort Doom and then come back, Jimmy explained. Richie snickered. So he encourages you to do all the hard shit of cutting off Gary's arm, and now he's like your best friend? Jimmy frowned. I just think we're all a team. He gave me shit every step of the way for my dermatitis, Richie exploded. I get hives. It's a serious condition. He also killed 100 cannibals by ramming them with a bear, Brett pointed out, just so we could get past. Oh, be serious. It wasn't 100, Richie said, rolling his eyes. So you're in the Patrick column? Ted asked, raising an eyebrow at Brett. Brett snorted. I ain't in any column. I'm as happy here as I am out there. I'm good with anything. But it seems worth mentioning that this fuckball weirdo led us through a whole lot of shit and kept us alive. Thank you? Patrick guessed. He also led us into most of that shit, Gary reminded them. Yes, he did, Richie nodded. Can't argue with that, Patrick agreed. Stay out of this, Gary snarled. Sure thing, Patrick said, tipping Gary a small salute. This is probably a conversation best held without me anyway. Gentlemen, and Richie, I bid you adieu. He bowed very low, scraping his knuckles against the cement floor. Ow! And if it helps, I'm planning on leaving tomorrow. And I absolutely do not expect any of you to give up the safety and security of Roman Ranch just to take me across state lines." Gary pressed his mouth into a thin line without responding. Brett gave Patrick a nod, and Richie stared venom right through him. Ted shrugged helplessly, and that was that. Patrick walked out of the storage unit, patting Jimmy on the shoulder as he passed. "Thank you for the kind words," he said. "You're welcome," Jimmy replied. Then he added, "I don't like that you called me Johnny on purpose." Patrick sighed. "Yeah, I get that." And so, on his own, he wandered out into the lot and went to explore the fields beyond the fence and ponder what would come next. 60. Patrick didn't work too hard to try to forge any sort of relationships with the rest of Roman's team now that they were on the farm together. There was really no point, since he wouldn't be there long, and they all looked like they took themselves way too seriously, like they were extras in a Predator movie. There was no need to introduce himself to the women guarding the storage lot entrance. They knew he was with Roman and stood back and let him pass. "Much obliged," he said, slipping between the sentries. The sun was on its way towards setting, and the monkey clouds were taking on their dusky burnt orange glow. Patrick wandered out onto the highway, walked down the dashed center line for a while, then turned and meandered in the fields. He was pretty sure the crop in front of him was soybeans. He'd eaten enough edamame to recognize the pale, stunted pods. Further down the road was corn, and beyond that, cotton. There were two more crops he couldn't even guess at on the other side of the highway, plus a pretty expansive vegetable garden full of cabbage, zucchini, tomatoes, sugar snap peas, cucumbers, and plenty more. He hadn't seen this much food since a monkey bomb fell on his neighborhood jewel Osco. He undersold it, didn't he? Patrick jumped when he heard Carla's voice so close behind his ear. "What are you, a cat?" he exclaimed, catching his breath. "What are you, a mouse?" Carla teased, clearly pleased with herself. "Mice have ultrasonic hearing." Patrick frowned. "I'm more of an armadillo." Carla planted her hands on her hips and gazed out at the patchwork of crops growing in the valley. "It is so much food, isn't it?" "It is," Patrick nodded. "I mean, he did say he wanted to be the next big economic driver, but I thought that was just some sweet aspirational talk. He didn't paint the full scope of all this into his word picture." "It's part of his strategy," Carla sighed. She turned and sat down on the edge of the highway, her boot heels digging into the loose gravel embankment. "Don't tell strangers what you have, so they don't covet it and raise an army against you. If those strangers become friends that you eventually welcome in, they're pleasantly surprised to see such abundance, or something like that." "Pretty smart," Patrick admitted. "A place like this is worth protecting." Carla nodded. "It is." She scooped up a handful of asphalt gravel and started tossing tiny pieces into the fields, aiming at the fledgling soybean pods. "It's also a place worth staying." Patrick sat down next to her on the road. "Are you talking about me, or are you talking about you?" "I'm talking about me," she said. "I'm explaining about me. Roman is not a good person. He's full of bluster, he's careless, and he's selfish, and there's a meanness inside of him that you haven't seen yet." Patrick drew his knees up to his chin. "I can sometimes sense it, though." Carla tossed another pebble. It hit a yellow-green pod square in the center and knocked it off its vine. "He's not a good person," she said again. "That's why Melissa, Mary, and Adiva ran off. They were saving themselves, and I keep wondering why I don't save myself. But we come back here, to all this." She stared out at the land, at the fences, at the heavily armed security guards, at the homey storage units. "This is the best place I've been since M-Day. Best place by a long shot. A person could be very comfortable here," Patrick agreed, in post-M-Day adjusted terms. Yep. The distant watery disk of the sun touched the edge of the horizon. The world would be dark again soon. So you're going to stay? Patrick asked. Carla nodded. I am. She gave Patrick a sideways look. Her eyes glistened with hope as she asked, Are you? But Patrick shook his head. I have to get back, he said. To your friends. Yeah. To Fort Doom. And to Ben. Patrick nodded. Mostly to Ben. Carla sighed. I don't even remember what it is to love someone like that. Patrick chewed on his bottom lip. Ben's a friend that became family long before the bombs dropped. My daughter Izzy, she called him Uncle Ben. I used to worry about how we'd eventually break the news that he isn't really her uncle, because to her, he was as much a fixture in our family as my sister and her wife, and my brother-in-law and his. Turns out we never had to have that conversation. He sniffed back against the sting of the cool night air in his nostrils. At the time, it felt like something we'd have to explain. I wish I'd known then that it was something to celebrate. Carla looked over at Patrick. She reached out and placed her hand on top of his, squeezing it gently. Patrick started, surprised at this new warmth, and Carla started to pull her hand away, but Patrick held on and squeezed back. The warmth was new, but it was nice. They settled into each other, Carla's shoulder pressed against Patrick's arm, and he could smell the heat on the back of her neck. I don't know what I'd do without Ella and Lucia, Carla said. I really don't. It took me an apocalypse to realize that a found family is just as real as blood. They sat there for a while like that, holding hands and not knowing what to think about the world, watching the sun get swallowed up by the earth. When they heard the crunch of boots walking up the gravel slope of the highway's shoulder, they dropped their hands. Patrick wiped his palms on his jeans. Anything going on here I should know about? Roman asked, his smile as big as the moon. Hope you don't mind if I borrow our brilliant engineer for a bit, Carla. He reached a hand out to Patrick and helped him to his feet. Of course not, Carla said, pushing herself up. She locked eyes with Patrick. Find me later, she said. It wasn't a question, and there was a strange, dire edge beneath the words, a fear that cracked the air like glass. Patrick frowned when he heard it, as Carla's warning echoed in his head. Roman is not a good person. He nodded. I will, he promised. Roman watched them with his wide grin. Sweet little lovebirds, he laughed. Then he slapped Patrick on the back and directed him back toward the gate. Come on, there's something else I want you to see. They walked back toward the storage units, leaving Carla alone in the darkening night. 61. You've traveled a lot. Have you seen many other farms like this? Roman asked as they passed back into the storage lot. I haven't seen any other farms like this, Patrick admitted. You know why? The monkey bombs took all the green thumbs? No. It's because people are lazy. They want to be taken care of. Patrick frowned at that. I don't know if that's right. Let me explain the human condition to you, Roman said, throwing an arm around Patrick's shoulder. Most people are baby birds with their mouths open to the sky, waiting for someone to vomit down their throats so they can say thank you. Government performed that function very well for the length of the American experiment, and in that government's absence, I am more than happy to fill in. Behold. He gestured grandly to the crops beyond the high fences. The new and improved nanny state. It was ripe for disruption long before M-Day, and now I've filled the gap. We can provide anyone with the basic necessities of survival, oh yes. But unlike the old resource-depleting entitlement programs of yesteryear, here there's an exchange, value for value. Why do I feel like I'm suddenly trapped in an election cycle? Patrick asked miserably. Because all those old white men knew that this was what it comes down to. Dependency. We take that same approach here, but we amp it up. The survivors of M-Day are dependent on our food. We have control of that. But we don't cash it in as votes. How generous? Roman laughed. This campus is a meritocracy. People here must earn the right to promotion. This system, my system, gives even the lowest, most insignificant members of the community a way to earn their keep. The hairs on the nape of Patrick's neck crackled to life. A shiver rippled through him. Roman led him to the long office building just inside the entry gate. He strolled up to the door and rapped sharply 3 times. "Open up!" he barked. "I brought a visitor." The door pushed open, bathing the lot in a warm orange glow as the flickering firelight from inside washed out through the open doorway. A woman with thick hair and thicker glasses peered up at them as she considered Roman's call. "It wasn't locked," she said sourly. "We don't lock it." She looked at Patrick, frowning. "Is he here for the test?" "He certainly is," Roman said, herding Patrick inside. The light came from lanterns positioned throughout the building. Patrick noticed the eerie shadows they cast across the dull white walls. "Juice is a precious resource," Roman explained. "We have a field full of generators, but between the living quarters and the machinery we run in here, well, the lab lights do suffer a bit. Just to save power. But trust me, what we lack in light, we make up for in scientific illumination." The building was divided into 3 rooms, each one larger than the last. The first room contained the U-Store service counter, which had been covered with scientific equipment, beakers and burners and spinners and testers. The next room had once been a customer waiting area. The cheap cabinets with peeling Formica countertops were still lined against 2 of the walls and had probably once held a Keurig, some cheap Kirkland coffee pods, maybe some tea bags, and a hot water machine. Now the counter was covered with books, textbooks and notebooks, and there was an old-fashioned calculator, one with large buttons that ran on a solar-charged battery. A display of clean pipettes and beakers sat on the other end of the counter, and a wire magazine rack now held several dozen brightly colored powders with crude masking tape labels. A mini-fridge hummed angrily on the floor beneath the pipettes. 2 rolling carts stood at the ready near the far side of the room, their surfaces covered with glass and metal instruments Patrick did not recognize. But the main attraction of this second room was the huge plexiglass cylinder in the center. It was probably 10 feet in diameter, standing vertically from floor to ceiling with a small door set into the far side. The tube was large enough to hold a medical gurney, which sat squarely in the center. It was loosely covered by a grimy bedsheet. Pale pink splotches blossomed here and there, remnants of blood that had long ago soaked through the fabric. Thick straps hung from the ends of the gurney, straps of leather that was worn but sturdy. 3 large vents protruded down into the cylinder from above. A sizable floor drain was set into the tile beneath it. The tile near the lip of the floor drain was stained a glossy pink. The third and final room stretched the full remaining length of the lot and consisted of 8 storage units, 4 on each side, with a narrow alley between them. All other units on the lot opened to the outside, but these 8 were more secure, opening to the inside of the building. "For our most precious cargo," Roman smiled. All throughout the building there were small metal desks with ancient computers and dot matrix printers chopping out lines of text with their high-pitched, scratchy whines. Scuttling from room to room like cockroaches were 4 scientists in once-white jackets, their heads bent low, their voices quiet, moving around each other in patterns of choreographed chaos. "This is extremely unorthodox," the scientist with the frizzy hair said, following quickly behind them and pushing her glasses up her nose in consternation. "We have a protocol." "Which we'll return to momentarily," Roman said. The woman muttered with exasperation, but Roman simply waved her off. She stomped back to the front counter, where she grumpily began gathering jars of powder and vials of liquids and heaping them onto a cart. "What is this place?" Patrick asked. "This is where the new economy begins," Roman said proudly. "This is where we thrust humanity forward into its next evolution." Patrick glanced doubtfully at the blood-stained gurney. "Is the evolution directed by Eli Roth?" Roman gave him a strange look. "I don't get the reference," he said. Ben would, Patrick thought. "We're doing incredible things here," Roman continued. "Incredible things. I know it doesn't look like much. That printer is from 1986. Wild, right? Old tech and new tech. And prehistoric tech," he added, gesturing to the torches. "We've put it all together to achieve something you won't believe. And these people, they're the best. Most of them have been with my company for years, way before M-Day. The people outside are all new, the guns and everything," he said, waving his hand through the air dismissively. "But in here, the sanctum sanctorum, where the work of the gods is being done, these are some of the most brilliant minds that M-Day left behind. I guarantee you that." Patrick frowned as he watched the men and women in old lab coats picking at the edges of the lab equipment, mumbling quietly to themselves, readying their instruments, though for what, Patrick had no idea. "What's this test?" he asked. "The latest in a series," Roman said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. "Maybe the last, maybe not. But man, we're getting close." "Close to what?" Roman gripped Patrick's shoulder and smiled so hard it looked like his lips might tear at the corners. "To a perfect reversal," he beamed. Down the hall in the storage room, one of the scientists pulled a padlock from the second unit's door and rolled it up. He hissed out an order that Patrick couldn't quite make out. A man about Patrick's age emerged, blinking in the firelight. He was thin like Patrick, but shorter, with dark, scruffy hair and almond-brown skin. His clothes were loose, and the hair on both jaws spiraled down to his chest. He shuffled uncertainly into the hall, goaded on by the scientist. A young girl leapt out of the storage unit, maybe 6 or 7 years old, her hair tangled and long and the same dark brown as the older man. She fell forward and threw her arms around his leg. The man gently pried her away, kissed the top of her head, and whispered something into her ear. He gestured back into the storage unit, but the girl didn't move. She stood there, her fingers curling into fists, her shoulders trembling. "No!" she shouted. "Bulvis!" A woman ran out from the storage unit and grabbed the girl around the waist, dragging her back into the shed. She murmured into her ear, stroking her hair and holding her tight. This only made the girl more frantic, more scared. She began to cry. "Papa!" she screamed. "Papa! No me dejas! No me dejas!" The scientist shoved the woman and the girl backward into the unit and pulled the door down, slamming it onto the concrete. The man walked forward bravely but sadly, his mouth twisting against a deep and bottomless pain. He lifted his chin and held his head high as he marched up the hall toward the center room. Patrick's heart was thumping against his chest. "What is this?" he demanded. Roman was looking at the man with shining eyes. The tips of his ears were pink with excitement. "We're going to save them," he replied. "Save who?" Roman turned and smiled at Patrick. "Everyone." The scientist half led and half shoved the thin man through the door and into the plexiglass cylinder. The man's entire body quivered as he stepped forward and lifted himself onto the gurney. A second scientist stepped through the doorway. Together, the two men in lab coats set about securing the thin man's wrists and ankles with the thick leather straps. "Stop this!" Patrick said without thinking, his entire body flushed with blood. "What is this? Stop it!" "It's fine," Roman assured him. "Manuel is a volunteer. He and his family came to us asking for help, for food and shelter, and I'm glad we were able to give it. Value for value, remember? It was made very clear to Manuel before he stepped first foot on the property he would meet all the needs in Maslow's hierarchy here, physical needs before anything else, and in return he would provide the value of scientific assistance. See how calm he is?" Roman added, nodding through the partition. "He's an honorable man holding up his end of an honorable agreement." Roman looked like he might cry, as if the beauty of the frightened man's situation was pushing him toward the edge. "He is my Apollo 1. Patrick's lips drew down into a tight frown. The men aboard Apollo 1 burned to death, and we wouldn't have landed on the moon without them. Patrick felt a hot prickling cover every inch of his skin. The air in the room suddenly felt close and overly warm. "What is this?" he demanded again. "What are you going to do to him?" Roman exhaled far too calmly. "The duster repellent that you were so instrumental in helping me obtain is the key to a bright new world. It has the potential to unlock the door into a radical new epoch of peace and prosperity." He crooked his finger at Patrick. "Come on, I'll show you." Roman crossed over to the mini-fridge. Patrick reluctantly followed, forcing himself to peel his eyes away from the man inside the cylinder. The scientists had stopped fussing with his bonds and were now hooking him up to a small portable arsenal of machinery and monitors. Roman pulled open the fridge and carefully removed a small vial of bright blue liquid. "This was my first visit to Dr. Philbin's lab, but it's not the first time I've been introduced to her work. A woman came through the farm several months back, maybe a year or so ago. She needed supplies for a trip out west. She had an interesting story to tell about a makeshift laboratory in Asheville, and she offered a small bottle of liquid as payment. Zombie Gone." "It is a good name," Roman smiled, "but no, not exactly. What she gave us was something of a minimum viable product. It didn't keep zombies away, but it did affect them. It was the start of something, you could see that. It made them confused. It took away their bite. That vial was the beginning of something big. We ran through the sample pretty quickly, but the promise was there. Our experiments with the early version were pretty conclusive. If Dr. Philbin managed to realize her vision, we could use that, paired with our work here, to achieve something extraordinary." "So you've said." He glanced over his shoulder suspiciously at the man strapped to the gurney. The man's eyes were closed, but his chest was heaving with labored breath. "And that extraordinary thing would be what exactly?" "The reversal of the monkey dust effects." Patrick's brow furrowed. "Reversal, meaning we can turn dusters back into the people they were. The animals, too. We can reverse the effects of the dust and save not just the dusters themselves, but every one of the would-be victims they'd tear apart. We can essentially reset the world and start over from scratch, building society back up without the threat of monsters." "Sounds like a nice dream," Patrick grunted. Roman grinned. "It's much more than a dream. We are so close," he promised. "Our trials have been going well. Earlier this afternoon, my scientists extracted the active ingredient from Philbin's serum and integrated them into this." He held up the bottle of blue liquid and showed Patrick the small masking tape label with neat writing. Number 57. "At long last, this one may be a winner." Patrick shook his head. "This is your 57th try at turning a duster back to a pre-duster? And you think you've gotten it right this time?" "Correct and correct," Roman said. "So you're going to use this on a duster to see if it works. You've got it. You've been experimenting on real dusters. Yes, on actual humans. On dusters, Roman clarified, a shadow crossing his brow. But that man, Patrick said, nodding at the cylinder, is not a duster. Well, no, Roman admitted. Not yet. A chill rippled through Patrick's bones. The scientists inside the cylinder finished their preparations and stepped out through the small door, closing it securely behind them. They nodded at Roman, then they went to one of the computers along the wall and started tapping at the ancient keyboard. Dusters are nearly impossible to control, Roman said. He walked up to the cylinder and stared softly, almost lovingly at the man strapped into the gurney. They make terrible test subjects. We lost several good scientists in the early days trying to get dusters into a contained space. The color drained from Patrick's face. His knees felt weak. His head was spinning. "You're not going to—" he croaked. He had to grab the countertop to steady himself and keep himself on his feet. It's much simpler to restrain them before they become dusters, Roman said, placing a hand on the plexiglass tube. He glanced over at the frizzy-haired scientist emerging from her makeshift desk with a canister in her hands. Roman nodded at her. She stepped up to a panel in the wall, opened it, placed the canister inside, and removed the lid. She closed the panel door, locked it, and pressed a button on a small box mounted on the wall. A mechanism in the ceiling immediately whirred to life, and wind began to whip through the cylinder. The man's clothes started to ripple in the swirling air. His chest rose faster and faster. His lips moved in a silent prayer. The vents in the ceiling began to hiss, and a yellow-green fog began to spill slowly into the tube. "Dust goes in," Roman said. "Duster comes out." Patrick felt the world shrink around him. Clouds of dust tumbled down into the narrow space, thin at first and building as they billowed, becoming concentrated, almost viscous as they cascaded down over the restrained man. He coughed, choking as the thick fog entered his lungs. His fingers scrabbled against the leather of the straps, frustrated and ineffective. He screamed, a horrible, marrow-curdling sound of sheer terror and panic that sputtered into a wretched bark as the fog pushed down into him, so thick now that it cloaked the man, the gurney, the wires, the machines, everything in the tube, until the only thing Patrick could see was a swirling green mist. "You can't," he whispered, leaning against the desk. "You can't make a duster like this." "You can if you know how the chemicals work," Roman assured him, his voice softly reverent as he watched Manuel's face disappear behind the curtain of green smoke. "You'd be surprised how far you can push the potency of the dust once you understand it, once you know it. And no one on Earth knows it quite the way I do." "And why is that?" Patrick asked, not sure he wanted to know. Roman turned to Patrick with something like misplaced pride in his eyes, the firelight from the lanterns throwing shadows up over his face. "Because I'm the one who designed it," he said. 62. Patrick was falling through an infinite hole in space. The world was gone. Gravity was gone. His hands on the cool concrete floor of the office building did nothing to stabilize him, and he was suddenly, irreparably unstuck from time and lost in the universe. "You designed it?" His voice was smothered, muted, as if he were hearing himself underwater. Roman stood at the cylinder, touching the glass, moored securely in the reality that Patrick had slipped off of. He stood straight and even while Patrick spilled and spun into the ether of chaos. "I did. Not alone, of course." He sighed as he watched the green fog ripple beyond the glass, doing its unseen work on the man imprisoned inside the tube. "I'm a venture capitalist, after all, not a chemist." Roman peeled his gaze away from the undulating smoke to lock eyes with Patrick. It snapped him back to their shared time and place. You wouldn't believe the shit we get into." Patrick blinked up at Roman as the man smiled. The shock and the confusion were so thick they spilled into his eyes and clouded his vision. He strained against the encroaching darkness to focus on Roman's silhouette. Why? Why would you ever do that? For the money, obviously. The answer was so bland, so blunt. I know it sounds awful, but it's actually just business. Investment opportunities are presented to me, and I evaluate them. Usually there's too much on the downside, and I pass. Sometimes there's enough upside, and I go. Sometimes it's a clean cash and equity deal. Less often, it's a hands-on opportunity. I don't get many like that, and they're mostly apps and cosmetics and cheap Walmart disruptors that'll flare out in 6 months. But every once in a while, someone shows up with a request for proposal from a foreign nation for some wild-ass shit they need to keep off the domestic books, and bang! You're airlifting poppies from a farm in Arkansas to a hangar in Bolivia, or you're employing engineers to dig tunnels under the Mexican border, or you're pulling together a kick-ass team of lab rats to develop a next-gen chemical agent for the constitutional monarchy of Jamaica. Patrick felt the ground firm up beneath him. Embers sparked to life in his gut. As the fire spread, it burned away the vertigo and confusion, forging his cells like iron into an impenetrable mass of plates that spread beneath his skin. "How could you do that?" he demanded, his fists trembling. If Roman noticed the metallic rage rising within Patrick, he didn't show it. The startup was promising. Spun out of one of my cosmetic companies, actually. Believe it or not, cosmetics and chemweps have a pretty big overlap. I mean, the whole reason monkey dust is chartreuse is because we started with a cosmetic foundation called Glow Stick Green we rolled out for rave kids in the 90s. It turned out to be a killer base for the combustible compound. Over Roman's shoulder, the green fog stopped falling into the cylinder. The mist began to melt away. Patrick could see the murky silhouette of the man inside writhing against the restraints. "Billions of people," Patrick seethed. His whole body vibrated with anger. "Billions dead. 2 of mine." Roman shook his head slowly. "Boy, I could not believe they actually went through with it. I mean, in some ways, you have to hand it to them, you know? The absolute balls on those guys. I didn't think it would happen." "You thought they ordered an extinction-level chemical powder so they could lock it in a drawer?" Patrick said through gritted teeth. "You wouldn't believe how many countries do that. Did that. I mean, all of them. I'm not exaggerating when I say all of them. The ones that could afford it anyway. This shit was always a deterrent. No one actually plans on destroying the world. Why would they? It's not in anyone's interest. But they want a bargaining chip so that they can't be destroyed, not without consequences. That's all any of this political subterfuge bullshit ever is. That's what we figured this was, too. But it wasn't. Watercolor images of Izzy and Annie washed through Patrick's vision. Boy, is that an understatement. The last droplets of yellow-green mist evaporated from the tube, giving Patrick a clear view of the man inside. He was strapped to the gurney, thrashing and gnashing and spitting yellow flecks of froth from a mouth that snarled beneath eyes that were wild with confusion and fury. "You made a thing that, if it doesn't reduce humans to puddles, does this instead," Patrick seethed, raising a shaking finger toward the see-through cylinder. "You made it do this. After you created it to destroy humanity, you let this happen to whoever was left. You made something that massacred the majority of the planet and ravaged the rest. And you're still doing it." "But now I'm doing it so I can find a cure," Roman reminded him, "to make good on what's been done. The work we're doing here isn't to make more dusters. It's to find ways to cure them." He tossed the blue vial to the scientist with the frizzy hair, who cried out in surprise and nearly dropped it as she caught it. She scowled at him, and he grinned back. "Sorry." The scientist picked up a hypodermic needle from a tray by the wall and sucked the serum out of the vial. Syringe in hand, she crossed over to the cylinder and cautiously opened the door. The man inside was thrashing against his restraints, snarling death from his lips. The scientist crept up carefully, checking the security of the leather straps that crossed the man's forehead. Then she shoved the needle into the corner of his eye, quickly, expertly. She pressed down on the plunger as the swirling blue fluid disappeared into the newly transformed duster's bloodstream. Then the scientist removed the syringe and slipped out of the chamber, locking it behind her. The room came alive with the sound of pens clicking as the men and women in white coats crowded around the cylinder and began jotting notes on the subject's reactions to the injection. At first, Patrick couldn't tell any discernible difference in the duster, despite the fact that the scientists were writing furiously and mumbling their observations to one another. But then the man stopped thrashing. His chest rose and fell quickly, too quickly. Spiderwebs of blue color streaked his arms as the serum filled his veins, stretching against his skin, throbbing and swelling as if they might burst. The man's screams became strangled. The sounds he emitted dropped down to a low growl. Tears streamed from his eyes. Yellow-green saline bled through with blue flecks. And then a horrible noise erupted, like the sound of a thick water balloon popping. Patrick watched in horror as the veins beneath the man's skin burst, some of them breaking through the skin, others disintegrating beneath the surface, soaking his body in a dark blue tint. Then his eyes rolled up in his head and he went still. Blue and yellow pus oozed from every orifice in his face. Bloody mucus dripped from his arms. Somewhere a heart monitor pealed out an even, sustained squeal. He was gone. Roman sighed sadly. Well, it'll work one of these days. He nodded at the frizzy-haired scientist. She picked up a walkie-talkie, clicked it to life, and said, "Clean up on aisle 8. Patrick's breath came through his nose, ragged and hot. "You are a ghoul," he whispered. "You're the devil." He fought to control his words against the rasping impulse to scream, to shriek like a banshee, to bring down the walls of everything Roman had built with his furious volume. "You!" He couldn't find another name strong enough, bitter enough to define the black heart of Roman's depravity. "You broke the world!" Roman looked at Patrick with sympathy. "I know this is a lot all at once. Normally I'd have spread it all out and given you a couple weeks to take it all in. But I need your help. I need you read into this because you're smart, you're resourceful, and I need your help to figure out how to make this work." He stepped closer and placed a hand on Patrick's shoulder. His blue eyes were full of hope as he said, "I could really use a good engineer to help me cure them." Patrick felt icy coldness under the weight of Roman's hand. "That man had a daughter," he said. "That man was a volunteer. You just took away her father. He chose his path. That wasn't a choice. It was the only option you gave him if he wanted to feed his family. I think this has been a little much for you. Go back and rest. We'll talk tomorrow." "He had a family," Patrick said through clenched teeth. Roman tightened his grip on Patrick's shoulder. "I said we'll pick this up later." Patrick's vision had reached a white-hot clarity. Every crisp line of Roman's form was in sharp, scalding focus. Patrick bored into the deep black well inside Roman's pupils, the thick, oily emptiness behind his eyes. "I had a family. I had a daughter. She loved Ariel and Mad Libs and butterscotch pudding and riding her bike. Her organs turned to liquid, and she died screaming and terrified and alone because of what you made." Roman rolled his eyes. "It was years ago, Patrick," he said. "You're going to have to get over that. The world is different now. We have to deal with what we have." All sound stopped. The murmurs of the scientists, the hum of the machines, the thoughts inside Patrick's own head. It all went suddenly and perfectly silent. Roman lifted his hand and turned away. He was moving in slow motion, his body leaving a blurred trail of movement. "Kill it with fire," Ben said. Patrick blinked. He was standing in the living room of 24C. Ben had leapt up onto a couch, pointing frantically at a cockroach that had scuttled beneath the coffee table. "Patrick, kill it! Kill it with fire!" "It's not Frankenstein's monster," Patrick frowned. "I don't think fire can even kill a cockroach." "We have to kill it," Ben insisted. "It's disgusting and insidious, and it'll eat our goddamn souls." "That's true, cockroaches do that," Patrick agreed, rubbing his chin. The cockroach was crouched beneath a table leg. Its antennae twitched. "The only thing for it is death." "You know, I'm not sure killing it is the best thing," Patrick mused, looking thoughtfully at the insect. "If you've got a roach out here, then you've got 1,000 roaches in the wall. That's just basic science. The death of one cockroach in the face of a cockroach horde is nothing." "It'll send a message," Ben said confidently. "The other roaches will know we mean business, and they'll bug out." "But consider this." "Did you even hear what I just said?" Ben demanded. "Bug out." "Yes, I did hear your sad joke. But consider this. What if killing this one roach makes the other roaches angry? They might come for you. They might come for you while you sleep." Ben gritted his teeth. "Then we'll kill them all," he decided. "This feels like futility itself." "You can't just let a cockroach stand." "But it's just one cockroach. There are 1 billion more cockroaches." "But this is the cockroach we can handle. We may not be able to kill all the cockroaches in all the world, but by God, Patrick, we can kill this cockroach, and the world will be better for it." Patrick frowned. "I'm just not sure the world cares too much about this one cockroach." "I care about this cockroach, and I am a major part of our world," Ben cried. "Kill it with fire." "I'm telling you, I don't think you can kill them with fire. Don't they say that cockroaches can survive an atomic bomb?" "That can't possibly be true." "I think it might be true. I don't think you can kill it with fire." "Fine, I don't care. Then maim it with fire." "I don't even have a fire." Ben looked at him with eyes like blocks of stone. "Patrick, yes you do." Patrick felt heat on the back of his head. He turned and saw the camp lantern hanging on the wall of Roman's laboratory. He looked back at Roman. He was still turning away, his lips curled into a snarl. The sound was still muted in this world, in the now. She died screaming and terrified and alone. "You're going to have to get over that." Patrick reached up for the lantern. He felt the weight of the gas canister and the real glass housing. He felt the heat of the fire inside. Then he swung the lantern with every milligram of fury in his body. It smashed into Roman's face so hard that the glass shattered, slicing into his cheek and puncturing his eye. The regulator on the propane tank popped off. The sudden burst of gas ignited instantly, exploding against Roman's skin, soaking it in gas and flame. His skin blistered and peeled as blood fizzled and popped across his face. Roman screamed. Patrick heard nothing. Roman fell to his knees, clutching at his face, burning his hands, his mouth open, twisted and grotesque. Patrick said nothing. Roman's legs kicked out as if his body were being hit with thousands of volts of electricity. The skin on his face turned black. His lips shriveled up and curled away. One of the scientists ran over and threw his white coat over Roman's face, smothering the fire. Pink and gray liquid soaked through the cotton. Patrick watched all of this, and yet he didn't feel a thing. His nerves were dull. His mind was quiet. He could hear the sound of his thoughts, but they were muffled, suppressed, buried deep beneath layers of earth with no hope of rising to the top. He looked up from the burned and bloody mass on the floor and saw men rushing in with weapons raised. Security, protection, punishment, cleanup. They moved as if caught in a strobe light, their slow, jerky movements bringing them close, closer, closest. Patrick didn't move. He was a thing of clay, stationary, pliable but only from the outside. He tilted his head as the first security guard flashed into him, knocking him back, spinning him around. The guard raised a nightstick and brought it smashing down into the back of Patrick's head. Patrick pitched forward, bent in half like a paper doll, his head cracking on the floor. His hips followed, and then his legs. He crumpled onto himself, his eyes still open, his mind still conscious, but only just barely. The world swam. His vision doubled. He stared across the floor and saw Roman's head covered with the lab coat, as if he'd been painted there by Magritte. One single lover left to die, burned, cold, and alone. Hands grabbed Patrick beneath his arms and dragged him across the concrete floor. The volume knob slowly turned, and the silence gave way to frantic whispers, which became full-throated screams of panic as the world returned to normal speed and tore itself apart. People ran around, doors were thrown open, weapons flashed in the strange lights, and everyone was screaming. Patrick's captors kicked through the office doors and hauled him out into the lot. They dragged him across the rough cement over to an open storage unit, hurling the scraped and bleeding body onto the concrete floor inside. A man dug his knee into Patrick's back, crushing the air out of his lungs. He wrenched Patrick's wrists together and locked them with a zip tie. The hard plastic sliced into his skin, and the ties quickly became slick with blood. The guards murmured to one another, their words obscured but their tones incredulous. The other guard reared back and kicked Patrick square in the ribs with his steel-toed boot. The incredible pain of it was the breaking point for Patrick's consciousness. The light faded out behind his eyes as the guards walked out and pulled the door shut. 63. "Well," Ben said, "that was unexpected." He drummed his fingers against the metal bench that was bolted into the concrete. His shoes scuffed at the floor. Someone down the hall coughed up something wet. He glanced over at Patrick. "Any thoughts on the situation?" Patrick frowned. "I'm honestly having a hard time remembering the details." "Good. Use that line in court." "I'm serious. It's all sort of glary." "Happy to sharpen it for you," Ben sighed. "You broke a bar chair over a guy's skull, and now we're in prison." "We're not in prison. We're in jail," Patrick corrected him. "Big difference." "Not a big difference to my parole officer," Ben insisted. "You don't have a parole officer." "I'm going to now that you've landed us in prison," he cried. "Not prison," Patrick said, shaking his head. "Jail. Big difference." Ben stood up from the bench. He moved too quickly, and his whole body swayed as the blood sloshed around in his head. His left eye was bruised and swollen shut, and his lip was still dribbling blood. He caught himself against the wall. Once his legs felt solid again, he shuffled over to the bars and gripped them with shaky hands. Flecks of dried blood dotted his knuckles. He wondered if maybe he'd vomit. "Can I get some ice?" he called out into the police station. There were a few officers at their desks, but no one bothered looking up. One of them may have said, "Sit down." "I pay taxes, and you're all fired," he shouted grumpily. He plodded back over to the bench and lowered himself down. He missed the seat, but didn't have the energy to push himself back up, so he just slid all the way to the floor and reclined until he was fully on his back. "I'm not sure I did break a bar chair over that guy's head," Patrick mused, rubbing his chin. But it hurt to rub his chin because his chin was badly bruised and likely fractured. He just liked the gravitas the act of chin-rubbing gave to his words. "It certainly doesn't sound like something I'd do." "Good," Ben told him. "Say that in court, too. Give me $100 and I'll say the same thing." Patrick shook his head. "Sorry, but I need my bucks. I need all my bucks. I'm having a baby soon." "Wow, it hasn't altered your figure one bit," Ben said. He looked up at Patrick's puffy purple face. "I take that back. You've clearly had some work done." "Yes, apologies. Annie is having a baby soon, and I'm a co-financier of the project." "There you go." Ben used his shoulder to wipe away the blood at his lip. "Seriously, though, what happened back there?" Patrick sat up, leaned against the cinder block wall, and crossed his arms. He wasn't lying. He really couldn't remember the events of the last couple hours. Not clearly, anyway. Some of that was due to the alcohol, of course. He and Ben had only meant to grab a quick beer at the L&L Tavern, but that quick beer turned into many beers, and then many beers turned into whiskey shots. And now that sunrise was only 2 hours away, Patrick was still pretty drunk. But it wasn't just the alcohol that had led to things getting out of hand. He'd gotten so mad at the dickhead at the bar, it conjured a deep, dark fury like nothing he'd ever experienced before. It made the world different just for a few minutes. His vision had gone white, which made things look sharper and move slowly. Everything had gone quiet. Everything. "That guy just started wailing on you." "He didn't wail on me," Ben protested. "He smashed you in the head with a bottle, then he punched you so hard you literally flew across the room." "It wasn't across the room," Ben muttered. "It was like 2 feet at most." "I wanted him to stop," Patrick said. Ben frowned. "Yeah, don't get me wrong, I appreciate it and everything, but you've seen me get hit before, and I've never seen you engage in violence over it." "I'm pretty anti-violence," Patrick agreed. "So what the hell?" Patrick leaned forward and put his forehead into his palms. "Benny boy," he sighed, "that guy, he was a bad guy." "No kidding," Ben snorted. "No, I mean, he was a bad guy. Like, aside from picking a fight with you for no reason other than to have a punching bag, I think I held my own, but go on." "Aside from that, I was in the bathroom with him, next urinal over, and he was just bragging to, I don't even know, I guess me, or just the world? There was no one else in there, but he was just saying loudly to the ceiling that his daughter was a bitch, and if she didn't shape up, he'd have to shape her up himself, the way he did with his whore wife." Ben started. "What a dick." "Then back at the bar, after you guys got into it and he knocked you down, he threw some cash on the table and told his buddies he had to get home 'cause tomorrow's my kid's birthday, the big 05. "The daughter he called a bitch is turning 5? Patrick shrugged. The whole thing, bragging about abuse, talking about his daughter that way, the way he hit you, the fact that she's 4 years old, I got so angry. He looked down at his hands. They weren't trembling at all now. "I lost it." Ben shook his head. "Jesus. And I don't remember any of it." "What?" "The next thing I really remember is being thrown in the back of the police car. I have snippets," he said, tapping his temple, "but not much more than that." They were quiet for a few minutes. The only sound was the nearby cops fumbling with their keyboards and slurping coffee from their mugs. None of them seemed too concerned about the 2 drunk guys in the holding cell, which Patrick guessed probably meant he hadn't killed the guy. As if reading his mind, Ben said, "They were sitting him up when we got hauled out. There was a hell of a lot of blood, but head wounds tend to do that. Probably has one motherfucker of a concussion, but he seemed okay otherwise." "Better him than his wife and daughter," Patrick said quietly. "Ain't that the truth?" Though they both knew that whatever happened, all Patrick had done was probably postpone the inevitable. Ben blinked up at the fluorescent lights. "So are we going to talk about the blackout rage that apparently lives inside you?" "I don't know what to say about it. That's never happened before." "It sure happened tonight." "I don't know." Patrick pressed his thumb into his palm and rubbed at some invisible stain. "It's like my brain couldn't process that much evil all at once." "So this is what happens when the great engineer finds a problem he can't solve," Ben sighed. He overloads. But Patrick shook his head. I'm fine with problems I can't solve. But bragging about hitting your wife and daughter? That's a problem I can't fathom. There is no solve. There is no solve, Patrick agreed. He pressed with more and more force until his thumb shook. All you can do is erase the disc and start again without it. Ben gave him a sideways look. Or you could ignore it. That would probably be healthier, yes, Patrick sighed. We can start by never going back to the L&L. Probably should avoid Lakeview altogether. Lots of D-bags in Lakeview. Ben nodded. Lots of D-bags in Lakeview, Patrick agreed. All right, so from now on you keep your scary rage monster to yourself. We'll work on it. I'll help you. Patrick turned his head and smiled at Ben. Thanks. You're welcome. Thank you for avenging my defeat by breaking a chair over another guy's head. No sweat. And it's at least good to know you save your rage for the absolute worst monsters of the world. That's true. Finally, one of the cops pushed back from his desk and sauntered over to the bars. All right, you guys. One of you needs to call someone to pick you up. Patrick's eyes widened. We're free to go? Your lucky day, the cop grunted. You gave that guy a fractured skull, but it turns out multiple witnesses saw him throw the first punch, and, surprise, surprise, he's got a warrant out for a DUI. So you can go. But someone's got to come take you home. You smell like the fucking floor at Wrigley. He unlocked the cell and nodded toward the corner of the building. Phone's over there. Ben gestured toward the cell door. Well, you're up. Patrick sighed. Yeah, okay. He stood up carefully. His knees popped and his back cracked. How excited do you think Annie will be to get a phone call at 3 a.m. saying she needs to come pick up her drunk husband from the police station after a bar fight? How far along is she? Ben asked. 7 months? 7.5. I actually think I'll catch my own ride home, Ben decided. Smart man. Patrick started dragging his feet toward the door. Hey, Ben said, and Patrick turned back. You know your kid's going to need you to not be a rage monster. I do know that. So that's step 1. Well, step 2, I guess, after staying out of Lakeview. Be the person your family needs. As long as you've got them, you've got lots to be calm for. Patrick smiled sadly as he watched the memory of Ben dissolve into the darkness of the storage unit. It worked while I had them, Benny boy, he whispered. He leaned his head back against the wall and let the coolness of the metal melt away the hot flush that was suffocating his shoulders and his spine. His ribs ached and his lungs burned. His head felt muddled, like his brain was wrapped in a wet blanket. But it was beginning to clear, and reality was slowly settling back in. He didn't know how long he had been there, alone in the storage unit with his hands bound behind his back. Minutes, maybe. Hours, probably. The world outside his roll-top door must be absolute chaos. People attending to Roman, people trying to get answers, the redcaps being questioned. They were surely having discussions about what to do with him, or maybe they were waiting for Roman to receive enough medical treatment to be able to hiss his orders at them. He just hoped they weren't hurting the redcaps, though he doubted they would. They were never really his, and Roman's crew knew it. One way or the other, they'd be coming for him soon. Patrick was no doctor, but he was pretty sure he'd done some serious damage to Roman's face. Permanent damage. The kind of damage that meant Patrick was never going to make it off this farm. The thought of enduring so much to get back to Fort Doom and almost making it tugged at something deep in his chest, something like a plug in a drain that, if it were pulled out, would send every ounce of his heart washing away into the dirt. The redcaps had saved him, and he was grateful for that. but they'd also taken him away, and he tried not to feel anger. But all he'd worked for these last many months, all the pain and frustration, and the sudden soul-squeezing realization of what Roman had done and how Patrick had championed his cause along the way, it was all so overwhelming, so unbelievably exhausting, and in the end he had nothing to show for it. And he couldn't even let Ben know that he'd been trying so hard to get back to him. "Sorry, Benny boy," he said sadly to the dark world around him. "I got so close." Then he remembered that Ben already thought he was dead, which made him feel a little better. At least he wasn't expected to return. Ben wouldn't be left waiting and wondering and ultimately despairing. Patrick supposed that was some sort of mercy. He sure would have liked to see him one more time, though. Tears spilled down his cheeks. He couldn't do a thing to stop them. His wrists were caked with blood, and every slight movement threatened to reopen the wounds. So he sat there and cried, hating the feeling of tears that had nowhere to go but down. "Hang tight, Annie," he whispered. The dark room glowed with her memory. The bend of her smile, the air in her laugh, the curve of her hip, and the strange bluntness of her toes. Her love of the Stones, the Ramones, and the Smiths. The way she would dance in her socks and a sweater like Carlton from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. The way her mouth turned into a comma when she was working out a solution to some secret yet unserious problem. The way the morning light streamed in through their bedroom window and set her dark hair on fire. The way she fussed with his tie at rare formal events and always made it look worse. The way the air crackled every time she was angry, which was the same way it crackled whenever she laughed, which was the same way it crackled when they tumbled over each other, trying to stay quiet, the sheets twisting, the pillows sliding, their skin slick with sweat that set off sparks and made the hair on their necks stand on end. The way she tied her hair up in a bandana when she went out to run errands on Sundays. The way she went barefoot. The way she watched baseball. The way she wore sweatpants and called them her soft clothes. He tried not to think about her much as a rule, as a new rule here in this yellow-stained world. He missed her so much his particles ached. They threatened to disband, to break and disperse, to disappear back into the cosmic fabric from which they'd come. He felt like he had to hold himself together, physically strained to hold the cells of himself together when he thought of Annie. So he couldn't let himself dwell on her too much now. But God, he missed her. And Izzy. His love for Izzy was on another plane of reality. He loved Annie with his whole heart, his whole spirit, his whole being entirely. When she was pregnant, he sometimes wondered quietly when he was alone what would happen to the love he felt for his wife when he had to share it with this forthcoming miracle, this half-pat new human who would consume him completely, he knew. The love for her was already squeezing through his pores, even though she still had 3 months in the womb. He worried that what he felt for Annie would be swapped out and replaced, that his capacity to love was finite and already full, and to make room he'd have to drain one away to become filled with the other. But then Izzy was born. His conception of love buckled under the pressure, and somehow his feelings for Annie intensified and grew. Together they loved their new little human being so fully and completely and perfectly and hungrily that their capacities for love doubled and doubled again, and their feelings folded into each other. What they felt for Izzy was beyond description. There wasn't any point in trying to name it or define it. The only point was to hold it and share it together. If their love for each other was a yellow star, then what they felt for Izzy was an absolute supernova, exploding and collapsing without end. Wherever they were now, he'd be there soon too. Patrick was shaken from his own mind by a rattling at the roll-top door. It lifted up a few feet from the ground, and a dark figure slipped into the storage unit, closing the door from inside. "Here we go," Patrick breathed. The overhead light clicked on. He turned his face and squinted away from the glare, giving his eyes a few seconds to adjust before he peered back at the figure standing with him in the room. He blinked. Carla? She stood there, her hands balled into fists at her side, chewing at her bottom lip with her eyes wide. "Patrick," she said, her voice sick with fear. "What did you do?" Patrick looked up into her eyes. Roman made the dust. He engineered the apocalypse. Carla broke the stare. She looked down at her feet. "It's why they left," she said quietly. "The other women. It's why they set the boat on fire and ran. They knew it. We all knew it. Roman was a monster. He was the monster." Then she corrected herself. "He is the monster." Patrick's bones began to sink beneath their own weight, growing heavy and dense, pulling his shoulders toward the floor. "Why didn't you tell me?" he asked. Carla shook her head. "He's a monster, but he also built this place, this safe place. We have food and protection. We have electricity. And that's worth it to you." "Yes." She didn't hesitate. "I'm weak and I want that, even though he's responsible for the death of billions." "Billions," she said again, bewildered now as if she'd never heard the number before, as if it was the first time she'd actually allowed herself to consider the true scope of what Roman's weapon had done. "I didn't want to lose this." Patrick was even more stunned now. "Wow. And I don't want to lose you. Or the Redcaps, and I don't know, I didn't want you to go. Patrick, I've lost so many people, and the world is so fucking terrifying now, and you make me feel normal. I thought you'd leave, and Ella and Lucia and we'd be alone. With him." "With the monster who gives you electricity? Sounds rough." Patrick breathed heavily, taking in the warm, stale air of the storage locker. His lungs felt old and covered in dust, like relics pulled down from an attic. "He keeps us safe," Carla repeated. It sounded so hollow. Patrick wasn't sure even she believed herself. "Well, he told me to get over the death of my daughter, so I broke a lantern across the side of his face, and the whole thing exploded. Then I blacked out." Carla blinked. "Holy shit." Patrick's head bobbed. It didn't even feel cathartic. Carla wiped her eyes and took long strides across the room, kneeling down next to Patrick. "He's going to throw you into the cellar," she said urgently. "I have to get you out of here." She reached behind his back and fumbled for his wrists. She cursed under her breath as her fingers closed around the zip tie. "Shit, I don't have a knife." Heavy footsteps thudded against concrete outside the unit. The overhead door rattled as someone gripped it from the other side. "God damn it," Carla spat. She gripped Patrick under the arms and hauled him to his feet just as the door flew open. 2 guards strode into the room, stopping short when they saw Carla standing with Patrick. "What the hell are you doing in here?" asked a guard holding a baseball bat. Out of the corner of his eye, Patrick could see that Carla had forced her face into a mask of calm. "Figured I could be the one to walk him to the cellar," she said. "The son of a bitch made me think he was one of us." She turned and spat on Patrick's cheek. Patrick looked down. He looked away. "Who told you he was going to the cellar?" asked the other guard, tapping the flat side of a hunting blade against his thigh. "Am I wrong?" Carla asked, her voice as smooth as a steel rod. The guards exchanged frowns. "Well, no." "Great. Then get out of my way so I can take him." She shoved Patrick past the guards and out into the lot. Patrick drank in the fresh, cool air, letting it fill his lungs. Carla led him roughly toward the gate as the 2 guards followed uncertainly a few paces behind. "I'm sorry," she breathed, leaning her mouth in close to his ear as she pushed him away. "It's okay. Patrick said quietly, low enough that the guards wouldn't hear. "Do everything you have to do, okay?" Carla didn't respond. They made their way out of the storage lot. Carla directed him around the fence, cutting through the edge of the cornfield. As they rounded the corner, the Victorian farmhouse came into view. Someone had stabbed half a dozen tiki torches into the dry earth. Their flames cast shifting shadows up at the house, giving it the illusion of a brooding, breathing creature made of planks and shingles and glass. A crowd had gathered outside, Roman's people mostly, but the redcaps were there too, huddled together near the edge. Brett had his arms folded and his mouth turned down. Jimmy was wringing his hands, shifting uncomfortably from one foot to the other. The rest of the redcaps looked totally at ease. Richie was smiling with rare self-satisfaction, and Ted rubbed his injured fish leg with one hand while looking reproachfully at Patrick. Even Gary had come out for the occasion, standing there in the firelight, one sleeve dangling empty, a wicked grimace slashed into his face. The whole group vibrated in a nervous hum, but as soon as they saw Patrick approaching, they quieted down, a blanket of silence smothering their whispers. The crowd parted on some unspoken cue, and Roman stepped through them. Half of his mouth was curled down in rage and pain. The other half-face was draped in white cotton rags, plastered in place by blood and viscous ooze in stains the color of cherry blossoms and pus. Roman's shirt was wet with dark stains where his face had melted onto his shoulder. He swayed as he stumbled, his entire body held upright by nothing but opioids and rage. He cracked his lips as if to speak, but the skin had sealed. Patrick could hear it tearing apart as Roman managed to let loose a guttural, agonized moan. He clapped his hands like a furious gorilla and pointed toward the Victorian house. Carla pressed down on Patrick's hands and squeezed them tight, holding his wrists against the small of his back. "Good luck," she whispered, her voice caught on the words. She was pushed aside by the other two guards, who grabbed Patrick by the arms and dragged him toward the house. Patrick gave no resistance as he was pulled across the lot. He was so tired. The guards hauled him up to the corner of the house to a pair of storm doors set down into the earth. "The charge is treason." One of Roman's people stepped up from the crowd, her face bending wickedly in the torchlight. "The punishment for treason is death in the cellar." No one said a word in response. The night was still. The only sound was the fluttering flames, crackling and spitting on their wicks. It was Gary who broke the silence. "Throw him in!" he roared. Roman's soldiers hooted and hollered, but no one was sure what to do. Ella stood at the back of the crowd with her arms crossed and her counsel quiet. Lucia shrank back and went to go find Carla to huddle together until everything was over. Roman shouldered his way forward, every movement punctuated by pain. He carefully broke through the crowd and gripped Patrick by the face, digging his fingertips into Patrick's cheeks and pressing against his jaw with the palm of his hand. His eyes blazed in the firelight. "I should rip your face off," he gurgled between cracked and blistered lips. "An eye for an eye." Patrick didn't respond. Roman motioned to the guards. They stepped up to the cellar doors, reached down and pulled them open, revealing a deep black rectangle of darkness. The steps leading into the cellar had been cut away. All that was left was a 6-foot dead drop onto the hard-packed earthen floor below. Roman released Patrick's face as the guards took their prisoner by the arms. They spun him around so that he faced the gaping maw in the ground. Patrick's heart beat hard in his chest. He could feel the blood pumping, making mad vibrations in his skull. His hands were zip-tied behind his back, and the darkness below was near total. "The house is a decoy," Roman had said earlier. "So when people go inside the house, what happens next? They don't come out." Patrick shrank back from the edge of the hole. He bumped into Roman, who was leering over his shoulder, smelling smoky and sour. "You took my fucking eye," Roman hissed. Sweat dripped down the back of Patrick's neck. "Well," he said, swallowing hard, trying to keep his voice even, "you're going to have to get over that," he said, echoing Roman's lack of humanity. Roman punched him in the kidney as hard as he could and shoved him into the darkness. 64. Patrick slammed into the packed earth floor. Fire coursed through his veins, and his face exploded with pain where his bones collided with the ground. He struggled to roll over, looking up through the rectangular opening above. Roman sneered down at him, his face swathed in stains and shadow. "Close it," he snapped. The two guards lifted the doors of the storm cellar and threw them down into place. The world above slammed shut, and Patrick was left to the darkness. He let out a long, exhausted sigh. "God damn it," he whispered. The cellar was darker than the night. The only light that filtered into the room came from the top of a stairwell to Patrick's left, barely more than pale whispers of torchlight from outside passing in through the windows on the main floor. As his eyes adjusted, he could make out the dark silhouette of a railing and banister leading up the stairs, and a rectangle of gray space that was the open doorway. What the hell was he doing down here? The house is a decoy. They don't come out. Patrick struggled up to a seat, straining against the zip ties. What was so dangerous about an empty house? He dragged his legs around, trying to get to his knees, his feet knocked up against what sounded like a small pile of kindling. Was that it? Was the cellar a fire pit? He sniffed the air and didn't detect any gasoline or lighter fluid, nothing that might have fed a flame. Then he heard it, from somewhere upstairs, not the floor directly above him, but maybe the one above that. It was a staccato pounding on the floorboards, uneven and rough, footsteps dragging on floorboards, a pair of fast, clumsy feet, and then a second thud-thump, thud-thump, thud, and a third, and another, picking up speed, hitting the main floor and rounding the house, getting closer and closer, right overhead, thumping to the doorway. Stamp, clomp, stamp, clomp, stamp, clomp, down the basement stairs, two silhouettes, then another, tumbling down into the cellar, snarling, slavering, hissing, growling. Hungry. The dusters that appeared were thin, starved, ravenous, and they smelled a meal. No! They hit the wall, blind in the dark and blind with hunger. They snarled and shoved, pushing off the cold stone and throwing themselves across the cellar as they reached him. The first duster bit down, its teeth snapping shut against Patrick's shoe. The leather held, but the force of the jaws crushed against his toes, a pressure he could feel in his bones. Patrick yelled and kicked downward with his free foot. It was like slamming a heel down into a block of concrete. Pain shot up his leg, but the duster opened its mouth to snap and freed his foot. Patrick scooted away, but the second duster was on him, scrambling over the first and scratching at Patrick's pant legs. The fingers that gripped him were solid like iron. Patrick struggled against them, but the creature pulled him closer as a third duster sprinted around him and sank its teeth into his shoulder. Patrick screamed. Fire tore through his chest. He felt the warmth of fresh blood cascading down his arm. He could hear the sound of the duster chewing on his flesh, but was too stunned to be sick about it. His brain turned itself off, shutting down his senses and unplugging to protect him from the agony of being eaten alive. The last duster leapt into the pile and came down hard on Patrick's side. Something beneath Patrick shattered. My hip, Patrick thought dully. Maybe my spine. What if I never walk again? He realized what a ridiculous thought it was in the moment. The dusters stopped suddenly, sniffing the air. "Quark!" one of the monsters shrieked. It lurched up from the floor and threw itself backward. Then the other dusters screamed too, leaping away from Patrick as if he were burning them somehow. "Whark!" they screeched, scrambling away, hitting the steps. "Whark! Whark!" They disappeared upstairs, thudding through the house to put as much distance as they could between themselves and the cellar. Patrick lay on the floor, catching his breath, bound, bloody, and bewildered. Whatever had driven them away, he was grateful for it. 65. Richie shifted nervously on the balls of his feet, turning his hat over again and again in his hands. "Why do I have to tell him?" he whined. "You drew the short straw," Gary said. "I didn't draw any straw," Richie protested. "That asshole with the nail bat just told me to do it or he'd bash my annoying fucking head in." "I mean in life," Gary sneered. "You drew the short straw at birth." "Oh." They looked down at Roman asleep on his cot, his mouth twisted down into a distasteful grimace. He slept on the side that was whole, which meant all anyone could see of his face were the pink and yellow rags. "He needs his sleep," Richie frowned. "He needs to know what happened." Richie sighed. "Yeah," he agreed. He wiped his lips. "Shit." He stepped up to the cot and touched Roman lightly on the shoulder. Roman?" He pushed down on his arm. "Roman!" he urged again. Richie turned back toward Gary and shrugged. Gary waved his hands, gesturing, "Let's get this over with." Richie frowned. He turned back to Roman, grimacing as he reached past the bloody rag and shook Roman gently on the shoulder. "Oh, man, I can feel the heat coming off of his face. That's bad, right?" "If the next words out of your mouth aren't absolutely vital, I will cut your head off," Roman mumbled without opening his eye. Richie frowned. "Oh, sorry. Well, we may have a problem. He's gone." Now Roman shifted and struggled to sit up, grunting through the pain. "He's gone." "Yeah, Patrick is gone," Richie said. "Maybe." Roman took a deep breath. "Richie, the point." Richie took a deep breath. "I wasn't there, but as I understand, your guards were on patrol just now, and they saw a window was open. In the house. I guess that's unusual." "Dusters don't typically work locks," Gary grunted from the corner of the room. "Right. That makes sense. So they did some recon or whatever, and the dusters are gone. And Patrick is gone." Roman's jaw tightened. The dirty clothes bulged outward. "They think he escaped through the window." Richie fidgeted with his hat. "Then the dusters got out." Gary stepped in and Richie shrank back with visible relief. "Your guys swept the house and found the whole thing empty," Gary explained. "They found the zip tie in the basement along with some pieces of glass. And this," he added, pulling a small rubber stopper from his pocket. Roman took the stopper and held it close to his eye. "He had the serum. Looks like it. Pulled the cork, scared the zombies, broke the glass, cut the zip tie." Roman glowered. "Now he's gone." "Yeah, but at least we know where he's going." Roman looked at Richie. It was challenging to speak with so much opiate coursing through his system. Rage was doing its best to clear his head. "Get your friends. Take my weapons. Earn your keep." Richie nodded and scooted out of the room. Roman turned back to Gary. "How?" "I counted." "How'd he get a vial of repellent?" Gary asked. Roman nodded. Gary scoffed. "Yeah, I've got a good idea about that." Carla lay awake, staring at the shadows sliding around beneath her unit door. Her lights were out. The torchlight from the camp's perimeter bathed the pitch-black air in a soft yellow-orange glow. She was lying on top of her sheets, still fully dressed. She'd heard the commotion about 30 minutes prior. The guards were raising hell over at the house. Patrick had escaped. She sat alone in the darkness, waiting and hoping, waiting for Patrick to make his return, hoping against hope that he'd come, that he'd knock on her door, slip into her room, help her pack a rucksack, and take her with him. She'd go to Mobile, Alabama with him, and the next place after that. Wherever he went, she would go too. It didn't really make sense that he'd come back. It was way too dangerous now, too big a risk. If he had any sense, he was halfway to the Alabama border. He shouldn't risk his freedom for her. But then again, they could be stronger together. They could fight against the darkness of the world. They could make light for themselves. Couldn't they? She was jolted from her thoughts by a light rap on the door. "Patrick!" she gasped as she leapt up from her bed, her heart pounding. She hurried across the room, slipped back the lock, and quietly rolled up the door. Her heart turned to ice. It was Roman. "We need to talk." Black-red splotches soaked the rags on his face. Silvery yellow pus dripped from the burnt corner of his mouth every time he moved his lips. Where his right eye should have been, now there was only darkness. "Oh, my God," she murmured. "No, but just as hard to kill. Can I come in?" He shoved past her without waiting for a response. "I'm so glad you're alive," she said, her voice catching. She peered out into the storage lot. There was no sign of Patrick. Of course not, she thought. "Let me get to the point," Roman said. He pulled a knife from behind his back and dug the point into her throat. "Tell me why you did it." Carla froze. The sharp tip of the blade had already punctured her skin. She could feel a hot streak of blood rolling down her neck. She raised her hands slowly. "Roman, what are you doing?" "I'm making you tell me why you gave him a bottle of zombie repellent that you didn't tell me you had." He reached up with his free hand and cupped the back of her neck. He pulled her forward a hair's breadth, forcing her neck deeper against the knife. Carla gasped. "Roman, he—" Her eyes welled up with tears. "Please, don't! I don't know." He leaned in and pressed his burnt, bloody flesh against her cheek. His skin cracked and flaked against her cheekbone. Her skin grew warm where his ooze squelched against her pores. "Did you know this would happen?" Carla swallowed down the bile that rose in her throat. No, she gagged. "I just didn't want him to die." Roman pulled himself away. Pieces of his skin tore from his face and remained on her cheek, plastered with a smear of blood and white slime. He released the back of her neck and took a step back, pulling the knife point out of her skin. "Well," he said, "what am I going to do with you?" Carla clapped a hand to her neck and heaved a string of sobs. She shrank back, shaking her head, wiping at the blood. "Nothing. I'll go, okay? Now, tonight, you won't see me again. She was silenced by the view of a figure emerging from the shadows outside the door. He held one arm by his side. The other had been sawed away. "I have some news," Gary said, speaking to Roman, though he was looking at Carla. There was something in his eyes, something dark and dangerous. Not anger. Hunger, maybe. Pleasure. Vengeance. "What?" Roman snapped. "The lab's been cleared out. Looks like he slipped in after he escaped the house. The rest of the vials are gone." Roman bared his teeth. "All of them?" "All of them," Gary grunted. "And something else. He opened all the doors, let your human guinea pigs run free." Roman turned back to Carla. She looked up at him through her wet eyes, and what she saw there, hidden beneath a mask of bitterness and rage, was madness. True and absolute madness. "Roman," she started. He swiped the knife across her throat. Her skin opened up like a seam, and thick flows of dark red blood spilled down her chest. Carla pressed her hand to her neck, pushing against the red flood. It was surprisingly warm against her cold, clammy skin. Her knees gave out and she slumped against the wall. The horror in her eyes gave way to dullness, and her body buckled onto the floor, her head cracking on the cement and meaning absolutely nothing. "Send men to Mobile," Roman said, stepping over the body and out into the lot. "3 of yours, 3 of mine. I want them gone before sunrise." "You got it. What about her?" Gary asked, nodding down at Carla's body. "Close the door," Roman growled. "Lock it. Let her fucking rot." 66. It took Patrick 4 days to reach Mobile. He probably could have walked it in half the time if he'd had a goddamn map. But all he had was the sun and a shoulder bag stuffed with the only things he could find in his frenzied tear through Roman's laboratory: a scalpel, a notebook, 3 Bic pens, and a few bags of stale chips from the year 2007. And, of course, the zombie gone. That was the whole point. But without a map, he had been relying on the sun for navigation, which worked reasonably well, except he wasn't quite sure how to adjust his Yankee understanding of the sun's arc to the deep south angle. He made do the best he could, with a general inclination toward the south part of southeast, which was how, after 2 full days of walking, he'd ended up in Biloxi. He thought it might have been Mobile. "So there's the ocean," he groused, gesturing at the water. "What did they do with Fort Doom?" Thanks to the rusty navigation signs that were posted around the city, it took him almost an hour to realize he was still in Mississippi. "Well, this sucks," he decided. The sun was descending, so Patrick turned his back to it and huffed off down Highway 90, climbing over cars, resting under overpasses, and thanking God for bridges that had managed to stay intact. His food was spare, and his only weapon was a scalpel. He had no idea where he was going, but he knew Roman's men would be following him. So he pushed on, despite his fatigue and his hunger. If he could just make it to the walls of Fort Doom, his friends would see him. His family would save him. Everything about the world would be right. As the sun finally set on the 4th day, Patrick finally stumbled into sight of something familiar. His lips were dry and cracked. His legs wobbled with exhaustion, while his head drooped on his shoulder. He could have nodded off at any second. But there, at long last, against the darkening mist of the evening sky, still so far away, stood the towering ramparts of Fort Doom. A sound left Patrick's chest, some buoyant, joyful, grateful sound that he didn't recognize and could hardly comprehend. It left his lungs like music through an organ pipe, melodic and sweet, sorrowful and heavy. "Ben," he said softly, "I'm not dead." The sight of Fort Doom's silhouette filled him like oxygen. His nerves fired, his blood coursed, and his feet tingled as he picked up the pace. Then darkness fell, and the towers of Fort Doom were swallowed up by the mist. But he knew they were there. Even if he couldn't see them, they were there. All he needed to do was cut a straight line through the darkness, which he could do, no problem. It was a pleasure to follow a guide star after months and months and 4 full days of wandering lost. He pressed on, and soon the walls came into view through the darkness, through the dust. He could see the outlines of the blocks in the wall and had to stop just for a second, for a moment, to let the overwhelming gratitude drench his body like a tidal wave. It pushed him back, pinned him down, and battered him with unrelenting relief. He stopped and closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and smiled at the familiar smell of salt water and firewood. Then he opened his eyes just in time to see a tree branch swinging toward his face. The branch hit Patrick with incredible force that knocked him off his feet and sent him flying onto his back. The wood was dry and brittle. It cracked in half after sending a shockwave of sound resounding like a gunshot through Mobile. Patrick hit the ground like a sack of dirt. Blood flowed from his nose and his mouth. His left cheek began to swell immediately. He peered up through bleary eyes as 3 familiar forms stepped into view. Brett, Ted, Richie. Brett frowned. "You fucked up, man." He tossed the remainder of the tree branch into a ditch. Then he rolled Patrick over and pulled the backpack from his shoulders, opened it, and looked inside. There they are, the missing vials. He tossed the bag to Ted. "I think we're actually going to kill you now," Richie told Patrick, looking at the others. They nodded. Then he looked back at their former leader and smiled. "I didn't even know that I wanted that, but I'm kind of excited." Brett spun a finger in the air. "Do the thing before he screams," he said. "Oh, right." Ted pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and wrapped it around Patrick's head, stuffing it into his mouth and tying it off at the back of his neck. Patrick tried to struggle, but he was so tired. He beat his fists against Ted's arms, but even to Patrick they felt like marshmallows bouncing off of wood. "His wrists, too," Brett reminded them. Richie produced a bungee cord from his back pocket, which he wound around Patrick's wrists. Patrick strained against the bonds, screaming into the gag, crying tears of frustration. "Not like this," he thought. "Not these 3. Not so close. Not like this." "Let's get him upstairs," Brett said. He reached down and hauled Patrick up into the air, threw Patrick's matchstick body over his shoulder. They wound through the streets of Mobile until they came to a fire escape ladder that had been pulled down and prepped. Brett hauled himself up onto the first rung, carrying Patrick's weight and moving up the ladder easily as he ascended the side of the building. He climbed all 6 stories until they reached the roof. It had been hit by a monkey bomb from above. There was a gaping hole near the center, and the edges were a tangled mess of rebar and jagged concrete. Ted and Richie pulled themselves up over the ladder behind Brett, huffing and puffing and sweating, and mad. "Fuck this plan," Richie gasped, collapsing on the roof in a heap. "Shut up," Brett said as he dropped Patrick off his shoulder. Patrick fell to the roof like a cord of wood. "How's it looking?" Ted reached into his bag and pulled out a pair of dusty binoculars he'd pulled from Roman's supply room. He held them to his eyes and focused in the direction of Fort Doom. "Looking good," he confirmed. "They're soaking it now." Patrick squirmed to his knees, trying to peer through the darkness to see what was happening at the fort. He spat a string of frustrated curses, but they were muffled by the gag. "That? Oh, it's gasoline," Brett explained. "Roman's guys are burning down the fort." Patrick screamed and thrashed against the bungee cord. He fought his way to his feet and drove his shoulder into Richie's stomach. Richie wheezed and fell over as Patrick lunged at Ted next, but Brett stepped up behind him and cuffed him on the back of the head. It wasn't hard enough to knock him out, but hard enough to make the world spin. "Calm down or I'll throw you off the roof," he said. Patrick fell back to his knees, helpless as tears ran down his face. His shoulders shook with his sobs. Ted frowned. "It's all pretty messed up," he said uncomfortably. "Roman has this whole, you burned my face, I'll burn all your friends alive revenge thing in mind." "I don't know what you thought was going to happen," Brett said. Patrick didn't know either. "I didn't think. I just broke." And now his friends and family were all going to die. "Please," Patrick struggled to say through the gag, "please don't let this happen." "We can't understand you, dipshit," Richie said, climbing angrily to his feet. "Just shut up." "Richie," Brett said sharply. Richie shrank back. "What?" "Why don't you go down and keep an eye on the street?" "No way," Richie whined. "I want to be here for—" "Richie, get your ass down there or I'll—" Yeah. You'll throw me down there. I got it." He frowned at Patrick. He hawked up a gob of mucus and spat it onto Patrick's shoulder. "Richie, I'm going." Richie slunk away and threw his leg over the ladder. He flipped Patrick off as he climbed down. "Has he always been like this?" Ted asked. "I don't remember him always being like this." "He's always been a whiny bitch," Brett said. "He's just louder about it lately." He walked over and lifted the wheezing Patrick to his knees. Patrick moaned into the handkerchief as Brett pointed his face in the direction of the fort. "You have to watch." Patrick couldn't look away. Orange flames roared to life at the base of the wall. The light of the fire sliced through the darkness, through the fog, blazing a hole in the world so Patrick could see. The wooden gates of the fort were old, practically ancient for a country so young, and they went up like sticks of dry tinder. It took only seconds for the fire to spread inside. One moment it was a bonfire, then Patrick blinked, and it had become a wildfire. The grass behind the walls of Fort Doom was brittle and dry as straw, serving as kindling that caught fire with unthinkable speed. Patrick watched as the entire fort became a lake of flames. Churning waves of fire billowed up the towers. The cabins looked as if they were built of flames, walls and roofs melding together into one massive inferno. Black smoke roiled upward, darkening the night even further. Something exploded inside and belched a fireball into the sky. From somewhere amidst all the light and heat and smoke, there came screams, the screams of his friends, of Ben among them. They screamed as the fire burned them alive. Patrick threw up. The hot bile soaked the handkerchief, and he gagged and threw up again, hacking and coughing, fighting for air. Brett reached down and cut the fabric from his head. It dropped away, stinking and wet, and Patrick puked on the rough surface of the broken roof. His whole body convulsed, shaking and revolting, deconstructing. "Not a sound," Brett warned him, flashing his knife. He needn't have bothered. Patrick's internal organs seemed to crush in on themselves, squeezed with an anguish he had only known once before, the day when the monkey bombs fell. The day he'd heard Annie's screams turn to dead static through the phone. When he'd felt Izzy's fear in his chest and his guts. The day he'd wanted to cut through his own skin and rip his insides out because that pain would have been less agonizing. He wanted to tear out his very heart and end it all right then and there. The world was spinning, but he tried to stand. The flames made him blind. The screams made him deaf. He collapsed to the roof, his whole being racked with exhaustion, with guilt and regret. Eventually the screams stopped. That was so much worse. All he was left with was the distant roar of fire. There was only one thing left to do. Brett knelt down next to Patrick and held his knife close to his hip. "You don't have to be here for this," he warned Ted. Ted chewed his lip and pulled at his hands. "Yeah, maybe I should go find Richie," he whispered, his voice heavy and sick. "He'll need help." He picked up the bag with the zombie gone, turned and strode away from Patrick and Brett and the knife until he felt the hard iron of the ladder against his legs. He climbed over the edge and took 2 steps down, stopping before he went any further. "I actually always liked you," he said. He opened his mouth as if to say more, but nothing came. Then he disappeared down the ladder and out of sight. And then it was just Patrick and Brett and the knife and the darkness, all together on the roof. "Roman told us to kill you," Brett said. "He figures we'll do what he wants since it's our ticket to safety in his weird-ass cult. And I figure he's right. We will do pretty much anything to stay ahead. You knew that about us from the get-go. You knew Bloom. You know what we are. You know what we do." "You're gutless," Patrick murmured through the snot in his nose and the phlegm in his throat. "You're worms playing at being men." "Well," Brett said. He spat out over the roof. "We can't all be the apocalypticon." He raised the knife and plunged it into Patrick's shoulder. Patrick screamed, so Brett pushed his free hand over Patrick's mouth and smothered the sound. Patrick writhed in agony as the 3-inch blade pushed deep down through muscle to bone. "Sorry about this," Brett said, wrestling to keep Patrick still. "They'll want to see blood on the knife." He pulled the blade out of Patrick's shoulder. Patrick gasped from the rush of cool air on the wound and the muscle-deep agony the knife left behind. "Please just do it," Patrick whispered, his eyes red and raw with tears. But Brett stood up. He stuck the bloody knife into the sheath at his hip. "You're better than most," he said, wiping his hands on his pants. "You saved our lives, and you helped people. I'm not going to kill you, but I need them to think I did." Patrick closed his eyes. He was so tired. "I'm telling everyone you're dead," Brett told him. "So, you're dead. Got it?" Patrick exhaled a mournful, frustrated sigh. It was good enough for Brett. His guys might come up here looking for a body, so... He planted his boot on Patrick's shoulder. "Don't tell anyone, but I always liked you too." Then he kicked Patrick through the hole in the roof. The Apocalypticon hit the floor without a sound. 67. He had no idea how long he'd been unconscious. Hours at least, though it could have been days. Or weeks. His whole body hurt. He'd cracked some ribs when he'd landed. His hands were still bound by the bungee cord. Cloudy light washed in through the dirty windows, casting some version of daylight outside. Patrick worked gingerly to roll himself onto his back. His shoulder was still bleeding, and he could barely move his left arm. His face was swollen and sore in the spots where he'd been hit by the tree branch. When he tried to sit up, his sides and his chest all screamed in pain. He was out of breath by the time he was sat upright. There was a length of sharp metal on the floor, a ceiling support that had crashed through years ago when the bomb hit. Patrick scooted over to it and used it to saw through his restraints, something he'd done for the second time in 3 days. It was no easy feat now that he could only move one arm without pain. Eventually the bungee cord snapped and fell away from his wrists. He climbed to his feet, finding that parts of his body still worked as he picked through the rubble until he found a door. It was locked. Of course it was. He thought about just lying back down and letting the world swallow him. But if he stayed in there, he'd die from hunger or maybe from sepsis. And while he didn't feel especially motivated to keep himself alive, he knew he didn't want to die like that. So he found a broomstick and smashed out a window and climbed out of the warehouse, only cutting himself a little on the sharp remnants of the glass. The air was still thick with wood smoke. Patrick vomited behind a dumpster. The smoldering ruins of Fort Doom were just a few blocks away, but Patrick wasn't ready. First, he had to attend to his shoulder. He had no idea how clean Brett's knife had been. If he didn't take care of the wound, there was a good chance he'd end up like Gary, except this time he'd be his own medical staff of 1. It took Patrick a long time to start a fire. He struggled with sparking a chunk of concrete against a steel rod until it became undeniably clear that it wasn't going to be enough. He poked through the warehouse and found a few unlabeled spray bottles that smelled like chemicals. He poured some of each onto a collection of old paper and tried to catch it on fire. Either the liquids weren't flammable or his sparks weren't hot enough, so he gave up. He went back into the warehouse and searched the whole building, eventually finding a blowtorch buried under a pile of fallen shingles. The tank was about 20% full. After a quick cleaning and a few sparks, the flame caught, and a jet of blue fire erupted from the torch. Helpful, he decided. Then he found a pair of pliers on a shop table and heated the tips until they glowed. He grasped the pliers by their rubber grips and pressed the hot metal into the open wound on his shoulder. He screamed in agony, but his shoulder stopped bleeding. He took some time to catch his breath before continuing his exploration of the warehouse. He found an oily pair of overalls and tore them in half, wrapping the fabric tightly around his chest in hopes of it stabilizing his ribs. Then he grabbed the blowtorch and climbed back out into the alley. The air still smelled like a campfire. He took a deep breath and steadied his hands. Then he walked out of the alley and started the short, slow walk to Fort Doom. The world was lit by a green, diffuse sunlight, but even against that glare, the embers of the fort glowed angry and orange. The stone foundations poked through the earth like old teeth, but everything metal had collapsed, and everything made of wood had been turned to cinders. Patrick's whole body trembled as he stepped through what remained of the wall and crunched into the charred, smoking ruins. That was where the storage shed had been. Over there, the garden where he'd once rigged up rainwater irrigation. Under the rubble in the middle, that was where he'd sat around the sandy fire pit with James and Sarah and other Annie and Ben, where they'd roasted tiny hot dogs they'd fished out of old cans, where they'd counted the stars and watched the comets and usually fell asleep in the open night air. And over there, the cabins where they all used to sleep. Now they were nothing but stone teeth and ash. Patrick crossed the plain of embers, his sneaker soles warming under his feet. He picked up a smoking branch and dug through the piles of ashes. He would have thought he'd be sick when he found their remains, but when he turned up the first skull, he felt almost nothing. It didn't look anything like James at all. The next bunk was Annie's. He found her, too, and Dylan, and everyone, except Sarah. He wondered where she'd gone, what had happened to her in the last year. But it didn't really matter. She was gone, however it happened. Her bunk was empty, just ash and wood, no bones beneath the rubble. He wondered if she was still somewhere alive. He saved Ben's bunk for last. Maybe he'd gone off like Sarah. Maybe they'd gone together, scouting for food. Maybe. As long as he didn't look, there was a chance still for Ben, a chance that one of the screams he'd heard in the night hadn't belonged to his best, his only friend. But, of course, that would have been a different ending to a much different story. And there in the last cabin, he found Ben, reduced to an ash-covered skull, blackened and grinning about some quiet joke. Patrick felt nothing now. He had no more tears to cry. He had no more sorrow to offer. This was the world now, ashen and ruined, broken so far past repair. It didn't make sense to bury them or put up a marker, to say a few words or pay them respect with a moment of silence. Whatever he constructed would be destroyed again, dug up and defiled and made somehow worse by whoever happened along next. And nothing he could create would be enough to honor them anyway. So he simply shoved his hands in his pockets, turned his back on the open graveyard that Fort Doom was now, and left it behind without looking back. He drifted away from the ashes like a wraith of bone and skin. He tried to hear Ben's voice in his head, but he couldn't seem to conjure it up. On his way out of Mobile, he stopped at a park and dug his hand into an old metal trash barrel by the swing set. He pulled up the shopping bag he'd stashed there on his way in. He looked inside and made sure they were still there. 2 old Pepsi bottles, the 20-ounce size, now filled with a bright purple liquid. He knew they'd come. He just thought he'd have more time. He may not have known it would be Brett and Richie and Ted, but he knew someone would be after him. He'd poured the zombie gone into those 2 empty bottles and mixed up a batch of something passably purple by siphoning out some windshield wiper fluid from a car in the lot with 2 drops of his blood added in. Then he made the switch in the vials and stashed the real serum out here, just in case. It was the only thing that had gone right. He swung the shopping bag at his side as he walked, out of the city and up into the hills. There was no destination this time, No more ideas or plans. No Ben to return to or to seek out even. There was only him and the ruined world and the certainty of death, however and wherever and whenever it decided to come. He was a little surprised to learn, when he bothered to think, that he didn't really want to die. Not exactly, anyway. He just didn't care to live, which was something altogether different. Sadder, emptier, numb. He was utterly, finally, and completely alone, without even the comfort of death to keep him cold. When he searched himself, when he searched his heart, there was a simple and meaningless nothing. The sun lowered behind the trees, and Patrick disappeared into the mountains like mist. Epilogue. 3 years later. "Hey, mister!" A young girl looked down at the stranger snoring softly on a pile of pine needles. She nudged his ribs with her toes. "Wake up!" Patrick snorted himself awake and looked around, confused and drooling. What? Go away!" He rolled over and tried to fall back asleep, but the girl was pretty insistent. She kicked Patrick in the head. "Ow! Mama says you're a witch, so you have to go." "That's no way to treat witches," Patrick informed her. "I have half a mind to turn you into a pig." The girl shrugged. "You can't, though," she said. "You don't know that. You're not a witch. You just smell bad." That's a hurtful thing to say to someone who might be a witch. He sniffed under his arm. It smelled like onions and dead raccoons. "I smell fine," he lied. He picked up some of the pine needles and rubbed them in his beard. "Mama says she heard about your drink that makes the zombies go away. She wants to buy some." "It's not a drink." "But she also said, 'Then make that witch go away. We don't want him scaring the possums off our farm.'" "I have so many thoughts about that," Patrick muttered irritably. "First of all, why do you even have an opossum farm? What is even the point? And it's only 3 opossums. That's not a farm. Your mother is insane. She's also a hypocrite. I have half a mind to not give her any magic potion at all." "It's not magic," the girl pointed out. "It's science." "Well, don't you just know everything?" Patrick said sourly. "Lucky for you, I think even insane hypocrites should have a chance to run opossum farms without being eaten by drug addicts. So yes, she can have some of my very dwindling supply of zombie gone. Do you have any idea how far I have to go to refill it?" The girl held out a bundle wrapped in a dirty towel. "Here." Patrick snatched the girl's bundle and opened it. "What is this? Foil? And a bent nail? This is garbage, kid. This is literally garbage." "She thinks you might be able to trade it for a drink at Al's." "Oh." Patrick brightened considerably. "I do like a drink. Is Al's a good place?" The girl shrugged. 3 of my uncles went blind drinking the moonshine there." "Why is your mother trying to kill me?" The girl began to answer, but Patrick cut her off. I know, because I'm a witch." "You could get a drink from Kat instead. She's nice. She's got a whole distill up there. I never known no one to get blind up there. It's a log cabin with a green light train lantern out front. That's her place, little further up the hill." "Up the hill, like it's not a Blue Ridge goddamn mountain," he grumbled. He looked at the bundle again, picking through the trash. There was no way he could pass any of that stuff off as having any sort of value. But he wasn't going to leave this girl to the dusters just because her mother was a real piece of work. He dumped the trash into his backpack and pulled out an old plastic bottle. He unscrewed the cap, dabbed the girl's towel around the inside of the rim. "Here, give her this." The girl frowned at the towel. "That's not very much," she pointed out. "Trust me, it's plenty. It'll keep the zombies away for at least a year, guaranteed." "Okay," she said dubiously as she rolled up the towel carefully and tucked it under her arm. "I guess she gets what she pays for." "She's getting a lot more than that," Patrick sighed. "And don't suck it out of the towel and drink it." He zipped his backpack closed, stood up, and brushed the pine needles off his pants. Then, thinking again, he picked up a handful of the needles and stuffed them into his pockets. "Not because I smell," he snapped. It took him a few seconds to remember where he'd hidden his machete. He shook one bough of the pine tree. The machete fell out of the branches and hit the ground. He picked it up and pulled the backpack onto his shoulders. "Thanks for letting me sleep here, even though it's under a tree. Outside. And I got very cold because no one brought me a blanket." "Welcome," she said. She watched as Patrick turned and hiked up the mountain, cursing and muttering as he slipped on the fir needles. "Hey!" she called after him. Patrick stopped and looked back. "Yeah? You're the Apocalypticon, right?" Patrick sighed. "No, kid. There is no Apocalypticon." The girl lifted her chin. "They tell stories about you. You done a lot of good for people. Saved 'em from bad guys. Helped 'em eat. I heard you left half a pig on the doorstep of some folks down the mountain so they could eat. My Uncle Billy says you saved his high school girlfriend one time when she got caught in barbed wire." Patrick cast his eyes down. "Yeah, well," he said, as he turned and started to walk again. "You'd have given us that zombie juice even if we didn't give you nothing, wouldn't you?" "Kid, I did give you that zombie juice after you gave me nothing." "Okay," she shrugged. "Even if you're not the Apocalypticon, you're still a good person." Patrick shook his head slowly. "Take care of yourself, kid. And your mom, too. Take care of her, all right?" Then he turned back to the trees and pushed up into the mountain, swinging his machete to clear away the low-reaching branches. He didn't stop walking until the night closed in, the air turned chill, and he saw the twinkling green lamplight of the old log cabin. He really hoped Kat, whoever she was, would let him have that drink. This concludes Broken World by Clayton Smith,